to have that support from staff, and I believe it was Councillor Medeiros who suggested that we do this. I've read the briefing notes in the packages. I know that there are a list of motions that are being recommended by staff, and I'm more than happy to speak with regional council colleagues as to who may be bringing those motions up tomorrow. There was one section of the briefing note, particularly on page 2 of the addendum of the report, that lists out the analysis on the surplus over the past 3 years at the region, and indicating that for the most part, the region with respect to surplus has had very little surplus, and their budget has essentially equated to actuals. I'm just wondering, because sometimes municipalities like to pad their budgets and then spend kind of last minute towards the end, whether that's hiring or doing other things with their leftover budget. I'm wondering if there is a trend over those past 3 years of a top up of spending in order to meet the actuals, or if in fact the spending was as per originally budgeted. So I guess that's just my question. I don't know if there's enough time to find out tomorrow, or if perhaps that's something that I need to ask regional staff. But I'd love to know if a good chunk of the surplus was spent in Q4.
Through Mayor Brown to the councillor, that's an excellent point. What we'll do our very best to try to secure that information. What we were able to pull from the publicly accessible data was that the actuals based on the budget were pretty consistent, and there didn't seem to be any significant surplus that would be a source of budgetary reductions. But we will certainly see if we can make a determination on your question and get answers for you before the council starts tomorrow.
Thanks so much, Blaine.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. The next question is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and through you, Chair. My question is regarding the transit facility. We keep getting updates from staff, and thank you to our CAO as well for advocating for it. And me and Councillor Dillon got a recent update from Alex as well. And it seems like the file is with the federal government for the ISIP funding. We were hoping to be approved a little while ago, and I get it, there's political cycles and we're middle of COVID, but just talking briefly to some of the MPs, I think it would be worthwhile to set up a meeting. Again, we haven't done one with our MPs, and especially the 4 of them now that are with the Liberal Party, we should do that ASAP to convey to them the urgency and importance of this project.
Through the mayor to the councillor, yes, sir. We will make sure that happens.
Yeah, you know what? If Councillor Dillon's okay, I'm going to put that as a motion. That staff coordinate a meeting with MPs. I think it's time sensitive, so we should do that ASAP. And if Councillor Dillon's okay to second it because it's on the meeting.
Councillor Dillon, is that okay with you?
Sorry, can you repeat what the
to set up a meeting with the MPs, not MPPs, MPs, for the transit facility.
Okay. Yeah. So to convene a meeting with the local MPs to discuss. Just wait till the rest of it's finished.
Yeah. Okay. The transit facility, because we also want to, we're trying, the mayor's pushing for electrification as well, so it's important that we keep reminding our MPs.
And I would say, Councillor Singh, the response from both our MPPs and MPs have been positive on this, and so I think an additional push would be welcome. I think we're almost there, so thank you.
Yeah, I feel that too. Exactly, Mayor. I think you've been doing a good job too.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. And Councillor Dillon, is that okay for you to second the motion?
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Dillon and Singh. Anyone opposed to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. That completes the questions for our GR report. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Santo, second by Councillor Singh to receive the presentation. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to public delegations. Our next item, 8.1, possible delegations regarding a proposed amendment to procedural bylaw 160/2004 is amended to update the Committee of Council structure. That item was considered at the Governance and Council Operations Committee last week, and public notice and opportunity for public delegations is required under our procurement bylaw. I'll ask the clerk if there anyone who has requested to delegate to Council on the proposed bylaw amendment.
There have been no requests, Mr. Mayor.
Council will now move on and deal with the proposed bylaw during the bylaw section of our agenda. Our next item is 8.2, possible delegations regarding the proposed amendment signed by Law 399/2002 as amended, provide the certain exemptions in relation to the usage of signs identifying an elected official or a candidate. This item was considered in City Council in December, and a resolution was passed and to amend the signed bylaw. I ask the clerk if there's anyone who has requested to delegate to Council on this proposed bylaw amendment.
There have been no requests, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, well, Council will now move on and deal with the proposed bylaw during the bylaw section on our agenda. This takes us to 8.3, a delegation from Clinton Barato, Clinical Director of the Peel COVID Isolation Centers, HHP, and Amik Singh, Nurse in charge of the Brampton Isolation Site regarding the operation of the COVID-19 Isolation Center in Brampton. Welcome to Clinton and Amik. You have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Mayor Brown. I've been having some technical issues. I hope everybody can hear me okay. And good
We
morning.
can hear you loud and clear.
Wonderful. Thank you very much for receiving us at this delegation. You know, we know how much you all worked really hard to push for the isolation centres, and really we're here to thank you and to show you a little bit of a taste of what we've been working on. I'm going to hand it over to Amik to start us off.
Thank you, Clinton. Morning, Council. Thank you, Mayor, for letting us delegate this morning. Like Clinton said, in the midst of a pandemic, we were tasked to be the medical services for the isolation center, and I want to thank you and thank Council for allowing and advocating on behalf of Brampton to get the additional isolation centers that we desperately need to get COVID under control. Next slide, please. Again, big shout out to Councillor Singh, Wards 9 and 10, my councillor from City Council from Wards 9 and 10, and of course, Mayor Brown and Council themselves. Thank you so much for advocating on behalf of Brampton for what was needed in times of COVID. The isolation centers are an essential part of this time to make sure that we stop the spread. Next slide, please. And I'll pass it on to Clinton.
So for our isolation centres, we have opened them up to any individual, any Peel resident who has tested positive for COVID-19, who may have symptoms and needs to get tested, anybody who's had close contact and is not able to isolate at home, they can have received a notification from COVID Alert app. Anybody who's travelled outside of Canada in the past 14 days, and this is really interesting because while the airport does have their own isolation centre, often we have individuals that thought that they could isolate at home, get home, and realize it's not really possible, so they end up coming to us. And last of all, when they're instructed by Peel Public Health. It is really important to note that we do not require any OHIP cards or any OHIP identification in order to provide service there. We do not ask anybody to pay anything for the isolation period. Their meals are provided. The only thing we ask is that they are able to care for themselves, they're able to dress themselves, shower, and so on. Just because we're not able to provide any PSW services at the site, at the isolation center, but we do have accessible rooms if they are using a walker or a wheelchair, but are able to care for themselves. We can certainly give them access to the accessible rooms. Can we have the next slide, please? And this is our new intake phone number. This is a central intake, and the referrals are sent to the various isolation centers based on the postal codes. Next slide, please. So far, we've treated workers from the logistics industry, truckers, lot of warehouse associates. We've had nurses and PSWs come through. We've had high school students who are doing online learning with us as well too. A lot of international students. We've had a lot of referrals from shelters and other congregate settings around the city who are in outbreak. So they send us some of their residents so that they can help thin out and isolate. And we also provide outbreak support to some of the workplace exposures. And we do have children as well too. We've had a baby who was 2 months old that was COVID positive who did really well with us. Next slide, please. And so we've learned a lot of lessons over the last 9 months as we've been working in these isolation sites. We know that people are really scared to access the isolation centres because of their status in Canada, and we don't ask their status, we just look after them. They're worried about paying for the hotel, and we just reassure them that the site is free. They're unable to really speak about the anxiety about the diagnosis, and Amik's going to talk a bit about culturally specific care. They're worried about their family's well-being. They're there mostly for their family rather than for themselves. They're worried about how they're going to be able to return home to their basement apartments, to their housing units, because of the stigmatization of COVID. They feel quite alienated from their peers. They're worried about sick pay and compensation, and I know there's a lot to talk out there about mandatory sick pay. We have individuals that are so worried that they're going to be fired because of it, and we do a lot of counseling with them about that too. They worry about how they interact with authority, especially their landlords, but also their bosses as well too. And you know, it's really spoken to the need for culturally competent care. We have the next slide, please. And I'm going to hand it over to Amik now.
Thank you, Clinton. So as we mentioned during our presentation, the COVID in itself is a stigmatizing diagnosis for a lot of residents in Brampton. And the cultural norms that we understood while giving care and providing nursing to a lot of the residents from Peel region, Brampton, Mississauga, individuals that did end up on our site. We saw some patterns when we were giving care, and I would like to share that with council as well. I would start off with Nurse Sheen. She just started her shift. I would have loved for her to come and give the story herself, but we had an individual, as we know, pain management and anxiety in the African Canadian population is underdiagnosed. It is underlooked at. We had a Jamaican nurse, Nurse Rasheen, also look after a patient who wasn't feeling well but could not voice those concerns when asked, are you feeling anxiety? Do you have shortness of breath? When there were clear signs of that. Nurse Rasheen took the initiative to make sure that the right care was given at that time, and they were sent to the hospital. After the care was provided in the hospital, the patient was feeling such immense gratitude towards Nurse Rasheen that she sent flowers and a letter thanking her and giving the ordeal of how her stay was at the hospital. And had that call not been made at that time, the level of decompensation that the patient would have had would have made them in a very life-threatening situation. So they ended up having 20 plus days of hospitalization. And I'm glad to report that they did well. And that is the story of COVID, in essence, why there is such importance of having culturally competent care and nurses and healthcare providers in Peel that look like the residents of Peel providing the care, so they can pick up on those nuances. And being the multicultural hub that we are, that we understand the status of new immigrants and the anxieties that they have, international students and the anxieties that they have regarding their status, regarding their housing, accessing care in the midst of a pandemic. And I think the prevalence and the ubiquity of information, if it's passed on in a timely manner, can contain the spread and give confidence for the new residents of Brampton and the older generation as well, to know that they can pass on the information in a with veracity in mind, and that the service delivery is not hindered. What we saw was anxiety, and we did a lot of health teaching around that. And we did a lot of health teaching around diabetes and insulin management. We had a lot of patients come in that their diabetes was not controlled. Just speaks to the need for a better primary care service and culturally specific primary care service, because a lot of the health teaching was done in Punjabi, was done in Hindi, was done by cohorts of individuals that look like the patients as well, and they understand their lived experience. We also did some withdrawal management with CWAS scores and COW scores for methadone and Suboxone induction for those individuals from the shelter system that were experiencing withdrawal, or people in the community that were experiencing withdrawal, and people that were precariously housed. Those were the trends that we saw while giving care to residents of Brampton and Mississauga and Resident Appeal. Next slide, please. So this is how we stepped up in the midst of a pandemic. We had outreach. We went to
one second, Amik, I just need to get council's blessing. The clerk has notified me the delegation is at 7 minutes. Do I have council's permission to, how much longer do you need, Amik?
Maybe 2 minutes.
Okay, do I have, okay, I see Councilor Williams and Bowman have said okay, so I assume, yeah, Councilor Santos. Okay, so you have 2 minutes remaining, and then we'll go to questions.
Thank you, Mayor. In terms of the efforts that we made during this pandemic, and in the initial, we started this in March. We did end up going to the overflow hotels to look after the individuals that were there from the shelter overflow system, and we saw the desperate need for having continuum of care for our most vulnerable population as well, and residents of Peel that were also housed there because of precarious housing situation. So episodic care was at the center of what we needed to address, and we did do that by doing outreach in addition to the isolation center. So myself, Clinton, and I, and Nurse Shauna would go and do outreach. Now we have established an outreach clinic. We're continuing to do that work in midst of COVID, because we know how important it is for all residents in Peel and the residents of Brampton. We stepped up in terms of managing congregate settings. We had outbreaks in cohort and congregate living centers. St. Leonard's comes to mind. There were some other outbreaks as well. The Canada Post outbreak that just recently happened as well. We're also providing care for individuals that are affected by that, and the ongoing support of our warehouse and logistics sectors workers. A lot of people that work in the Amazon warehouses were housed for the isolation period at our site. So just goes to show how essential Brampton is and how essential workers in Brampton are impacted here by COVID. Next slide, please. And again, I want to thank council for the advocacy work that they have done. And with that, I would like to remind everyone to practice the core 4, staying apart 2 meters, lathering up, wearing a mask, and getting tested if you have symptoms of COVID-19. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, council.
Okay, thank you, Amik. So we'll now go to questions. I'm just looking here on the list of who is first. Councillor Williams, you said move. Was that moving the additional time, or was it to speak?
That was moving additional time, but I did request to speak prior to that as well. So.
Okay, I see that. Okay, Councillor Williams, you're up first.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Amik and Clinton, thank you so much for coming in and sharing this with us. I have to just show my gratitude and appreciation for you. You are our unsung heroes and are on the front lines. And so I just want to say I really appreciate what you're doing. And so from the delegation, it sounds like you've moved into this outreach type of structure to your work. How are you being funded to do this?
So maybe I could take that. So the funding that comes from the federal government and from the province for the isolation centers, we just are really, really efficient in how we use that money, and we're able to add on a little bit to be able to go and out of the center and into the community. And with our insurance, we're able to cut and work anywhere in the province. So we use that. And really it comes down to good quality of care. We cannot discharge a patient unsafely. So we feel better about their care if we're able to follow up with them, make sure they're okay, you know, and make sure they whatever treatment we've started with them, that we can continue it in the community, at least until they're stabilized, and we feel a bit better about stepping back then.
Wow. So it seems like that it's the old adage for Brampton. We're doing more with less, or trying to make do with what we have, and stretch
Yes.
every dollar.
Yeah.
So that has to have some impacts though on your service quality, with not because you're give amazing quality, but with the amount of reach that you can have. If um, so I guess it would be safe to assume if there were more funding allocated, then you'd be able to do much more during this
Yeah.
time when we're, reaching such a
Yeah.
peak with our numbers. Wow, it amazes me. So, are you able to still get the data to support, because the culturally sensitive care is extremely important, and it is a key area that, especially for Brampton, we do need to start approaching health through a culturally sensitive lens, because we're such a unique and culturally diverse city. So with regards to the data, there's been a lot of data collection for Toronto, but how has that data been able to support and inform the work being done here in the Peel region that you're doing?
I can take this one. So based on the information that we've experienced while providing care and the overall data that we're seeing, we know from the public health data that is available to everyone at this time that, the racialized and Black, Indigenous, South Asian communities in Canada, and specifically in Peel region, are more affected by COVID-19 at this time. And we've seen that in our care, and it's reflective of the type of work that Brampton and Peel region has, which is essential work. So we are seeing, we have a mandate of trauma-informed care and culture-specific care. And a lot of our norms are based on interaction and doing health teaching, acknowledging the anxiety prior to doing health teaching. If I'm going to talk to somebody about diabetes, for example, if they're anxious about COVID or they're anxious about their housing, managing their insulin is not top priority for them. And I have to acknowledge that experience. I have to acknowledge all of that before I get to the health teaching part. And I think those processes, as we do more care in Brampton, as we do more outreach, and as we keep doing the work at the COVID centers, we will find more of this qualitative data that we can present at a later time in regards to how the care was impacted by connecting everybody together and having consistent care. Primary care being the model of how we function, and nursing-like care is how we function.
Absolutely, and it will definitely inform our overall health strategy moving forward, because the data you're collecting based off of this work right now, because what you're speaking to is preventative care measures, and if you can't perform your preventative cares, tools and use them, and then when a pandemic hits, it's just going to exacerbate the situation that we're in, and that's what you're being faced with. Absolutely. So I think the question too around, what supports is the region providing you with helping to collect this data, to helping to aggregate it and store it in a place that can help inform our health systems moving forward. Are you getting that support, and is that needed? Clinton, I want to hear what you're saying. You think you're on mute.
Right. Sorry.
Okay,
Apologies.
that's okay.
Our colleagues at the region have been absolutely top class in supporting us.
Great.
They've been working with us. So we use an electronic medical record, an EMR. And so they're working with us around how do we pull some of that data out and actually put it together with all of the social services partners and their data, and to show that how health and social services are working together. But it's really important for a system moving forward post-COVID, why we need a service like we have right now. So they've been very, very supportive.
Oh, that is so good to hear, because this information has to be sent to the province to inform them why Brampton needs health system support on all levels, from preventative, reactive, all levels of the continuum. And there's any other ways that we can, as the city, can support the work that you're doing, let us know. What are my final question to you is, how can we help elevate at the work that you're doing, because you really are helping our community and helping to get it better, healthier, stronger. That it's just going to have so many more positive effects on us. So how can we support this work that you're doing?
Amit, are you still up here?
Yes,
You
sir.
want to handle?
Sure. In terms of the work that's being done right now, of course, we're doing this in the COVID measures of things. Sustainability is something that we want to keep in mind. We're also working hand in hand with existing social service partners at the site. We're learning their processes as well. And we're also working with the shelter system as well. And that's something that I think is a nuanced approach. We're also working with COVID and the precariousness of housing. So our name as an entity, Homeless Health Peel, we have a tagline. We say, we meet you where you're at, wherever you're at in your journey of health. And I think that's what's the model that's needed in Brampton. I know the council has been very active in advocating for bed capacity and hospital capacity, and hopefully Peel Memorial Hospital has an emergency attached to it in the coming months, and that announcement by the province would be welcome news. Council's working really hard on that. But in addition to having acute capacity, we do need to have a continuum care support. So when we have our wound care clinics, for example, if we have our social services, why don't we have them interconnecting with one another? And I think having a nursing-led model, like, for example, the one that we have with Homeless Health Peel, if it could be standardized and implemented throughout the city, we can show the merits of this and providing culturally sensitive care, providing Bramptonians, providing care for Bramptonians. I think that is the model that needs to be replicated in different parts of Canada, if not Ontario as well, to see the effects of clinicians looking like the patients that they're serving. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind. And in terms of funding, once COVID goes away and this surge of funding has gone, at that point, we would need some sustainability. And I think the city advocating on our behalf would really help us as well.
Well, I thank you both for coming in and sharing with us about this. And I think it's definitely an area we would, want to support and see this work continue. We do have the Advanced Brampton funds. Like, if there are aspects of that you can access, I want to encourage you to as well, because it is taking on that community safety and community development approach to health, and you going out into the community and being supportive of those who need the help is just, again, helping us. So, anyways, let's keep the lines of dialogue open, because I think this is extremely important work that you're doing. So thank you again, and please take care of yourselves, because we need you both healthy and your team healthy as well. Okay, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. Our next question is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and thank you for the delegation. I think Councillor Williams touched on a lot of the points. I must say at the beginning, again, recognizing your name, but I was kind of confused because I almost confused it with Peel Public Health, or there's some association. But having just done some quick scans and so on, I do see that you're a private entity, and so it's great that some of the points that you touched upon and the work that you're doing around COVID, but that comment around sustainability and what you go in terms of just regulation and so on. And I'm sure, and this is maybe offline, I don't want to take up time with council, just in terms of standards and even cost effectiveness, in comparison to sort of a publicly delivered mandate. And, there's a lot of things that, but it just really is interesting to see the work that you're doing and how you're really contributing to the frontline response to, especially during the pandemic. So I do thank you for everything you're doing. And I might reach out just on a sort of a sidebar just to learn more about the work that you're doing. So I do find it very interesting how you're sort of meeting a need and working collaboratively with the public sector. And I find when it comes to residents, a lot of the times when it comes to confidence in health, it seems to be, there seems to be more confidence in something that's delivered through a public entity, and more you're starting to see more private actors into public health. And so I think that's a very interesting area. And my apologies, there's really no questions there besides a big thank you. And it was a great learning about this. So thank you for coming forward today. Thank you.
Councillor Medeiros, if I may just have a quick response to that. Homeless Health Peel was in response to the pandemic, and Homeless Health Peel is actually my professional corporation that we are actually working with a lawyer right now to spin off into a separate non-profit entity. We were in the middle of the first wave, and we just did what we had to do. And both Amik and I are proud Bramptonians, and most of our staff, actually, most of our nursing staff out of the 25 are actually from Brampton, and we're quite hometown proud. And so we do whatever we need to do in order to look after our community and look after our patients. So Homeless Health Peel is a response to that, and the legality issues. I mean, we're not running it for any kind of profit at all. And the region is quite clear on that, and that's really not our business. Healthcare really shouldn't be a for-profit business, in my humble opinion. But certainly we are spinning off, and certainly if there's anybody out there who can help us with that into spinning off into a non-profit, we would be very, very grateful for the help, because at the end of the day, we're brilliant clinicians. We are not legal experts or lawyers.
No, that's great. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Next up is Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I just want to thank these two individuals. It was a very interesting presentation. I learned a lot. I think this is what a difference it makes when you have local people providing local care. I think that's a powerful thing. There's that passion there, and I just want to say, keep up the great work and stay involved in the community, because especially in the healthcare front, there's a lot to do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you for the presentation, and grateful for your dedication to helping our community, Clinton and Amik. It's a challenging time, but when we have residents like you stepping up, it's a wonderful thing. So we have a motion moved to accept the delegation, moved by, we'll say, the ward councillors, Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon, to receive the delegation. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to 8.4, delegation from Emily Thon Xavier, Director of the Brampton Tamil Association, regarding item 12.4, Committee of Council Recommendation CW041 2021 Tamil Community in Brampton. Welcome, Emily Thon. And for the purpose of this delegation, do I have council's support to move up the motion on this? Or Peter Fay, can you give us any direction on that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that's appropriate if that's the will of council. I believe after the delegation, Councillor Medeiros may have an amendment to that motion from committee last week. So Councillor Medeiros can introduce it after the delegation.
Okay, great. Okay, Emily Thon.
Thank you, Chair. Mayor Brown. Good morning. It's a great pleasure for me, American Xavier, to be here with you today as the Director of the Brampton Tamil Association and the founder member of and the advisor of the Brampton Tamil Senior Association. I am delighted to present their message to you. As a primary Tamil organization representing the Brampton Tamils, we are extending our heartfelt gratitude to Mayor Brown for his leadership, Regional Councillor Martin Meadows for the listening the concern of the community, and the presenting the motion, Regional Councillor Pat Fortney and Ruby Dillon for assisting on the motion, Regional Councillors Michael Palachi, Paul Wins, City Councillor Doug Willens, Jeff Foreman, Chairman William, Rona Sanders, and Harkat Singh for extending your unwavering anonymous support. At this juncture, your timely action and the anonymous consent to the motion is a great moral and mental relief to all of us in the community, particularly for the Tamil seniors who are already in the receiving end of the pandemic and the winter. Your action is a great relief and the booster to them all. For your continuous close association, love and support to the Brampton Tamil community, you all will always be in our heart. Following your motion, we established a special committee to work with the city. We formulate a clear action plan to complete the Tamil genocide monument project the best way as possible and make not only the Tamil community and the city council proud, but also the entire Bramptonian feel proud. As we made it clear, the community will bear the entire cost of the monument, which we strongly feel is the appropriate way to do it. We assembling all the expertise and the resources in the community to showcase this as a model where we all can work together and build a better society, listening and respecting each other where equality, peace, and harmony can exist. It will be a lesson not only to the Sri Lankan government, but all authoritarian government around the globe. No one can erase or destroy genocidal history. We are also happy to share with you that 80 million Tamils around the world now know Brampton City and its council, and they too expresses their gratitude to you all. We, the Brampton Tamils, feel proud and stand tall because of you. As a nation of the people face the 21st century genocide and still facing oppression and untold suffering every day, as a family members, we find same peace because of you. We did suggest one change in the original motion as a Councillor Martin Meadows presented today. Name it as Tamil Genocide Memorial Monument. Please, and give your same anonymous support and move it to the city to implementation. Our team will start working with them from there onward. Thank you for all opportunity to present this ourselves here today. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Amalithan, and with council's indulgence, we can move the motion forward. I don't see any opposition to that in the chat box. So to the clerk, can we put the motion on the screen?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we'll bring it up momentarily. Charlotte, there's the revised motion from Councillor Medeiros from this morning. There we go. And Councillor Medeiros will have to introduce this amendment to the committee recommendation.
Yeah, and I was just going to ask Councillor Medeiros, who I've spoken to about this. There's no, as I see it, perfect. In the amended motion, you mentioned genocide, because I know for the community it's very important we state that a genocide happened. And so I think Councillor Medeiros's amendments are perfect and express the wish of the community. So we have a number of speakers. We've got Councillor, we got Councillor Medeiros, then Vicente, then Dylan, then Fertini. So Councillor Medeiros first.
Yeah, and thank you through you, Mayor. Thank you, Amal, for coming forward. Thank you to the Brampton Tamil community, and certainly, you know, your sort of friendship and guidance, and you know, really, I don't want to speak on behalf of council, because I do know other colleagues are going to speak, but I think all of us, we share a collective respect and a real sort of you know, dignity, and we reflected on this issue, and I do want to recognize Mayor Brown's leadership on this issue and his involvement. I do know I did receive contacts also from the National Council of Canadian Tamils. You know, Mayor Brown did speak with me on some of the suggested language, and I know that was very aligned with what you brought forward, Amal. I think there's just one thing I'd like to ask you directly, Amal, in terms of, you know, this is going to be 100% funded by the community. And you talked about all this, and I've been impressed with all this impact that's even gone beyond our borders. But if you can speak to me how important it is to the local Brampton community, the Tamil community, and what has been some of the feedback.
The community is well energized and we're supporting for the more motion, the bill for the monument. So most of the business people want to put their own, they want to see, they want to contribute it. Most of the people want their own contribution. So they want to build their own. So we're proud we can build whatever the cost for the monument. One of the best.
Yeah, and that's great. And the only direction I would provide staff, and I recall we had a discussion, and I'm not sure if this was in previous council or the first couple of years of this current council, where we talked about that Brampton really lacked monuments and places of reference. And I think as part of the 2040 vision, we identified sort of, you know, the need for more monuments, places where if people came from outside of Brampton, where would they go take pictures? Essentially, we always see sort of City Hall. We see sort of some other sort of references in the city, the gazebo, etc. But I think this has to be aligned with an overall strategy, because I do know other community groups may come forward with sort of different ideas. And so, as much as that this is impacting the specific, Brampton community and the community at large, and it's something that is really, from the intention we're getting, it's really going to be celebrated, and we want to make this important. But we also want to have it sort of aligned and part of an overall strategy, which is for Brampton to have these type of, I think, monuments and opportunities for other groups to come forward. And we, think of the Legion with their sort of dedication, a monument, what they want to build. And, and these type of things really help generate this excitement and help, for example, our tourism strategy. But again, thank you, Amal, for your advocacy. And, I really want this to be locally driven. This is really the Tamil community in Brampton that's really going to drive it. But it's exciting to hear that outside groups across the GTA and everyone is excited and really supportive as well. And who knows, maybe we'll see other municipalities come forward and do the same thing. So again, thank you, Amal. Thank you, Mayor Brown, for making those suggested amendments and aligning with the Brampton community. And thank you all members of council, because I don't think any of us really understood the impact this would have, and all of us should be proud of this moment of really taking a stand and following the mayor's leadership in supporting this. So I thank you, everyone, and thank you, Amal, again.
Thank you.
Our next question is Councillor Vasante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to briefly congratulate you, Amal, and everyone at the Brampton Tamils Association and the Seniors Association for the incredible work that you do here in the city of Brampton to increase awareness in the community of this very historic and moment that should be remembered and should not be forgotten. I'd like to note to members of council that in the past, as I was a member of the board of Caribram, Amal and his team did an amazing pavilion that so well represented the Tamil community here in the city of Brampton and really provided a very strong educational piece at the pavilion, as well as the cultural and the food, etc. But the educational piece that was presented at the Elam Pavilion was nothing short of incredible. And so, Amal, I just want to thank you for continuing to do this work, and thank you, Councillor Medeiros and the Mayor, for bringing this forward and for supporting this, and to all of Council for their support of Tamils here in the city of Brampton, and for your organization, Amal. Thank you for everything that you do.
Thank you, Paul.
Our next question is Councillor Dillon.
Thank you so much. And I think a lot of the people speaking before me have, said a lot of what I wanted to say. And I've been familiar with the issue going on in Sri Lanka with the Tamil people for about 30 years, actually, since I was a young middle school student, and where I had a group of Tamil friends I was with. And so I've been educated since then. I've done a number of projects on it, even in school. And so I've come to learn the greatness of the Tamil people, their perseverance throughout so much struggle, and about their contribution they made to Brampton, to Ontario, and to Canada. And Amal, you've been a key person leading the way. So I want to thank you for your assistance in this, and I want to thank Councillor Medeiros for bringing this forward as well. I just want to say, over the past few years, I've seen Brampton change for the better. We've always had a diverse city, and we're really recognizing all the contributions of our diverse population. And so, if you kind of know the history of some of the towns and cities in Ontario, including Brampton. It was named from the place where the people first settled from, and so we're continuing that tradition, and we're the places that we're from originally, things that are important to us. We're building monuments, we're naming streets, we're erecting some of these monuments to educate people and to make sure that we don't forget and we continue to remember what happened. For example, we had Kamagara Maru Park a couple of years ago, which was supported by the entire community because it represented Canada, but it also represented Brampton as that light, that beacon that people are aiming to come to from all over the world. And so this is just a continuation of what we've been seeing for the past couple of years. And I want to thank our council for being very progressive as well in this matter. So definitely support this. I want to thank Councilor Medeiros, Amal, you and the entire Tamil community, and for the entire Brampton community for being so supportive as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, just reading a note here from the clerk. So we're dealing with the motion now that Councillor Medeiros has put forward. I just want to verify there's no other questions for Amal, because we're actually dealing with the motion now. Is that correct?
Mr.
Yes.
Chair, Councillor Fortini is on the list as well.
So Councillor Fortini, do you want to speak to the motion or ask Amal a question?
I was going to just thank him, do the same, but I wanted to ask, first of all, thank you, Amal, and David from the Brampton President. I think when we were talking the other night, and I talked to David as a president, they were looking more for, I don't know if we have to put in the motion, more for a park because like Chinguacousy Park or Gage Park, something big, because when they do a festival, then we have a bylaw, they're only allowed so many people. So if they ever want to have a day to come over to celebrate or look at the monument, they don't want to have an area where a park is very small. So they were asking for Chinguacousy Park. I know where you said they're going to work with staff. I don't know if we have to put it in the motion. And I understand what they're saying because, you don't want to have 200 people coming that day and then say, hey, this little parkette is too small. So I think they were asking for Chinguacousy Park.
Yeah.
And I think you were on the call there that night with them.
Okay, Councillor Medeiros, would you take that as a friendly amendment to specify Chinguacousy Park?
Yeah, and I appreciate Councilor Fortini and Mayor Brown for prescripting it. The only concern, and I'm fine, the only concern I have is if staff, I'm not sure what the impacts would be with Ching Park. I don't know the overall, so that's why I thought, we can maybe put some language where, to the priority would be Ching Park, but there might be consideration staff need to report back. So that's my only concern, but I'm fine with allowing that amendment.
Councillor Fortini, any other comments?
No, that's it. I just want to thank them all, and David, they've been, I remember since I met them, they've been a very great asset to our city. And I know David, every year, he never even forgets my birthday. That's how loyal these people are and hardworking they are. And just want to thank what they did. And if staff could work with them on Chinguacousy Park, that would be fine. And if they have to find somewhere else, I'm okay with it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So maybe the motion could be if preferably Chinguacousy Park, if feasible, and that way there's language that is, they give discretion. Seeing no other speakers, just a few comments here, Councilor Medeiros. I've got some messages from the Tamil community, just on some housekeeping nature. The monument was destroyed on January 6th, not January 11th. So if we can have that as a friendly amendment to change the date to January 6th.
Yep, that's fine.
Mayor, I was on too. Can you, but you can finish and then just let me.
Another one is I'm told the census data is incorrect, but the 4,500. So that the language spoken, it's 17,000 with Tamil ancestry, 11,000 who speak Tamil the mother tongue is Tamil in Brampton. So maybe because there's three different figures, maybe we just don't even state the number. We just say Brampton is home to a large Tamil diaspora, because there seems to be different interpretations on the number.
That's fine.
But it's certainly more than 4,500. Okay. Was that Councillor Singh who said he wanted to speak as well?
Yeah, I want to thank Amalisa as well, and the Brampton Tamil Association, the Tamil Seniors Association, and CCT, everybody who helped out. I was going to add that change you just mentioned. I got a couple of messages, but seeing you addressed it, I'm in full support of the motion. Thanks to Councillor Medeiros for bringing it, and thank you for letting all the council second it. Thank you.
Okay, and I just want to again thank Councillor Medeiros for this idea. Beautiful idea, Councillor Medeiros. I can tell you, as someone that was the first member of Parliament to speak about the genocide in the House of Commons, and who went to the Geneva, actually with Mohan from the Brampton Tamil Association, to speak on Canada's behalf during these difficult days. I've made a lot of friends around the world that were involved in exposing this genocide, and I have to say, we were getting emails to my office from France, from Norway, around the world. People were noticing this initiative, and it's the brainchild of Councillor Medeiros. So thank you for that initiative. And I think this is going to be a great reminder that while some regimes can rewrite history and engage in revisionist history, that's not what we do in Canada. You can't rewrite bloodstained history. In Canada, we remember, we learn from, and we educate. And proud to support this, and I think it's wonderful that all of Council is seconding. So is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries unanimously. This takes us to item 9, an update on the COVID-19 emergency.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. There was an added delegation at the start of the meeting with regarding CALSA Aid International and the Nobel Peace Prize nomination.
Okay, so can we have the added delegation now, and we can deal with the motion at the same time?
So please go ahead, Guru. You have 5 minutes. You can turn on your mic and your video.
Hi, good morning. Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hi, just want to begin by saying Waheguru Ka Khalsa, Waheguru Ki Fateh. Good morning, everyone. That was a greeting in Punjabi. Many of you have picked up on the language a little, I know. I'm here to speak on behalf of the Canadian chapter of CALSA Aid International, a humanitarian aid organization. CALSA Aid was founded in 1999 in the UK with its first mission to provide aid to Kosovo during their time of crisis. CALSA Aid operates across the globe and is always ready to answer a call for help. We're on ground in highly volatile places to provide aid, like at our refugee camp in Iraq that serves a diminishing Kurdish population, especially women and children, and providing food supplies in Yemen, Turkey, Lebanon, and many more places. We have ongoing projects to build access to clean water resources in many countries across the African continent. We are always at the forefront when natural disasters strike different parts of India, from cyclones to earthquakes to floods. We provide aid on an as-needed basis in the UK, for which the British government has recognized our work over time. We started the Canadian chapter 3 years ago, after a rise in number of Canadians volunteering on our global missions. I'm proud to say that we're now in every major city from coast to coast, whether it's working alongside the Indigenous communities in British Columbia or undertaking critical missions in Ottawa and Montreal when there were flooding in 2019. We have been partners with the City of Brampton since the start of this pandemic and have provided food supply support at your request. Our team has been providing free groceries across Ontario and the rest of the country. We have provided hundreds of thousands of pounds of food since March 2020. We dispatched more than 45,000 pounds of food just to Halifax from right here in Brampton. We were able to provide more than 1,000 meals to hospital staff at William Osler during the National Nursing Week to show our appreciation for their work. They have been the true heroes in this pandemic. Our efforts here in Brampton were explicitly recognized by the Queen in her public message about the pandemic. All credit goes to our tireless and dedicated volunteers. Our entire Canadian chapter is run only by volunteers. The entire international organization, as a matter of fact, is almost only volunteer-based. I want to once again thank Member of Parliament from Edmonton, Tim Opal, for nominating Khalsa Aid for the Nobel Peace Prize in lieu of our work for the past 21 years. And thank you to Ontario Government's Minister Prabmeet Singh Sarkaria and Mayor Patrick Brown for supporting the official nomination. It is humbling to see the motion brought forward by Councillor Harkirat Singh and seconded by the Mayor today. Thank you to the members of Brampton City Council for your support of this motion and our ongoing work. This provides affirmation and encouragement to our team that we are having a positive impact on the residents of the city. It is going to be almost a year since our COVID-19 relief efforts have been ongoing, and I want to reaffirm our commitment to our fellow citizens that we will continue to serve them in their time of need. Lastly, and most importantly, I want to acknowledge and thank people around the world and in Brampton that have poured out so much support for this organization. We run only on public donation and cannot thank you enough for that, as well as your messages of support on social media. I will leave you with the motto that our organization serves by: recognize the whole human race as one. Thank you.
Mayor.
Did I leave everybody speechless?
Sorry, another tech issue. Thank you, Guru, for your hard work with Khalsa Aid. Thank you, Councillor Singh, for putting this forward. I believe Councillor Singh will want to speak to this initially.
Yeah, I think just to be clear, I think Councillor Pleshy and Medeiros were on for COVID update.
No, I'm sorry. I'm on for Khalsa Aid as well.
Okay, perfect. Sorry about that. And so, yeah, if all the council wants a second, that's fine too. I'll let council speak for themselves. But I do just want to thank the work that it has done. Obviously, globally, it's been inspiring. I've been seeing it happen from a young age, but during COVID, I got to see it happen locally within our community, just such a local impact. Story after story. I know, one day even I got stuck doing one of the deliveries on behalf of Khalsa Aid, and it was just a powerful experience. And I know other organizations have also stepped up for COVID, but because, Khalsa Aid was nominated for the Peace Prize, it's timely right now to have council support. I do look for an opportunity to recognize all the organizations, especially those looped in with the Social Support Task Force, because it was amazing. I know Khalsa Aid had a fantastic relationship with them, but just because it's been timely with the mayor's request an endorsement for a Nobel Peace Prize, I just think it would be wise to have council's backing as well. And to reinforce that, Khalsa Aid has such an impact here locally, as well as the global impact that everybody knows about. So I hope to have everybody's support, and the motion should be on the screen. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor. So I just want to verify, who wants to speak to this motion? Who wants to speak to is it just Councillor Medeiros who wants to speak to this motion, and the rest are for the COVID report?
I believe my name was next after Councillor Singh.
Is that for this motion?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Councillor Dillon as well for this.
Okay. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, thank you, Guru, for your delegation today, and also to Councillor Singh for bringing forward this motion. I do want to just quickly acknowledge Khalsa Aid as being one of our anchors on the Social Support Task Force, one of our food bank anchors. I have met some folks there, anchored in Brampton for Khalsa Aid, and they have played an important role, especially during COVID-19, as we've been delivering and providing food support to those residents in need in Brampton. So I'm more than happy to be part of the seconding of this motion. Thank you, Councillor Singh, for bringing it forward, and thank you, Khalsa Aid, for your work here in Brampton and around the world.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. Next up is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Mayor, and also recognizing Councillor Singh and Mayor Brown for bringing this forward and for really highlighting such a invaluable contribution that CalSA has made. And just a quick question to Guru is in terms of how can the community support CalSA if they want to provide I had the opportunity to witness a delivery of meals that you did to Peel Memorial, and what really amazed me was all the amount of youth that you had. So in terms of if there's other youth, I know in Wards 3 and 4 who might be interested in wanting to volunteer or even make financial contribution, can you share that information with us? And certainly I'll be more willing to share. But what's the best way that we can support CalSA Aid right now to do some of their activities in Brampton?
Definitely, I'll speak to that. Thank you, Councillor. The best way to support us is definitely through financial donation. Like I said, our organization is 100% run on public donation, and the money allows us to because as an organization that's working across the country, we have this bulk purchasing power. So if we're provided with money, we know that we can go out there and get the best value for it in terms of whether we're purchasing food for delivery. That would be the best thing to do. I always encourage more and more people to volunteer, whether it's our organization or any local organization really in your city. So if you'd like to volunteer, please either message us on social media. Our handle is @CalSA8CA. That's on all the social media platforms. Or you can send us an email at office.canada@calsa8.org. However, do keep in mind that we're in the pandemic right now. So for the COVID-19 relief efforts that we have going on, we're not encouraging more volunteers because we have a dedicated team that we have vetted and trained. Just keeping the pandemic in mind, because we wouldn't like to have more volunteers and different volunteers every other day or every other week. So right now we're restricted in terms of volunteers, but definitely we're on ground. We've been here for the last 3 years, and there's going to be a lot more efforts across the country. So whether it's people of Brampton or anybody else that's listening to this across the country, you can definitely join us as volunteers. Just send us a message or an email. That would be the best thing.
Thank you so much, Guru. And just anyone who knows you knows what a big heart you have. And I don't know anyone with more integrity and, a bigger heart than you. So the fact that you're involved with this, really gives me more sense of confidence of the great work that they're doing. So more than happy to second it. And thank you again, Councillor Singh and Mayor Brown for bringing this forward. Thank you.
Next up is Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Again, I'm at the towards the end of the line, and again for this matter, and repeated a lot of the councillors have already said a lot of what I wanted to say. But Guru, you've done an amazing job. Firstly, I want to thank Councillor Singh for bringing this motion. He's been working hard with a lot of these groups, so I want to commend him and Mayor Brown as well. This is a really important step that the city is taking. CalSA Aid, does work around the world indiscriminatorily, helping so many different types of people out in all types of different situations, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Eastern Europe, whether it's India, whether it's Africa. You always see CalSA Aid there, and Ravi Singh, he's become a type of icon, even recognized by the Queen herself. And so, this past March, April, I was able to organize a parade where we went to thank some of the local food banks that have been doing great work across Brampton. And when I went to, I believe it's on Goreway Drive. Is that correct, Guru? You guys had your food bank there, and it's an entire banquet hall that's full, and you see so many people of all different backgrounds who are coming in getting food, and it was such an inspiration for the rest of us to continue to work hard and to see if we can help CAUSAID and all the other organizations around Brampton and Peel that are doing great work. But I definitely support this motion, and I'm hopeful that I'm able to second it as well.
Can I just make a final comment just on behalf of our organization?
Yes.
Thank you to all the councillors for your comments. I know it is very difficult for anybody to summarize in words the amount of work that goes in the background. So there's been a lot of communication between the organization and the City of Brampton, whether it's through the support task force. And I believe at some point every council member has been a participant in our efforts. So thank you once again for your support, not just today, but since March. And for all the kind words that we get to hear, I will pass these on to our volunteers who are the effort behind everything that we do. So once again, thank you so much. And we're really humbled by this nomination and also City Council supporting this motion. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you, Guru. And I don't believe there are additional speakers on this point. I just want to say to Councillor Singh, thank you for putting this motion forward. I believe there is momentum that's growing towards recognizing Ravi Singh for the incredible humanitarian that he is, and a Nobel Peace Prize would be a fitting gesture that shows we recognize people that do incredible work in our communities. And I can tell you the genesis for this, because this happened when Minister Sarkaria, myself, and Minister Uppal were talking, is, we were just aghast that the media in India was smearing Ravi Singh and CalSAID. And for me, I was incensed because I saw the work that CalSAID was doing in Brampton, from honoring healthcare heroes, bringing meals to people working on the front lines of COVID, to helping with homelessness. All I saw was an organization that was showing love to heroes in our community. It wasn't right. And the fact that there's been an outpouring across the world for people saying, of course he should be honored with a Nobel Peace Prize. Of course we want to join in the nomination. I just think it speaks to the work that CalSAID has done for the last 20 years, because everyone else has seen it as well. And so thank you for putting this forward, Councillor Singh, and thank you to Councillor Santos, Medeiros, and Dillon for speaking to it as well. And I see there's a request to have all of Council seconded. And I see Councillor Singh has agreed to that a friendly amendment. So is there anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing none, the motion passes unanimously. Thank you, Guru. This takes us back to the COVID-19 emergency. And I'll note that I have Councillor Palleschi first on the list. I'll give you an update, and I believe Councillor Palleschi may have a motion that he's going to bring forward as well. My update for this week really focuses on our continued efforts to build momentum for the paid sick days as an important tool that's necessary to protect our essential workers. Just this weekend, new public health data came out from our contact tracing that of the identified COVID cases since August, 25% include essential workers who went into work with symptoms. I know that's an astonishing number, 25%. And it shows you that it's not a rare example where someone has to, goes into work because they can't afford to miss a paycheck. They have to pay their rent or put food on the table. 25%. And think of the outbreaks that could have been avoided. Think of the community spread and workplace spread that could have been avoided if we had this tool. And so Dr. Lowe, Mayor Crombie, Mayor Tory, and myself are going to continue to campaign with enthusiasm for this tool. Just like it took us a while to get support for isolation centers, we are going to be dogged and determined till we get this tool, because essential workers have our back and we should have their back. So that is the only real change over the last week of new initiatives. I'll have Councillor Peleschi go on next. I believe he's got a motion he wants to bring forward as well. Councillor Peleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you for continuing to provide the updates and keep us well informed of all the work that's been happening. So, as a lot of members know, that it dates back to early April when I first called on the government to stop all international flights in and out of particularly Toronto Pearson Airport and all of Canada. And so I believe that there's an announcement coming fairly soon. So I wanted to put forward a motion again to call on the government of Canada to not only impose the immediate mandatory 14-day quarantine period, but also I had a discussion with Chief Nish last night and about the funding and really around the operation of trying to ensure that people that are coming from flights internationally are keeping with the 14-day quarantine period. And you may have seen on the news that they've done a little bit of research on some of the phone mappings of people coming into the country, and a lot of people are not staying to the 14-day quarantine period. It's almost next to impossible for our Peel Regional Police and the Region of Peel to police this. So I think I'll go into the motion. I'll read it as is. Whereas on January 12th, 2021, the government of Ontario declared a state of emergency in order to address surging numbers in COVID-19, and whereas as of January 14th, 2021, the government of Ontario enacted a stay-at-home order. Whereas under the declaration of provincial emergency, the province has provided authority to all enforcement provincial offences officers, including the Ontario Provincial Police, local police forces, bylaw officers, and provincial worldwide workplace inspectors to issue tickets to individuals who do not comply with the stay-at-home order. Whereas Canadian citizens and permanent residents are advised to avoid all non-essential travel outside of Canada until further notice to limit the spread of COVID-19. Whereas more than 60,000 international travelers are arriving at Toronto Pearson International Airport each week, and a total of 6,580 investigations have occurred. Whereas more than 64,000 people every week are not being adequately screened upon arrival at Toronto Pearson International Airport. Whereas the Peel Regional Police have not received federal relief funding through the Government of Ontario to offset the cost of existing Quarantine Act checks. Whereas the proctoring of isolation center falls under the responsibility of Peel Public Health. Therefore, be it resolved. The City of Brampton requests the Government of Canada to impose an immediate mandatory 14-day quarantine period on all inbound international travelers at an isolation hotel, and that the Government of Canada provide funding to Peel Regional Police and Peel Public Health to adequately enforce the Quarantine Act, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to Prime Minister Justin Trudeau, Deputy Minister Chrystia Freeland, and I'd also like to add to all of our local MPs as well. If anybody has any questions, I'm happy to respond.
Councillor Peleschi, just ask for some friendly amendments here. An isolation hotel is something very specific. What they're doing in New Zealand is it's just a mandatory at your own cost. You stay at a hotel, and I believe that's what Chrystia Freeland is either announced or is considering. You do want to, because an isolation hotel is run by the region, and the mandatory isolation hotels they have in other countries wouldn't necessarily be run by the region.
So your suggestion on wording is?
Just take out the word isolation.
Okay.
And we can scroll up a little bit further. And take out that whereas isolation centers fall under the responsibility of Peel Public Health. Because the current isolation centers in Brampton aren't run by Peel Public Health. Okay, just go up a little bit further. Scroll up, thank you. Okay. And I just want to say thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for speaking about this early on. I remember in April you were talking about this and the fact that some of the greatest tragedies in the province have been travel related. You look what happened at Roberta Place in Barrie related to a travel incident. They may be small in numbers, but it's how the variants are getting into the country. It's how we've had some tragedies that words don't even describe. I think right now there's momentum for further restrictions, and I think this motion would be welcome. And I believe Krista Freeland maybe even making an announcement today, if she hasn't already, because the media were speculating that this was going to happen. But I want to give credit to Councillor Paleshi, who at the beginning of the pandemic was talking about this. And if they had done this in the beginning of the pandemic, they'd done this in April, you know, we would be in a very different position. But maybe we wouldn't have some of these variants that are causing havoc in the country right now. And maybe some of these tragedies could have been avoided. So, you know, thank you, Councillor Paleshi, for your insights. I see we have Councillor Santos would like to speak.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to thank Councillor Paleshi for bringing this up and for persevering on this topic. You've brought this up in Brampton, but also at the region since the beginning of this pandemic. And so if there isn't a seconder, I'm happy to second it for you. And Mayor Brown, I'm happy that you brought up New Zealand, because certainly we could learn a lot from, we can't do anything about being an island, but we can learn a lot about what New Zealand has done. And so I'm happy to second this with you, Councillor Paleshi, and thank you again for persevering on this.
So, Councillor Paleshi, is that okay to have Councillor Santos second that?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Santos.
Okay. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. So I have a motion from Councillor Paleshi, seconded by Councillor Santos, to receive the COVID-19 report. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Peter, did we need a motion receiving a Malathon's delegation? I see you put that on the screen.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I assume that had occurred when the other operative motion was in place as well.
Okay. Okay. This takes us to reports from corporate officials. The City of Brampton's 2018-2022 Terms of Council Priorities, 2020 Highlights and Achievements. We also have a presentation from the CEO regarding this item and also related to the next item, 10.12, Term of Council Priorities, Midterm Refresh. Welcome, David. And if any councillors want to ask questions or speak, just add your name to the chat box.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, and to members of council, we're just going to pull the presentation up on the screen right now. Yeah. Well, that's great. Thank you, Mayor and Council. Thank you, Peter, for putting the presentation on the screen. I know we have a busy council agenda, so I'll try to move through this quickly, although it is important to celebrate our collective successes along the way. You may recall that in 2019, we initiated the concept of the highlights document and booklet throughout the term of council priorities for us to do these kind of annual reports similar to other organizations. So many successes in the 2019. This is the 2020 highlights. No need to remind this council, but I will ask for the next slide, Peter. The term of council priorities inform our activities, decisions, and budgets. Keys to success that helps us strengthen our strategic focus in a well-defined set of priorities. This council knows and launched in 2019 5 overarching strategic directions. That is, Brampton is a city of opportunities, Mosaic, Green City, Health and Safe City, and Well-Run City. Next slide, please. Look, we can't talk about 2020 highlights without referencing the COVID-19 response. Of note, the financial relief advocacy success
between our various departments, our government relations team, public affairs team, and council and the mayor's office as well. Overall, about $35 million received from Phase 1 Safe Restart Program, another 27.5 in Phase 2, and 600,000 Municipal Transit Enhanced Cleaning Fund. Overall, what does this mean? Look, in the spring and summer of 2020, our projections, we were anticipating approximately $60 to $70 million funding shortfall in the 2020 annual budget. We've been able to successfully turn it around, both between our advocacy successes as well as some prudence and frugality on the staff side in terms of not filling a lot of vacancies, others doing the heavy lifting and doing more work. Realized a tremendous amount of savings for the corporation to the tune of meeting that projected funding shortfall to now year end of plus or minus $1 million. So it's unaudited, more to come on the year end, but I did want to highlight that aspect in terms of the challenge and how it's been met to the benefit of Brampton taxpayers. Also, the task forces that were set up is a testament to the leadership of you, Council. Each of you supported these respective task forces, and your leadership was outstanding to help guide various aspects and staff supporting those. The Social Support Task Force, as an example, distributed about 35,000 pounds of food, 71,000 units of product, 121 emergency kits, and 136 school kits. It's just amazing. The Senior Support Task Force, again, 273 grocery delivery requests, and promoted Seniors Digital Cafe to alleviate social isolation. The Youth Support Task Force as well engaged youth, provided well-being and learning resources. Our Economic Support Task Force had over 10,000 touch points with businesses during the pandemic and developed economic recovery strategy to help restart the local economy. And of course, a reopening and recovery working group is certainly ongoing as well, received over 4,500 responses to a public survey, and provide information through the website and Facebook Live sessions, as well as interacting with staff and having those conversations on which aspects to reopen, how, when, where, and how to communicate. It's been invaluable. Next slide, please. Getting back to the 5 overarching strategic priorities, Brampton is a city of opportunities, includes improving livability, prosperity, and supporting businesses. To this end, over $233,000 in grant funding was distributed, over 1,000 clients consultations, 38 new businesses, 82 business expansions, and new collaborations are gaining wins for the business community and innovation district. We also developed our first tourism strategy. Next slide, please. Brampton is a mosaic, celebrating Brampton's diversity and inclusion. This council knows as well, and thank you. In the 2021 budget approval, which was last year or last month, launched an equity office to be launched this year with a focus on identifying and removing barriers in the workplace and the community. Council, you also established a Black African Caribbean Social, Culture, and Economic Empowerment in the Anti-Black Racism Unit. $435,000 invested in Advanced Brampton Fund, supporting 48 nonprofits. Record participation for Fire Services Career Information Session for the Black community, and renaming 2 city parks, Purple Lilac Memorial and Emancipation Park, with a focus on safety and inclusion. Next slide, Peter, please. Brampton is a green city, focusing on innovation, energy efficiency, public transit, revitalizing natural spaces. The Backyard Garden Program has been tremendously successful, and I see we're doing that again this year, which is great. 6,000 participants in 2020, 10,000 pounds of produce grown and donated to local food banks. Launched Community Energy and Emissions Reduction Plan, a roadmap that will improve energy efficiency, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and create economic advantage. The city secured $83.1 million funding to advance transit projects in 2020, and $38 million for the Riverwalk project to advance flood mitigation. Advancing Brampton's Transit third facility, a fully electric transit maintenance and storage facility. Next slide, please. Brampton is a healthy and safe city, focusing on community safety, improving mental health support, encouraging active and healthy lifestyles. Council has been a tremendous advocate on the automated speed enforcement. 26 were put in place in 2020. There are 4 new outdoor skating rinks, enhancements to recreation centers, parks and fields, and 26 kilometers of bike lanes constructed. Next slide, please. Brampton is a well-run city, meaning improving the way we work and deliver services through accountability and collaboration. The city in 2020 maintained its AAA credit rating, highest a municipality can receive for financial practices, announced yesterday, in fact, by Forbes, and selected, most importantly, selected by employees, one of Canada's top 100 employers in 2021, for 2021. The 3rd consecutive tax freeze and record contribution of $114 million to city reserves, 565,000 inquiries answered through our Service Brampton and departments, and a first in Ontario to launch Mobile Inspect, smartphone solution to inspect facilities. Next slide, please. On top of those tremendous achievements, and there's many more identified in the booklet that you have in front of you as well, Council adapted quickly. Once again, in the wake of COVID-19 global pandemic, the city pivoted some programs and continued commitment and perseverance. In November 2020, Council, you did a midterm review of your 51 initiatives supporting 22 priorities. 16 initiatives advanced as top priorities for you in support of the community, and the vast majority are on track, and some have been completed. Next slide, please. A good segue to the next report as well, as this one is to receive, but collectively we sharpened focus on 16 priorities in 2 buckets, intergovernmental and advocacy, and city mandated controlled. As an example, the advocacy efforts including second full service hospital, Queen Street BRT, and those that are within the city mandated and city controlled, economic recovery action plans, and Brampton Equity Office, etc. Further enhanced tracking and reporting, including an online self-serve term of council priority update process and revamped dashboard for council staff and the public. Next slide, please. And here you have, this is really a segue into the next report for your consideration, but a listing of those advocacy priorities moving forward midterm, as well as controlled priorities that we have. And each of these have been necessary resources behind it from the budget process. And again, once again, here subject to council approval. Next slide, please. But these in total make up the 2020 highlights, that once again, more in the documentation before you. So really want to take the time to, as we proceed through this term, the second year, to take the time to stop, reflect, celebrate these successes for you, council, for the public, for our staff, the contributions in the many respective divisions and departments, to see that their efforts are having true, tangible results that are impacting lives in the municipality. So with that, I'd like to thank council and staff, and happy to take any questions on this matter. Thank you.
Councillor Fortini, are you assuming that the chair is acting mayor? Can you please confirm? If not, I will move on to Councillor Medeiros. Councillor Medeiros is acting mayor for February. Councillor Fortini is acting mayor for January.
I'm fine, Peter Fay. This is Medeiros. I don't mind chairing while Mayor Brown is just out.
Thank you. I've just sent you the annotated agenda for reference, and we're on page 14.
Okay, that's fine. So do any members have any questions or comments? And in terms of the list, if you can just...
It's Councillor Santos and Councillor Vicente at the moment.
Okay, Councillor Santos, go ahead.
Thank you, through you, Acting Chair Medeiros. David, thank you very much for this presentation and for our midterm review of what happened in 2020. Given the COVID situation that threw everybody off, the quick response from council and staff, I'm still very happy and proud of all the various other accomplishments we've been able to achieve. I don't know if it was in there in the presentation, but another big piece of 2020 was another 0% property tax freeze. I think that was also a big one, and I don't know if I missed it in the presentation or not. I think that sometimes the media and folks like to talk about everything that we've done wrong sometimes, or folks who are not happy. And I agree with you that it is really nice to see a lot of the accomplishments and make sure that we take the time to acknowledge that. And so I thank you and all of the city staff and all of my colleagues for making 2020 a successful one despite all of the challenges. So I have no comments other than to say thank you very much for that review, and it's very nice to see some of the accomplishments of the past year.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Next is Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Acting Chair, and I just want to echo the sentiments of my ward mates in wards 1 and 5, Councillor Santos, for everything that you said. When residents ask us what are some of the accomplishments of your term of council thus far, being able to show them this list, a very exhaustive list of some of the things that we have been doing, notwithstanding the COVID pandemic and everything that is going on. And with respect to Councillor Santos' comment about media, and the reality today is that media doesn't penetrate as it used to, perhaps in days gone by. And I'd like to ask the CAO for your view on would it be possible if council gave direction for this information, perhaps at the end of the term next year, in 2022, if this could be distributed to every resident as a report card of sorts on what this council did with the 4 years that it had during its term of office, and if that could be considered during budget deliberations next year.
So thank you. Through you, Chair, absolutely. That is the intent, Councillor, to have this annual reporting that will lead up to a comprehensive term of council priority highlights. And certainly we have it available digitally, but if there's an intent and a desire to share it hard copy, I think that's something that is valid, that can be discussed at the appropriate budget time as one of the newsletters perhaps, or for a corporate communications product. So happy to have that conversation. Certainly it is something we will be doing, and what's the best way to communicate it effectively to our residents? I will look to our Stratcom folks and council for how you wish that to be best rolled out.
Thank you, David. And so in addition to, I'd be happy to move or second receipt of the report, but also to amend that information comes back to council at budget time for further consideration. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and I just want to thank the CAO. I read this presentation, and obviously we're accomplishing a lot. And even during COVID, it's even surprises me what we have on our documents, especially with what we're trying to accomplish as well. So I also enjoyed slide 19 in particular, which sort of hones down into our priorities. Because for me, if I think what are my priorities, they are these priorities. Second full service hospital with an emergency room, might I add. But I guess that's what we mean by full service hospital. Emergency room, Queen Rapid Transit, all day, 2-day go, Riverwalk, third transit facility, Brampton University, Brampton Community Safety Action Plan, and here Ontario LRT. So it's good that staff and council are aligned on their objectives. And now, obviously, a lot of it's about the execution, and we are seeing that when we look at, for example, Queen Street BRT moving from initial business case to the EA phase, Riverwalk getting 40 million for the federal government. So these files are moving along. So just hope that we can stay focused and deliver these key projects and create key priorities collectively with staff for our residents, which ultimately I think they're expecting us to land these. So anyways, thank you for all the work, and hope to continue to work together to execute some of these visions. Thank you.
Okay, I see Councilor Medeiros.
Yeah, and thank you very much for you, Mayor. And I echo many of the comments. I guess to our CAO, and the one thing I really like about the presentation is the power of the numbers. Is we talk about a lot of times our metrics. How are we achieving what we're? I think what's important. The numbers and what we're doing really reflects the activity. I think that from just an understanding when we identify priorities and sort of how are we meeting those priorities and trying to communicate that through numbers is extremely important. And I understand Councilor Vicente suggested at the end of term, but in meanwhile, and I don't know if maybe StratChem, I would assume they are, social media tiles or anything, this is a presentation I plan on posting publicly, and I think it's important to our residents that they also see that. But I'm just wondering, is there any plan from a StratCom perspective to develop sort of some social media tools, tiles, or anything that we can sort of communicate them with?
Hi, Councillor. It's Jason, and through the chair, we have a series of social media package that we'll send out later today on this, as well as it will be uploaded digitally on the website so anyone can download the product as well. And then in addition to that, either today or in the coming days, we'll be updating also that TOCP web page with respect to the refresh report that's before you as well.
No, thank you very much. And just lastly, through you, Mayor, to our CEO, and again, this is a real good reminder of what we've done and so on. From our priorities and from what you see in all this activity, are there any sort of areas in which, moving forward, understanding that we still have a year and a half with the pandemic, is there any sort of, from our top list of priorities, are there ones that you would identify that during the pandemic, certainly there's been an impact, and maybe there's been an impact on all of them? Are there ones that you think that, council, we have to pay, more attention to one or the other, in terms of understanding that, there's some great, achievements here. There's some good numbers. But from our council priorities, do you just think keep straight ahead and we're on the right path, or is there anything that you would want to flag that we might want to give more focus on or staff plan on sort of really emphasizing? And I know we're going to be talking about Brampton U coming up, but in terms of the files, is there any sort of thing that you'd want to flag for council that we should be aware of?
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. With respect to the 2020 highlights, yes, certainly there's a lot of highlights there, and different items are important for different people. So we'll try to make sure we highlight all the items that are as appropriate. Moving forward, I think what your question is a great segue to the next report, really, and that is consideration of final approval for your midterm priority review. And I would say, look, that process and that discussion has already greatly helped clarify for staff in terms of prioritizing, focusing certain files. As we've discussed before, the over 50 plus that we had previously, which we've now absorbed as work plans, because predominantly a lot of those staff should be working on anyway. And what was happening was council was, and rightly so, adding on their priorities as we navigate through this term. This has really allowed us to capture what your priorities are while staff continue on their work plans. Certainly the advocacy pieces, we can continue to move ahead on all those fronts to advocate for everything on that list for council. Under the city mandated and controlled priorities, once again, council has already approved budgetary resources to move ahead on those fronts. But I would perhaps ask if we receive this report and get into the next report, we can maybe have a little bit more of a discussion. There is one that I would flag in terms of the fiscal responsibility piece. There's some clarification there, but As staff, we're prepared to support council in any way you like. If you've given us the resources, we can proceed. I hope
thank you so much, David. It's when you see something along the lines as Brampton being the first in Ontario to launch, for example, Mobile Inspect, that's an amazing sort of initiative. When you think of the impact on customer service, when you think about a response to the pandemic and how we're continuing, that's a great storyline. It's just a lot of good information, a lot of great sort of information here that we should be highlighting, and to digest everything that we're doing is fantastic. But I think this was a good reminder, and we keep moving to improve. So I thank staff, I thank you, I thank everyone for their leadership and work on this, and certainly I can. It's really helpful for us to communicate to residents all the sort of lists of activity and achievement. So thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Bowman is next.
Yes, thank you, Peter. Our next question is Jeff Bowman has a comment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, through you. This would be probably directed to our communications department. Coming from owning a marketing company background, these achievements really represent the products that this council has offered to the residents. And when you're offering products to the resident in any business capacity, the resident needs to understand the impact of what we've done. So if I can just make a comment to Jason, when we put out tiles or when we put out any descriptives that we want to put on social media for this, it's great to put a list down. But if the residents have no understanding of the benefit to them of the action we've taken, then they have no perceived benefit. And if there's no perceived benefit by the residents to any of this, then to them it's meaningless. So if we can work on that, if we've taken an action, what did that action do, and how is it going to benefit our residents in this city going forward? That would be a big help. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair, we can take that away, and I'll talk to my team about where there's either projects or different things that may not have a full clarity for public. We'll make sure that we elaborate and can highlight, as Councillor Medeiros mentioned, the numbers and specific results around those projects. Thank you.
Okay, next up is Councillor Willens.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor, and maybe this is a comment or a question maybe to the clerk. I'm a little uneasy with that the information contained there and also be provided to council and residents at the end of the term in 2022. We'll be starting to campaign. Now, Peter, I don't believe I think we put the names in, or whoever's running again puts their names in May. I don't believe the city should be putting stuff out once you become a candidate. So we have to be cautious there. I don't know if we can maybe remove the end of 2022 and just leave it as for the term of 2018-2022. Because I'm a little cautious that anybody maybe running against those that are running may see that as city staff are promoting one over the other. And I don't, you have some comments there, Peter, to clarify that. Thank you.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Perhaps that would be a conversation as part of the budget consideration when this comes back. The use of corporate resources policy in the Municipal Elections Acts prohibit a municipality making a contribution to election candidates. So we may be in that area in 2022. So, and there are provisions that say no councillor newsletters after a certain time. This would not necessarily preclude the municipality releasing information, but we'll have to be very clear on what type of information is being released. And we can have that conversation during budget consideration. So there may have to be some amendments to the document in terms of what type of information is included in terms of representation for persons that may or may not be election candidates at that point in time.
That's what I was thinking. That's great. Thanks, Peter.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. I see next up on the list is Councillor Vasante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I agree with Councillor Willens. It's important that this not overlap or coincide with elections and so forth. And so I think, as the clerk provided an example, as part of our budget discussions, we can ensure that this is done well in advance of that period. Thank you.
Are there any other questions?
Mr. Mayor, sorry, my hand doesn't work, or my chat box. Martini.
Okay, Councillor Pertini.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, David. That's really good. Great. One thing on the hospital, I'm glad it's on the list. Do you think, like every hospital, we have to come up with a percentage or something? Do we might have to get phase 2 going? We have to come up with a tax levy or some push the province. How can we push this? Because this is, look at now, like our hospitals are full, and we got to get this hospital moving. I know this is the university and the LRT, but healthcare, I think, in the city of Brampton should be the most focused for everyone.
Well, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, once again, we continue to have dialogue with our healthcare partners and provincial partners on these important matters related to health in the city, number one, but also the facilities, both phase 2 and other opportunities, including the full service hospital with an emergency. And yeah, certainly conversation around municipal contribution has arisen. We're nowhere near a point to bring a number or proposal to council at this time, but it is a conversation. It will be ongoing, and at some point, Councillor, you are correct. There will be a conversation at the council table to have a discussion around, what level of support, what level of contribution. There are, good arguments to consider in terms of the province paying a certain amount, but those dynamics will be coming forward when we have the appropriate information, understanding that, yes, the dialogue it continues to occur.
Thank you. One more thing. Last term we were talking about all day go, and I know this term we've been pushing hard. So the transit, Metrolink and all, GO station, they started building these parking to accommodate more cars, because they say in about 4 years we're supposed to have all day go. On Steeles, they're talking about the GO station there having 9 trains per hour. Are we going to be looking soon on Steeles how to do an EA study, how we're going to move these people around? Because it's already congested now. And if we're going to have all these trains coming and going, it's going to cause more of a congestion on Steeles. Do we look at start doing a study on the EA? I don't know, looking at staff, what we can do?
And certainly, if I may, through the chair, we are working with Metrolinx on their plans for the high level of heavy rail service they're provided to Bramalea GO at Steeles in Bramalea. Our local services will be coordinated, and we are looking at different potential BRT systems of higher order transit along that corridor. And that's a gradual phase that we're working with Metrolinx in terms of how that looks, and we will definitely be bringing that back to council for the appropriate approval process and or information at the right time.
Okay, thank you so much, and thank you, David, and everyone.
Mr. Mayor, there are no more speakers on this item.
Thank you. So we have the motion on the floor moved by Councillor Vasante and Councillor Santos. Is anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. So 10.12, is this already dealt with, or because this was part of it, wasn't it?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I believe it was touched on in the presentation, but it is a separate item.
Okay, then does anyone have questions, or is there a presentation related to 10.1.2?
Through you, Mayor, thank you so much. So you're right, part of that presentation I delivered did contain both highlights as well as speak to some of the elements here. This is a separate report, and in essence, this report is a culmination of the work that you did at the end of last year in terms of identifying the midterm priority update. So this is before you for your consideration and approval, and if so, that would kind of cement the priorities for the balance of this term for staff to take away and focus on. One of the items I did want to highlight, though, is under, I'm not sure, Peter, if you can bring it on the screen or not, but it's under the city mandated controlled priorities within the report. It's scored at 4.1. That's the fiscal responsibility competitive taxes. So each of the responsible departments have a respective staffing area. This one I wanted to highlight just for clarity for council's consideration, that the deliverable here is the residential tax rate be middle of the pack, middle of the GTA pack by the end of next term. And so really that will be up to council through the budget process. I just want to make sure that there's an understanding that this is something that staff can't go away and do on their own, but it will be something that will come up every year in the budget process. There is a tremendous amount of work that the city would have to do to achieve GTA middle of the pack residential tax rate by the end of next term. And I just wanted to highlight that reality, and in terms of whether there's consideration that council may want to amend the wording on that one or leave it there, and it would be visited on an annual basis through the budget process.
Okay, are there any questions on this? A suggestion from Paul Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And, with every year as we do budget deliberations, this, of course, is the kind of holy grail of what we're trying to achieve, to get to the middle of that pack when we're compared to other municipalities and residents compare their tax rates. And the CAO, I'm fine with the wording the way it is, but if council is amenable to us moving towards the middle of the GTA pack, that may also work. And Mayor, as chair of budget, welcome your thoughts on that. Thank you.
You're asking for David Barrick's thoughts on that?
Your opinion, Mr. Mayor.
My opinion?
Yes, sir.
On getting to the middle of the pack?
Correct, yes.
Yeah, I think it's important that we become tax competitive, and over the period that's achievable, I think that would be something for council to discuss at a future budget deliberation. It certainly won't happen overnight because we started at the back of the pack. Playing catch up, needs to be, unfortunately, incremental, because you can't make that type of gains overnight.
So thank you, Mayor, and I think through you, Mayor, to the CAO, I think that we'll continue to try to achieve that goal, and I think we all believe that it may be possible to do that by the end of next term. Especially, it may not always require a zero, but it may require a very competitive increase. Thank you.
Next question is Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I support Councillor Vicente's suggestion to change the language to residential tax rate, something along the lines of moving towards the middle of the GTA pack. I think that would be helpful and provide some more clarity for staff. I also just wanted to share some concern, and happy that Councillor Vicente put that suggestion forward, because if we kept that particular wording the way it was, I'd be very scared about impacting our operational and core services by striving way too aggressively to be at the middle of the pack and not necessarily prioritizing those core services that our residents value. So I'm great with the suggestion by my ward partner, Councillor Vicente, and happy to support that.
Okay. The page for wording, residential. Yep, that seems to. That's good wording. Okay, no other comments or questions? And we have a motion, say the move by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Santos. That the report titled Terms of Council Priorities Midterm Refresh. The Council approved the updated Term of Council Priorities as outlined in the Term of Council Priority project summaries identified in Table A, along with the amended wording on page 4. Is there anyone?
So, Mr. Chair, I just wish to clarify in terms of the amendment moved by the councillors that's been drafted on the screen. So really, it is an amendment to priority, the priority identified as fiscal responsibility / competitive tax rates. And the amendment that's being proposed is, instead of saying residential tax rate middle of the GTA PAC by the end of next term, it's residential tax rate moving towards middle of the GTA PAC by end of next term. Except with deletion to end of next term. So then it would be that it be replaced with residential tax rate moving towards the middle of the GTA PAC. And that's it. So end of next term is removed. Is that correct, Councillor Santos and Councillor Vicente?
Yeah, so as per the CAO's comments before, that we are trying to achieve these goals by the end of next term, looking at the challenge that presents, we may need to be realistic, as the CAO said, and look and be able to celebrate that we are firmly moving in that direction. And so I can understand the clerk wanting to take out by the end of next term. I didn't think that that was necessary, but it may be redundant. So I'm supportive of the way it is worded right now on the screen. Thank you.
And thank you, Councillor Vicente. I support that wording as well. I think it's appropriate given the current dynamic of where we are on the chart. Okay, so the motion moved by Councillor Vicente, seconded by Councillor Santos. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, so our next item is a staff report on Brampton U update. Do we have a staff member presenting this report available?
Good afternoon, Mayor Brown and members of council. It's Gurdeep Kaur. I'm here today to provide you an update on the Brampton U project. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, Gurdeep.
Yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. We are joined today virtually by Catherine and Jay Paul from Stakeholder Research Associates. We have continued to work on stakeholder engagement on the Brampton U project since our last update to council, and we're pleased to provide a summary of it to you today. In July 2020, the city released 3 green papers about the proposed economic strategy, the governance model, and the economic strategy for Brampton U. The green papers highlighted how Brampton U aligned with the province's updated major capacity expansion policy framework, and also allowed us to highlight some of the academic institutions who we've been in discussions with, including the London School of Economics and Political Science, Queen Mary University of London, D2L, and the University of Guelph. In September, with the support of Stratcom, staff invited residents who have reached out in support of the project to record clips of them explaining why they support the Brampton U movement. We hope to schedule the release of the video in line with the potential announcements from the city and or the province. Stakeholder Research Associates has continued to build on our stakeholder engagement by reaching out to local businesses in Brampton for their input on how Brampton U could be mutually beneficial for both the city and their businesses. At this time, I will now ask Jay Paul to provide details on the work that they've been doing.
Thank you, Gurdeep. Thank you, everyone, for having us present today. It's nice to see everybody. As Gurdeep touched on, we've been engaged as part of the ongoing stakeholder engagement exercise around the business community here in Brampton. Myself, I have some history, as you may be aware, with the expansion of post-secondary opportunities, excuse me, in Brampton, both under former council chairing the Blue Ribbon Panel, in which we engaged in some fulsome conversations around new opportunities with universities, and then more recently under this term of council, chairing the committee on innovation and post-secondary opportunities. And through that, I've had the opportunity to really understand the needs of the community, be involved, and understand who the stakeholders were that were at the table, but also realize through those processes the key role that stakeholder engagement plays, both in terms of keeping the community apprised and aware of what is happening in Brampton. There is a keen interest, as you are all well aware, both in post-secondary opportunities, but more generally ensuring that there are opportunities for learning and education within our community. And then to also ensure that the work that the city is undertaking or any of our post-secondary partners are undertaking is aligned with the needs of the community. So as Gurdeep touched on, we had some initial conversations with stakeholders in the middle of last year in 2020. And we realized through that process, although there was some great communication happening with residents and the community through some of the teletown halls and other outreach activities, and our institutional partners like the library, school boards, and post-secondary partners were all well heard from through the various committees and their own efforts to engage with the city, we weren't hearing enough from our business leaders. And this was in particular a key group that we wanted to engage, both because they are the employers of graduates, and we wanted to understand some of the ways in which their current schools are preparing, or if there are any gaps or opportunities that we need to be addressing to meet the needs of employers and help students be ready for the workforce. But also, as we look at how university education is unfolding in the 21st century, the key role that employers play as participants in the educational process, primarily through supporting experiential learning and other forms of education and mentorship. So that being the case, we undertook to coordinate a series of workshops over the past several months to share updates on Brampton U, solicit input from the business community on some key areas, and regarding Brampton U and post-secondary opportunities in general. There were three key themes that we probed on: the readiness of graduates, the impact of a Brampton U and what it could have for the community, what employers would look to as the contribution of a new university in Brampton, and how a Brampton U could support future growth or development as industry expands, evolves to meet new challenges. We've included in the package today some of the speaker notes that were used to guide these workshops. We've had 4 so far, and 4 more are scheduled in the coming weeks. As part of the outreach to engage businesses into these workshops, we also ended up having a number of one-on-one conversations with some employers and some one-on-one conversations to come where an organization perhaps wasn't able to make the workshop, or in some cases had so many members within their team who wanted to participate, there was value in setting up a one-to-one conversation with them. Through the course of the past several months, we've reached out to 65 businesses across a wide sector of companies in Brampton. The sectors we touched on included healthcare, advanced manufacturing, logistics, tech and IT, as well as food. And we found that group primarily through working with our partners in the community. So City of Brampton Economic Development Office, the Brampton Board of Trade, as well as looking at those businesses and community leaders who'd historically been involved in some of the initiatives around post-secondary education. Thus far, we've had 18 employers engaged, and we have, as I mentioned, more coming in the coming weeks. So the slides are there to walk you through if you wanted to see some of the conversations that we had. The discussions were all facilitated, and we had city staff included in the workshops as well as observers, and to be there to answer any questions specific to the historical actions taken on by the city. The conversations were very, as you can see through the slides, we facilitated very open-ended conversations, which were really focused around trying to solicit the broadest set of opinions, which included having participants talk amongst each other in smaller groups to generate ideas that we as the consultants and that city staff could learn from. So as a result of all this activity, we've had a wide number of perspectives brought to the table, both on Brampton Youth specifically and how that could be more successful and refined, but also post-secondary opportunities in Brampton in general. And we got a number of insights on types of programming, how best to deliver education into the workforces and our residents in the coming years. And most importantly, how the business community would like to be involved in the ongoing leadership or development of university and post-secondary opportunities in the community. One of the observations certainly is that there's a hunger for ongoing engagement and communication among the business community. And it's critical, we feel, to create more opportunities for engagement, not just in the short term to solicit input, but on an ongoing basis to solicit feedback and ensure that there's ongoing exposure and involvement from the business community throughout the process of developing this initiative around Brampton U. So a more fulsome report will be delivered in the coming weeks to Council, where we have already started drafting it and are just awaiting some final consultations in order to have all our findings together, at which time we'll be happy to speak in more detail about our findings and some of the observations that the business community brought forward. Gurdeep?
Okay, so we have time for questions now. I see Councillor Santos would like to speak, followed by Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mayor. Thank you, Gurdeep and Jay Paul and Catherine, for the work and the presentation so far. It's clear from this update, as well as the work in the business community and with the residents and other stakeholders, that we are doing the groundwork and getting the feedback that we need to deliver on what the residents have been wanting for a while, which is a university, our own university here at the City of Brampton. And particularly, Jay Paul, I'm so pleased that you're on this project because you had the experience from the previous term and the relationships with the various business stakeholders to understand what that labor market and skills gap is that employers in Brampton are really looking for. I think that's a very important piece. And it's also nice to see in the report, despite the fact that we're working on this project, which is a very important one, as we know from the term of council priorities that we just passed, but it's nice to know that we continue our ongoing strong relationships with the existing institutions, post-secondary institutions here in Brampton, and continue to invest in them. And at the end of the day, if and when, and more likely when, Brampton U comes to fruition, the reality is that Brampton is a better place because we are offering more opportunities for students, for youth, and for more people here in the City of Brampton. So I really just wanted to say thank you for your hard work. I do have a question, possibly, and I'm not sure who would answer, and that is, what has the feedback been so far? What has the response been so far? I know that we're still having more conversations with the business community, but what's the response been?
Yeah, not to get, so thank you, Councillor Santos, first of all, for the kind words and all the support. I don't want to get too far ahead of the findings as we're still speaking to stakeholders as we're going, and we still need to do some analysis on the information we've collected. But by and large, what I can say as a general theme, without getting too far ahead of ourselves, is that there is a huge interest in increasing the number of post-secondary opportunities here in the community. Although we do have partners established, our community and the growth of our business community is outpacing that which any institution can provide on its own, and furthering, expanding the number of opportunities in specific areas to meet unique needs that our businesses have is something that there's a great demand for right now. And so we'll get into some of the specific program areas certainly, and some of the learning modalities that our business leaders are looking for. But as a general statement, there's definitely a desire for more, and quite frankly, more engagement as well. Although we have some good experiential learning programs and good involvement from the business communities and leadership within some of our post-secondary institutions, one of the things we've discovered by doing a broad outreach that's knocked on a lot of doors is there are a lot of businesses who still want to be engaged, who haven't yet found that opportunity or have been waiting to be invited in, who I think as we expand and grow what we're doing in Brampton, we'll only start to see an acceleration of engagement from the business community as well.
Thank you very, very much. I had a follow-up question and comment after that, and I have forgotten because my stomach is empty and I'm losing energy. But anyway, I know that
I was going to say it was because I wowed you.
I remember. In terms of the institutions that are interested, that have signed the MOUs with us, these are again world-leading institutions that residents in Brampton, that people in the GTA can now access in Brampton should it happen. And it's amazing that, my alma mater, London School of Economics, has signed that MOU. Queen Mary University from University of London has signed that MOU. Guelph Humber, D2L, which is one of the leading platforms in terms of online virtual learning platforms. Those are all huge opportunities for Brampton. So thank you very much.
Okay, I'll take that more of a comment than a question, but Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Mayor, and thank you, Jay Paul. And it's, I echo the comments from Councillor Santos. It's great to see you involved, and notwithstanding being a former member of the Blue Ribbon Panel, along with Councillor Dillon, working very closely with you during your chairmanship, and really going through aspects of the work that we did, and it just seems like deja vu where we're at today. But more specifically, I want to get into, it's interesting regarding the work that you're doing on stakeholder reactions and stakeholder engagement and that feedback, because one of the sort of concerns I've always expressed is sort of that brand affiliation, that brand, how powerful a brand Brampton U is going to be. Is it going to be, with all due respect, one of these infomercials I see on TV where, when we sort of decided on Ryerson, and, notwithstanding what the provincial government did, there was, that was a strong sort of consideration, is what is that going to do with the city and how powerful that is. And when you deal with institutions like a Ryerson, like a UFT, and so on and so on, and then we have already in our community Sheridan College, and such valuable contributions they do, and notwithstanding the other institutions that we have. So I've always had that sort of unease, and what I'm hoping that you do when you do your analysis is really sort of be acutely in tune to that sort of brand and what the employer's sense of comfort is. Because, when you throw in all these names that Councillor Santos just rhymed off, those are all interesting names. No one's going to deny London School of Economics, and I'll throw all these institutions. But when it comes to exactly what is being proposed, different than what I can just go on my computer and register online for my courses, that is very complex stuff. And this is a new way of looking at education. And, kudos to everyone involved in pushing this. And I've been skeptical from day one, just from the whole regulatory and what Ministry of Education. So I know there's a lot packed in there. But, one of the things I think your role is going to be so important is to give confidence to council that, notwithstanding all the technical issues around it, is how is it going to be received by the community? How is it going to be perceived in terms of the value proposition, where we have Sheridan College and we have, my apologies, name escapes me, the other university that we have here currently in our downtown. But what is the value proposition for this, and what are the expectations?
Sure. Thank you, Councillor. First for the kind words and for the comment. I think you're absolutely right. That's a topic we'll have to discuss. It's certainly something that's come up thematically throughout any of our conversations around university education in Brampton Going back, even to previous council, we were contemplating this piece. And as someone who's, in the process right now of having a son, do applications to universities for next year, that notion of that brand and what it means to go to a particular school is particularly acute to me right now. And all that said, I have every confidence. We're not here to steer. We're only here to reflect that which the community is telling us. But I have every confidence that as we start to bring together the information we're collecting and present it back to council, that the things that you're concerned about, Councillor Medeiros, will be addressed. Fundamentally, there are still opportunities to meet the needs of our community as it grows, both from the perspective of residents, but very much germane to what we're talking about today, from the business community. And fundamentally, if there's a demonstration that we can provide, and when I say we, I mean as a community, as leadership in our community, opportunities for education for our residents that allow them to have skills that they can bring into the workforce that are of quality, I think that alone will be the brand that carries the day. And in as much as we're really proud and excited for a Ryerson, as someone you and I are of a similar generation, we know at the time that we were going to university, Ryerson wasn't a school that was at the same level of regard as a U of T or a York would have been in Toronto, and it built itself over time to be a preeminent educational institution in this country. I think we just need to also look at anything at Brampton U as part of an evolutionary process as well, and understand that on day one, it's going to deliver what it can deliver, and over time, what the brand will stand for, will grow as we make a successful institution here.
Yeah, and through the mayor, thank you. Those are great comments, J. Paul, and I think you really, you've provided, that type of answer and that type of articulation, gives me a comfort that we're going in the right direction, because you are right. Ryerson back in my day wasn't exactly top of mind where they are now. And certainly, at least there's pathways. But the piece that you talk about, labor market responsiveness, right, in terms of meeting the needs of our employers, meeting the needs of our students. So, I think your work is going to be really much a cornerstone of my consideration as we move forward on this project and what we do. And I think that feedback is going to be so vital for council to inform us on our decision making. So I thank you so much, and I'm really happy that you're involved in this. Thank you, J. Paul.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. I don't see any other questions. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Santos, seconded by Councillor Medeiros, that the report titled Brampton U Update at the council meeting of January 27th, 2021 be received. Is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries.
Mr. Mayor, the next item, 10.4.1, was listed on consent, but removed from consent by Councillor Palleschi.
Okay, Councillor Palleschi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I've had a few conversations with some staff. I'm just not confident in the language that I'm reading in the report with respect to the registration on title in there, and where it says that the landowner will agree to give the land to the city at that time. That doesn't mean that, in 10 years from now, if we need the land, that it comes back to us at zero cost to the city. So I just want to ensure that on title, the language is strong with respect to the intent of it coming back to the city of Brampton at zero cost to the city of Brampton or the corporation. Everything else that meets and needs set out in there, I believe, I support with respect to if we require the land in the future. So I'm not looking to change any of that. I'm only looking to ask staff request that the language be a little bit stronger in the registration on title. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Alan Parsons here. I'm going to ask that Mr. Stephen Ganesh, one of our development services managers that's close to the issue here, just to provide some detail for Councillor Palleschi. Thank you.
Great. Through you, Mr. Mayor, and Councillor Palleschi, thanks very much for the suggestion. It's a good one. It's certainly our intent that the agreement is designed to achieve exactly what you're suggesting, and I after listening to your question, I quickly looked at the agreement, and Schedule C of the agreement has language to suggest that the lands be conveyed to the city gratuitously, and the owner is responsible for all costs associated with that conveyance at the time that the city may require such lands for road widenings, any infrastructure works, etc.
Okay, so the language currently that's set out
It's in the agreement, Schedule C of the agreement. That's right.
in Schedule C that the intent is at zero cost to the city in the future.
Exactly.
Okay, okay, just double checking. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Happy to move the report. Thanks, Steve.
Thanks.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to the motion?
Mr. Chair, sorry. Oh, my apologies. I thought Councillor Medeiros was on the board. That was the last item. My apologies.
Okay, moved by Councillor Paleshi, seconded, let's say, by Councillor Willens. Anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. Okay, this takes us to committee reports. We're now at item 12, committee reports or minutes. We have 4 committee reports in the form of minutes on today's agenda. Under Council's meeting procedures and committee or section chair introduces their committee report or minutes and summarizes the matters considered and now brought forward to Council today for ratification. Our next item is 12.1. The Planning and Development Committee met on December 7th. The committee minutes are here for Council's receipt as the committee recommendations were approved by Council at our December 9th meeting. I have a motion moved by Councilor Frattini, seconded by Councilor Medeiros to receive the committee minutes. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Hearing none, the motion carries. The next item is 12.2. The Governance and Council Operations Committee met on January 18th. The committee minutes are here for consideration and approval. I'll now pass the chair to Councilor Frattini to lead council in the consideration of the committee minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have some things to for clarification. Before I do that, does any member of council have any questions on our last meeting?
I do, it's Councillor Singh.
Councillor Singh, go ahead.
Yeah, there's just some housekeeping changes that I think the clerk is going to suggest to the city clerk.
So, Mr. Chair, Councillor Singh is introducing a few housekeeping amendments to the recommendation on the Committee of Council structure. The first is I mistakenly had it identified as 4 sections for Committee of Council. In fact, there will be 5. And the second is it's come to our attention that tourism and film was identified as a functional responsibility of the Economic Development section. However, given the current organizational structure, those responsibilities reside within the Strategic Communications, Culture and Events Division, and it is more appropriate for those 2 functions to be relocated to the Corporate Services section, because the principle behind Council's or Committee's decision and recommendation on the Committee of Council structure is to ensure alignment with the current operating department. So that is the motion that's being introduced by Councillor Singh and will require a seconder.
Okay. I'm glad to second it. Is any members opposed to this motion? Okay. Yes, no one's opposed. It carries. Am I right, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, Mr. Chair. If there's no speakers to that motion, then it carries.
Okay, thank you. The other thing I wanted to ask, Mr. Clerk, we had a motion, I think it was done by Councilor Vicente, just for clarification on the consultant that was paid from one councillor. Can you put or tell us what was the motion? Because I think there's a little bit of confusion.
Certainly. Charlotte, if you can go to the minutes for the Governance Committee. There is a report provided by Finance at the January 18th Governance and Council Operations Committee meeting regarding a third-party auditor for a forensic audit, and we'll bring the committee recommendation.
Not that one. It was about the consultants. It was about the consultant. There was a motion. I think the motion is not clear. I've been asked for a couple of councillors. So
sorry, Mr. Chair.
It was gone to the Integrity Commissioner, or hasn't it gone to the Integrity Commissioner? That's my question.
Okay, my apologies. So in November of 2020, the Governance Committee passed two motions. One was to ask staff to report back on a forensic audit, which staff did at the January 18th meeting of Committee of Council. The second was in regard to a referral to the Integrity Commissioner with regards to questions regarding the dates. And that was referred ultimately to Council and approved by Council on December 9th. And as a result of that Council approval on that resolution, I have sent the required documentation to the Integrity Commissioner as per Council's resolution.
But the council resolution, what I was asked by the council, was there a complaint filed or was just seeking information?
The wording of the resolution through you, Mr. Chair, if I'm just going to recount, is speaks to referring the dates in question to the Integrity Commissioner for investigation and or advice. So all materials that were considered by the committee in regard to this matter, you may recall the chronology that was discussed at previous meetings, videos from the meeting proceedings, and the relevant closed session extracts have been provided to the Integrity Commissioner. I can advise that I have had one scoping meeting with the Integrity Commissioner regarding this matter, but I haven't, there hasn't been any further action in terms of direct interaction with myself at this point.
Okay. So when you mean about advice, can you clarify that?
So through you, Mr. Chair.
That's
so
where the confusion is.
The way the motion was worded was for either investigation and or advice. When the Integrity Commissioner receives a complaint or an inquiry, she will make a determination whether or not, one, it's within her jurisdiction, and two, it's something worthy to investigate. And in fact, the complaint protocol speaks to more of an informal investigation first before a determination is made whether it is a formal investigation. So that work, that ongoing work may be underway at this point. I'm not privy to all the operations of the Integrity Commissioner.
Okay, so
but she does have it.
I'm going to reflect back to Councillor Vicente. I thought our direction was a complaint was filed. So I don't know, is anyone on the board to speak on this? I think Councillor Vicente, he's the one who presented this motion, so I want to clear it through him.
Through you, Mr. Chair, Councillor Vicente is on the board, and I'm sorry if members can't hear me. I will try to speak louder.
Yep.
Thank you.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you through you, Councillor Fortini, Chair Fortini. Yeah, I believe the intent of our discussion was to send it to the IC for investigation.
Okay. So are we clear on that, Mr. Clerk?
Oh, through you, Mr. Chair, yes, I'm clear. The council resolution is very clear. It says investigation and or advice. The Integrity Commissioner will take that under advisement and may determine, and I can't speak for the Integrity Commissioner, whether or not an investigation will commence or whether an informal investigation will start, and that may or may not lead to something. I don't want to speak for her on that.
Yep. Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of council? I don't see any. Okay, I'll pass it back to you for ratification, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Fortini. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini and seconded by Councillor Medeiros to approve the committee minutes.
And Mr. Mayor, that would be as amended by the Councillor Singh motion.
As amended. Okay, is there anyone opposed? Hearing none, the motion carries. This takes us to item 12.3. The Planning and Development Committee met on January 18th. The committee minutes are here for your consideration and approval. I'll now pass the chair to Councillor Medeiros to lead council in the consideration of the committee minutes. Councillor Medeiros? Maybe Councillor Fortini is the vice chair?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, you can hear. Does any members have questions over the last planning meeting? Seeing none, I'll pass it back to you for ratification. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, I have a motion moved by Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Willens to approve the committee minutes. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, the vote will count in the affirmative. Seeing no objections, the motion carries. Our next set of minutes is item 12.4. The Committee of Council met on January 20th. The committee minutes are here for Council's consideration and approval. I'll now pass the chair to the respective section chairs in order of consideration during the committee meeting to lead Council in consideration of the committee recommendations. Councillor Vicente chaired the Economic Development and Culture section. Councillor Singh chaired the Corporate Services section. Councillor Vicente chaired the Public Works and Engineering section. Councillor Santos chaired the Community Services section. Council will then consider a motion to approve the recommendations in its entirety after all section chairs have concluded their summaries and any resulting council questions or debate is finished. So, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Do any members of council have any questions with regards to any parts of the Economic Development and Culture section or the Public Works and Engineering section of Committee of Council? Seeing none, back to you, Mayor.
Councillor Singh.
Do any members have any questions of the Corporate Services section? I believe Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to take the opportunity to pull out the that consent report that we were dealing with, item 921, I believe. 921 in the Corporate Services section. Okay. I'd like the opportunity for us to go through with the trial period as the possible suggestion by staff. If members have any issues with that, I'm not sure, but I think that this is something that might be able to provide our committees the structure and council meetings with moving it along a little bit quicker than most. I find that it works well at the region, and there are a lot of other municipalities that also do it that way. So just on a trial basis, I'd like to see if we can try it out. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. So are you putting it as a motion, or you just?
Yep, just pulling out that that portion, the 921, is that the one that's?
Yeah, I just want to.
Just seeing if we can get it up. It was 921 in the minutes of the Corporate Services section. One of the possibilities that staff had suggested was to do it as a trial basis. So just, and I'm not sure the length of time. I don't recall if there was a length of time in there, but trial period for 3 months. It says in there. See how that goes. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay. To the clerk, have you pulled it? Okay. Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Chair. I'm happy to second it if it requires a seconder and support it. It will provide more people putting stuff into consent and not just my laundry list every single week. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you. Do any members have any questions? Hearing and seeing none, that carries. Is there any other questions from any other members about the Corporate Services section? Seeing and hearing none, I pass it back to you, Mayor Brown.
Okay, Councillor Vicente for Public Works and Engineering.
Mr. Mayor, I led that question before. There were no questions.
Councillor Santos for the Community Services section.
Do any members of council have any questions regarding the Community Services section of committee last week? Seeing none, over to you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Council, we also have recommendations from a report listed on the January 20th agenda, but was inadvertently omitted from consideration by committee. The corresponding staff for item 10.2.1 on that committee agenda, request to begin procurement hiring of a general contractor for the construction of a fire station 214 and Peel Regional Paramedics Service Station 917-927 Boulevard Drive West, Ward 5, and staff recommendations were listed with today's council agenda under this item. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams, seconded by Councillor Frattini to approve the committee minutes, including the staff recommendations contained in the report 10.2.1 as listed on the January 20th committee agenda. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Seeing no objections, the motion carries. This takes us to unfinished business item 13.1, a staff report entitled Municipal Development Corporation Next Steps. This item was deferred from our December 9th meeting to today. Do any members have any questions or comments? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. Michael Pelesi, Councillor Pelesi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think that, we all know that the MDC has taken a little bit of, I think, a hit in, the media. And I think that with all the work that's being done, that's been done so far, with the report that's before us, this isn't the final report for approval. I would like to add the opportunity, though, to include a council workshop that relates to the Municipal Development Corporation, kind of the differences between the BDDC and opportunities for redevelopment within the city of Brampton. And I think that doing this prior to the final report coming back to council for ratification, I think is warranted. I think that this provides us with a good opportunity to sit down with staff as a whole to discuss some of the pros and cons of the development corporation, and then ultimately the MDDC final report, I believe, and by way of maybe when that final report comes back, the potential for us to hold off the final report until the new the next term. But that's something to be discussed maybe when that final report comes back. So I'm just looking for the workshop added into this, and I'm happy to move the report. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Williams, and then Councillor Williams.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Pelesi. This is exactly why I deferred this back in December when this came through. Yeah, I'd like a little bit more information. Maybe a workshop would work. It doesn't have to be a lengthy workshop. Maybe the pros and cons, like you said, and then maybe we can look at something like this to move it to the next term of council, because or this term, either way. But I'd like more information, and that's exactly why I deferred it. So thanks for bringing that forward.
Okay, Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Councillor Pelesi, for suggesting a workshop. The MDC is a major decision. From the reports that we've gotten, I see ways in which it can be very helpful and effective and can really propel the city. But because it's such a major decision and there's so many different functions to it that we have to consider, especially, accountability and how do we ensure that there are resident engagement. I think it'd be good to have the workshop so that we can ask all the important questions and get all the answers for those. Just a question about the workshop, Councillor Pelesi, or to the clerk or CAO. Would this be a public workshop or for everybody in the city to participate in? Are you looking for something that's a little bit more closed? And maybe if we could have both, that might be helpful.
Yeah, so I'm not looking for it to be closed, but I am looking for it to be a council workshop. By all means, public can attend workshops, and I think that it would be good to have the public attend. But you've touched on a key thing that I also want to discuss at the workshop, and that's how this municipal development corporation can be transparent and open to the public on that go forward basis, and how that would work. So included in the workshop, I would also like to have that discussion on how we can make this a transparent organization going forward.
Great. I think that's an excellent piece. I think we do need to have that. And so I think when we lead up to the workshop, I'm asking if staff can help us promote it and get the public aware that this will be coming and that we're going to have a workshop to discuss the MDC and what it will mean for them. So if there can be some communication strategy around the upcoming of this workshop added to this, it would be really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Singh is next.
Yeah, it's I like the idea of a workshop. I think it's good. I've been reading a lot about this. I know it's a big decision, and you know, I know Oakville is also starting one. I know Toronto has built Toronto. Surrey just brought back their municipal development corporation. There's a lot of stuff going on. It'd be good to really delve into it. So I'll support this. Only thing I heard from you, Councillor Pellicci, that I might disagree with it. I think the decision should be made this council, so it could be ready and picked when the members of the corporation can be picked on the first day, just like we pick everything else. That would be my opinion. But I'm open to different opinions, and we can take it from there. But I think council workshop is a good step forward, and I would personally like to see the decision made this council. Ready to go day one next for the council in the next term. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, if I can.
Yes, Councillor Pellicci.
Thank you, Councillor Singh. I in no way am making that suggestion. I just kind of heard that through other members were kind of thinking that, but that's something that we can decide later on, even after the workshop. So I'm not putting that in the process of this motion or anything like that. That's for us to decide. Maybe after the workshop or when the final report does come back to council for ratification.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Councillor Pellicci.
Okay, next up is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you very much, Mayor, through you. Thank you, Councillor Pellicci, and I do appreciate, I guess, the spirit of what you're bringing forward. I guess my concerns, and you know, Councillor Singh talked about other jurisdictions. So there's a couple moving parts, I think, that I have, and in terms of the timing, I have some difficulty, notwithstanding sort of the information which is related on the report and everything around even the construction of the report and who penned it, what type of expertise, etc. You know, and also there, I think there's a lot of sort of issues regarding this, and for me to move forward, you know, on doing a workshop per se, I do agree with Councillor Williams in terms of deferral to next term. I just think with the pandemic, by the time the pandemic is done, you know, from the real estate market perspective, we know there's a lot of difficulty right now in the real estate market, and you know, it seems to be pretty wild, the market right now. I just don't see by the time that we do a workshop, by the time that we get this rolled out, and you know, many of the sort of Q's and A's in that form that you require, I'm not sure in this term of council I'd be able to support it. So I have, you know, at this time, respectfully, no need for a workshop because I wouldn't be supporting this initiative in this term of council. And, you know, certainly whoever the council of was the day can take this on. You know, so I would support Councillor Williams. So in terms of I guess we'd have to, Peter Fay, separate the motions. I mean, separate the recommendations. Yeah, so I just I think there's a lot of questions, a lot of concerns, and in terms of, you know, I remember Mayor Brown, and rightfully so, talked about when we looked at different voting processes, and you know, we don't want to be the guinea pigs on this. And when you're talking about the City of Toronto in terms of the real estate market and what they have in terms of portfolio, in terms of water redevelopment and what they contain in comparison to us, you know, that's a huge issue. And after, I think second, if we see our neighbors to the south, Mississauga, you know, looked at that, and there was a host of issues that arise from that. And, you know, one of the, I think, top issues for me with the Development Corporation is the lack of oversight and control and accountability. You know, respectfully understanding that there's a sort of market responsiveness which is more nimble, but in terms of, you know, myself, the fact that an arm's length agency would be making very important decisions on real estate, yet I would be accountable to my residents on these type of issues. And then, you know, what was being proposed is to delegate some form of authority to this agency, which would consist of a smaller group of councillors. I have a little bit of a problem with that. And so there's just a host of issues that is notwithstanding the subject per se. And I think Councillor Pellecci, you're right for us to have thoughtful discussions on sort of the theory regarding a development corporation, but the whole sort of governance oversight. There's just too many questions, and for me to sort of dedicate all this time to something which I'm not comfortable with, and I'd like to see other sort of neighboring jurisdictions in the GTA and in other areas really sort of tackle it. And there's just a lot of questions. So, I just don't think it's the right time, and I can't support it. And I see there's other people on the board, and I'm more than happy to follow their lead. But I do think it's something that similar to last term of council, where we brought this forward at the time. There was an opportunity for us to consider it, and it's moved on to this phase. And maybe next term of council, if they so deem fit, can relook at this. But just with COVID, with us going into an election, I just don't think the timing is the best, and but it's important that staff continue, and probably, I think there's direction here maybe in the future for our real estate folks to come to council and talk about our portfolio and talk about what are possible lands to surplus and what are some key sort of information they can bring to us. So I have full confidence on our staff. I have full confidence in our real estate staff, and I think they can do some of the due diligence that maybe you're suggesting here in our workshop, where it'd probably be easier for them to come back with a report and give us an understanding of our current portfolio and what might be some things that we want to look to as a council. So in a long-winded way, I thank you very much again, and I can't support a council workshop at this time, and I'll see what my colleagues say, but I do thank you for the information in this, and but there's too many questions around this process. Thank you.
Councillor Whillans, for a clarification.
Yeah, just for a clarification through you, Mr. Mayor, I didn't defer this to next term. What I did say was I deferred this last year to this meeting. And I mean, you have a right not to support a workshop, but I deferred it because I wanted to have more information. So I feel a workshop is just, but I respect your decision on this as well. But no, just to clarify, Councilor Medeiros, I just deferred it from last year to this term, to this meeting of the new year.
Okay, and thank you, Councillor Whillans, for the explanation. If so, then Peter, if it's an appropriate motion, I would just defer this report to next term of council, if that's an appropriate motion. Thank you.
So through you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Mayor, you're going to have to rule on this because Councillor Medeiros didn't have the floor. I thought Councillor Whillans was next. He was finished speaking. So Councillor
I'll go back.
will have
That's
to
fine.
get
I'll go back
on to
on.
move deferral, and it's non-debatable if it's moved. So I'll take your lead, Mr. Chair.
So, Councillor Medeiros, why don't we let other speakers speak, and then we'll go back to you to move the deferral.
Yeah, that's correct.
Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor. I do share a little bit of concern around some of the stories around this particular proposal. And the only other thing that I will add is that we just passed our term of council priorities, where we have asked staff and we have all agreed on what our priorities are for the remainder of the term. And I didn't see the MDC listed on any of those projects. And so I have concerns around the staff resources it's going to take. In addition to some of the concerns expressed by colleagues before, I'm concerned about the resources that this will take, the time it will take, and whether or not in a new term of council next year, whether or not this will be moot, depending on who is sitting in the chairs, if it's us or not. And so I would support a deferral if a deferral motion comes forward. I seem to vaguely recall that we already had a workshop on the MDC in the past. And again, like just maybe a couple hours ago, we passed a motion saying we need to focus on these priorities. And in the same meeting, we're adding something new and asking staff to put together a workshop to investigate something that maybe will happen in this term, but likely not, because it it's not listed in our term of council priorities. And so maybe this might be something for the next term to determine how we move forward on. But I would prefer to have our staff focusing at all of our efforts on the term of council priorities that we have already passed. So I will support a deferral motion on those terms. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Santos. Next up, we have Councillors Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Santos. I was going to ask that exact same question about not seeing it on our priority list, but I would just, since a deferral has not been put on the floor as yet, I would like to remove number 2 from the recommendations. It may be mute at this point, but I don't see any reason to authorize more work be done on this development corporation without having that short little council workshop and all our questions answered. I'm always open to learning more and hearing more about it, but to send staff away to do a report while we wait for a workshop and then maybe decide at the workshop it's not worth going forward with, I think would be a waste of everybody's time. So I would like to remove recommendation number 2 out of those recommendations. Thank you.
Okay, before Councilor Medeiros speaks, because we know what he's going to put forward, I just wanted to say that I believe there was a lot of confusion on this, and that's why I thought Councillor Peleshi's idea of having a workshop was interesting. I know I read some online commentary that suggested that the mayor would be the chair of this. Let me be clear, I have a full plate right now. I'm not interested in being involved in the MDC or on that board. I believe Councillor Peleshi had an interest, and I think he's certainly capable and a talented councillor that could handle those duties. But I wanted to make it clear, I don't think this is an additional item we should be putting on the plate of the mayor. The second thing I saw was there was some commentary that positions on the MDC would be paid. Councillors get paid a salary. I don't support any additional supplementary salaries that would come out of a body created by council. And so, and my sense from speaking to councillors is that everyone felt the same thing. And so, at least with a workshop, you get the benefit of putting these misinformations aside, because that was not the intention behind an MDC. And I would note this MDC initiative predates this council. It was a former commissioner that was working on this. But I will certainly respect the will of council. If there's no interest in getting additional information, then this legacy piece from a previous commissioner will die here. I see next on the list we have Medeiros and Williams, but knowing that Medeiros is going to put the deferral motion, Martin, would you want to cede your spot to give Councillor Williams a chance to speak before you go ahead?
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the suggestion. I was going to offer that as well. Thank you.
Councillor Williams?
Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor Brown. So I'm not arguing the when, the whole MDC, when we vote on having the MDC. I'm not concerned. I think a well thought out process and decisions are done well need time. But I don't believe in putting off tomorrow what you can do today. And when it comes to community engagement and really developing and learning and having a good understanding on what an MDC is and how it will impact the city, that conversation can happen this term. So just to the CAO, with regards to the expectations outlined in our consultant and in staff, have we reached those expectations? Is there no room for this to be done, a workshop?
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. Yes, all the obligations up to this point, last month when this was first presented, are complete. We are completely in council's hands in terms of what you want to do next, if anything. And so, yes, it's not on the TOCP list or the revised TOCP list, but that doesn't discount council if they do want to have a workshop. So we're happy to take council's direction in either case.
Okay, thank you. And so even if it's not on our list of council priorities, development and economic growth is, and especially as we come out of COVID, looking at ways to grow the city and make it a more livable city, and that for our residents and for future residents, we have to really look at the possible benefits that an MDC can make. But I don't want us to, I want us to be mindful that a decision like this has to be made. I believe there's been a considerable amount of investment in getting to this point. And I wouldn't want residents to walk away feeling like we spent all this money to investigate and I don't really have a good idea of what I've gotten from it. So that's my perspective on why at a workshop sometime during this remainder of this term would be beneficial, because you're going to have to deal with it next term if that's the decision of council. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. So,
Mr. Mayor, can I speak? My hand's not working. Sorry, I was going to wait till the end.
I was going to say, I think Councilor Medeiros is next on the list, but we need.
Yeah, I will yield. Thank you, Mayor. I will yield, and I'll be the last, so everyone can sort of speak to the items. That's not a problem.
So right now we have Councillor Vicente, then Councillor Dillon, then Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I've been listening to the comments and having understood the history behind the city of Brampton's tinkering with municipal development corporations, and also considering some of the chatter around this over the past couple of weeks. I tend to side more with Councillor Madero and Councillor Santos on their call to just move this down, because it's really not part of any of the discussions that we've had in terms of our priorities. But I think that Councillor Williams raises something which requires, I think, a bit of consideration, that, you know, we do want to ensure that we are creating the best possible environment for investment and development to occur. And so that's what prompted me to speak. I wasn't going to talk about this today, but I think that when I consider the past 2 years and the work that we have been doing here on this council, the incredible work that is being done by the folks in our planning and development department, in conjunction with the people in economic development, has done far and beyond, way more than what any MDC could potentially do. That's not to say that an MDC could not do a lot. Both Councillor Santos and I had a briefing yesterday from our planning and development folks on projects that are up and coming and working their way through approvals process and proposals. And the excitement is palpable. The level of proposals and the types of ideas that are coming forward from our planning, from our development community are really, really positive. And I think that this speaks very well to the kind of work that we have been doing and the support that we are giving to planning and development and to the development community. And so I would urge members of council to perhaps keep our eye on the ball and to continue to work with the mechanisms that we currently have, which are very powerful indeed. And I would agree with deferring this to another time, another place, and another discussion. And let's focus on what's really important. And when that deferral comes, I will be supporting it. Thank you.
Councillor Vicente, you're complete?
I am, Mayor. Did I not come through?
I missed that last part. So next up is Councillor Dillon.
So I think Councilor Fatini was ahead of me. He was trying to get his hand up.
Yeah, we had the list you, then Fertini, then Santos.
Yeah, we can let Councilor Fatini go first. I think he was ahead of me.
Okay, that's not the list we have from the clerk, but we will, Councilor Dillon will cede his spot for 1 to Councilor Fertini.
Mr. Mayor, yeah, I'm going to support the deferral for next term. We have other issues on the plate now. You know, we had the Development Corporation here to say, and didn't run well, or something happened, and they closed it down in the past and talk. And also Vaughan had it. So you know, it's like Councilor Madero said. You know, this is not like Toronto. They're doing the Lakeshore. It's done through a private thing. It's not run by the city. And I think we have more priorities now. So I'm going to support the deferral for next term, and not waste any more resources of staff. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilor Fertini. Councilor Dillon?
No, I'll yield my time.
Councilor Santos?
Thank you, through you, Chair. I'm just going to ask the CAO a direct question. Was the MDC listed as a term of council priority for the remainder of this term?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, no, it was not listed as a term of council priority, original or revised.
Thank you very much. So I understand that this has been something that we looked at in the past. Councillor Williams brought a deferral forward based on a certain number of concerns, and those concerns still linger in the public domain. Just, you know, with your thoughts on this, with the workshop happening and probably no decision being made, how long do you think it would take to organize a workshop of this kind, and how many resources of staff would it take to put together?
Well, thank you, Councillor. I would anticipate maybe 3 weeks. We could have enough information together. And it's tough for me to say on the spot what all resources would be required for that. But yeah, we would pull the respective folks together to prep something for you.
So would you have to then reallocate resources from staff in terms of staff focus and staff attention away from the term of council priorities that we just passed in order to put together a workshop and continue writing a report on this for possibly a decision maybe later this year?
Well, thank you, Councillor, once again through the chair. So the short answer is yes, it's prioritizing the work for our folks. You know, limited staff and limited resources. Council's been explicit about what you do want, and you provided resources for those things. So anything outside of that, yes, will be a pivot for us.
Okay, and so I just want to highlight for my colleague, given the deferral from Councillor Willens in the past and the concerns lingering around this issue, given the fact that we have just passed our term of council priorities, which does not include a municipal development corporation for Brampton, point of clarification, because I know Councillor Williams had said that one of the priorities is development and the economy. I can't remember the exact words she used, but something around development. Was that listed as a term of council priorities today?
Point of clarification. Point of clarification, Mayor Brown.
Yes, Councillor Williams.
When I was making reference to economic intensification, all of those things, it was a general term, not being specific to a specific term of council priorities. I think that theme of development and intensification is woven throughout all of our term of council priorities. So I was speaking to that aspect, not specific number.
Okay, thank you for the point of clarification, because I was confused when you mentioned that was a term of council priority, because I don't remember it being on the list today. But I do agree with you, and to Councillor Vicente's point earlier, it is always a priority, and our planning and Development team, together with Claire from Economic Development, are doing a phenomenal job with the Innovation District, with making sure that we have more intensification and more density. We as a council have been pushing that as well. And so the Municipal Development Corporation project is a completely separate project from all of the things that we are already doing, which CAO Barrick had identified as already being part of the daily operations of this organization. This would be over and above. And I just wanted to clarify all of those things because, again, number one, we're reallocating resources on a new thing that is not within the scope of the term of council priorities. There are public issues that are lingering around the formation of an MDC. It is uncertain as to what the timeline will be to form an MDC and if it will even happen by the end of this term. And if there is a new term of council and the chairs change in the new term, they could get rid of all this work altogether. And so, because of all those reasons, I think the most responsible thing to do, because we just passed the term of council priorities, which does not include this, is to defer it. And I also think that if we ignore the term of council priorities and set a precedent of continuing to add more and more things like this project, there's no point in having term of council priorities. Any successful organization knows what they're prioritizing and knows exactly what they're focusing on. And so I look forward to the deferral from Councillor Medeiros, and I hope that some of the councillors who are thinking of continuing on with this project in this term will think about the term of council priorities that we just passed, which does not include this.
Are there any other speakers?
Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Oh, can I proceed, or is there any more other speakers?
I don't believe so. Councilor Medeiros.
Oh, thank you very much, Mayor Brown. And, I really appreciate, I think Councillor Santos did just a great job in terms of articulating a little bit what I wanted to convey, and she was far more effective than I was. Essentially, when we do work, usually it's, why are we doing work, or why are we investigating, doing research on something? So usually it's there's a perceived issue, be it comes from a stakeholder, be it comes from the resident, or sometimes staff formulate some of these ideas and what we should look at. And this is an example of us going on and moving in a direction where, as Councillor Fortina suggested, we did have a downtown development corporation. I do appreciate, the issues that happen there. Doesn't necessarily mean that it wouldn't happen, but what is the urgency around this initiative? And I think Councillor Williams talked about the investment, and we did an investment, so we owe to our residents to understand it. I don't know, CEO, if you can speak to, when Councillor Williams refers to the investment, how much have we spent looking at this year, or in this term of council, looking at this issue with consultants and so on?
Well, thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I can certainly get that number for you. Excuse me. I just, at the top of my head, it may be $200,000 to $400,000 ish. Don't hold me to that, but I will fact check that, and I can share that with you.
Thank you, CEO. But so I guess as Councillor Williams has talked about, is the investment that we sort of put into looking into this, and it just really speaks to the fact that I think council, where this issue came from, and as rightfully what Councillor Santos has referred to as, we just endorsed our priorities, and this is not necessarily a priority. So it's one of these sort of pieces of work that goes on where we think that maybe it's a great idea, but there's really no sense of urgency, especially as we go in towards our midterm, and we want to be laser focused on our priorities. Notwithstanding, we're going through a huge pandemic. So I do appreciate, Councillor Peleshi's intentions on reviewing it, and I really value some of the comments by Councillor Bowman and others in terms of, the people want to have further consideration, further dialogue. I just, and I do appreciate Mayor Brown when he sort of clarified some of the sort of misinformation that's been out there. I just don't see sort of the upside on us spending more time considering something that again, I won't speak for anyone else. I won't be supporting going forward. And, I'm more than happy to move a deferral to next term of council. And I would ask for a recorded vote, Peter Fay. So thank you.
So the clerk just advised me, Councilor Medeiros, that because you spoke to the deferral, someone else will have to move it. Peter, is that what you? Can you tell council what you just texted me?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes. So a motion to defer shall be put to a vote immediately without any prior debate. So it precludes the member speaking to the item and then moving deferral. So someone else can place the motion if they so wish.
Okay, so I'll look forward to one of my other colleagues to bring the deferral. Thank you very much.
We have two more
to move, Mr. Chair.
We have two more speakers now. We have Councilor Williams, Peleschi, and then Basante. Okay.
Hi, through the mayor. Hi, thank you, through the mayor. So as I said before, I'm easy with what we decide because, an MDC conversation could happen next term. So even if we're going to defer to next term, I'm fine with that. However, as I said, we've invested, I guess, a considerable amount of money on the work up to this point. I think it needs to be communicated outside of our conversations here at council. The residents need to have a bit more explanation. So if we're not going to do a workshop, what do you suggest we do in order to communicate, what's been done? And that could be to staff, to anybody. I think we need to think about that. If we're not going to do a workshop, if this is the direction we're going, what do we spent money? We have to be able to respond to the residents that are working during COVID, and they want to make sure our money, we're being very respectful with their hard-earned dollars. What are we going to do to communicate the work that has been done on the MDC?
What staff member is that directed to, Councilor Williams?
It could be to anyone. I think the next step of the conversation, if we're not doing a workshop, how are we going to communicate what has been done on the MDC for all of those taxpayers who came along this journey and invested in this? What are we going to do? If it's not a workshop, how are we going to communicate this to our residents? They deserve that. I have no further questions. If somebody wants to answer, that'd be great, though.
Through the chair, I'm happy to offer that, look, there's still value in the work that's been done to this point. It's just clear, given the emergency context that we're in and the priorities that council has passed, it's just an order of magnitude in terms of where this lies, in terms of the scope of work this council is considering for the balance of this term. Deferring it to the beginning of the next term allows that work and the value of that work to still be presented for consideration in a couple of years.
Okay, next up is Councillor Peleschi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I don't agree with, I don't disagree with a lot of the comments that have been made. I think that what the workshop does is it gives all of us the opportunity to answer some of those questions. Like Councillor Fortini referenced the BDDC. I go on and on about how and why the BDDC wasn't effective. But what we're not seeing is there is huge opportunities for this to benefit the city of Brampton as a whole. And I think that aside from the report, I would love for us to be able to get together in a workshop setting with some of the members of staff to be able to explain what some of those benefits are and what some of the negatives are. Additionally to that, we can also, by way of the workshop and our comments being heard at that workshop, staff can take that information and build the terms of reference to essentially what we think that this should be. And that's having this development corporation accountable and transparent. There's so much work that's already been done. I don't want to have this kind of thrown away. I don't care if this comes, prior to next term or after next term. I just think while this is still fresh and the potential to have this, I think it's something that we should be looking into in terms of having that discussion and trying to get to the bottom of some of the issues that a municipal development corporation for the municipality comes forward with. So I think that what I'm hearing in a lot of some of the comments respect to recommendation number 2, and I was the mover, and then we had a seconder. I see. Okay, Councillor Bowman is deleting recommendation number 2. If it helps, I'm happy to second that, or I'm happy to, in the original, just strike out recommendation number 2, if that helps. And then we can have that discussion on when we're going to deal with this coming back, because this isn't the end. Us voting today to move this forward is not the finalization of it today. It's just moving down the next steps. So if you'd like to even stop that, I'm fine with taking out number 2. So I see that Councillor Vicente had said that he's going to move a deferral. He's already spoken to it. I think all members have spoken to it. So the deferral is not possible at this time. So I think that moving forward, I just request that council consider taking part in a workshop to have a discussion on what a lot of people think that could be a benefit. It may not, but let's have that discussion at the workshop. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have Gurpreet Dillon next.
Thank you. I just want to go on the record that this was brought up in the last term of council. It's been discussed now that it's not on the term of council priorities, but there was an article written just recently. It highlighted some of the issues, and because of those issues, I'm abstaining from any vote today because I'm unsure about what this whole process has been. It's been written that we had a firm that worked on it. The firm was not chosen to go ahead. And there's issues that I have around the selection process as well, whereas there was a company that was registered only after they were hired. And so because of that reason, I just want to go on the record and say I'm not supporting them. I'm just going to abstain from any vote today.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Peter, if I could just interject. So procedurally, there is no abstaining from voting. Under the Municipal Act, you must vote for or against a proposition. If you do not vote and you are present, you will be counted in the negative. If you are absent, you will be marked absent.
Okay, Paul Vicente is next.
Through you, Mayor, I'd like to request the deferral. If it's procedurally not possible, then I guess we can vote on the items.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, deferral motion has been placed, is in order. The member has not spoken in terms of given the reasons and engaged in debate. So just the question is a deferral to
Point of order.
The next term of council or another future date?
Point of order.
We have a point of order.
Councillor Vicente has already spoken to the main motion in which he wants to defer.
Through you, Mr. Chair.
All members have spoken.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice is a proper deferral motion has not been placed. So the speaking that the members have been doing is within the rules of debate. There was an attempt to move a deferral motion. Procedurally, my advice was it could not be accepted because the member used the opportunity to speak first, then move deferral, which is not the practice and not consistent with our procedure bylaw. It does not preclude a member who gets on the list now and is given the floor to move a deferral.
Okay, so Peter, you're saying that the deferral motion put forward by Councillor Vicente is in order.
That's my advice, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we have a recorded vote on the deferral.
Point of order.
Councillor Pellecci.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm not fully understanding this, Mr. Clerk. All members have spoken to the motion. In the past, anytime you have spoken to the main motion and then you try to put a deferral on the floor, it is not procedurally correct. Now I'm understanding that it is a correct in the procedures.
Through you, Mr. Chair, no. A proper deferral motion has not been placed. I think all members were under the impression there was going to be a deferral motion, and there was one introduced at one point, which was procedurally, my advice was it was not proper, so it was stood down effectively. However, when the members did use their opportunity to speak, they were speaking as if there was a motion for deferral on the floor, and they were understandably, they could, make their comments as they see fit. There has not been a proper deferral motion placed until right now by Councillor Visante. So, a deferral motion. So that motion has been placed. If accepted by the mayor, and procedurally, my advice would be it is in order, and then we proceed to a vote immediately.
Peter, I'm sorry, but we've dealt with issues like this before in the past, where everybody has spoken to somewhat of a deferral and the main motion. So everybody has canceled each other out for moving a proper deferral.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that may be in regard to a referral. Once a referral motion is placed, it is debatable in terms of the terms and conditions of the referral. This is a deferral motion to postpone this matter to a future date. And once a deferral motion is placed, the proper procedural advice that this council is following as per the procedure bylaw is that it goes to a vote immediately.
Right, a deferral is non-debatable, but you cannot place a deferral motion on the floor once you have spoken to the item. That has always been this council's practice.
Through you, Mr. Chair, my advice is, and the practice as I understand that's been occurring, is when a member is given the floor, they cannot put their comments forward and then at the end of that say, and I move deferral, because that's procedurally not fair to the other members, because it effectively ends debate and a vote is proceeded with immediately. There's nothing precluding a member, if they're on the board and on the floor recognized by the chair a second time or a third time as the case may be, if all other members have had their opportunity to speak, to move a deferral.
Okay, so we have the clerk's interpretation. Shall we proceed to a recorded vote?
A recorded vote's been requested on the motion for deferral. All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Since I can't abstain, I'll vote no.
You vote no. Thank you. Councillor Singh.
To defer, I don't want to defer.
Sorry, can you repeat that?
I don't want to defer.
That's a no. Councillor Fortini. Councillor Fortini?
Oh, I said no.
Thank you. That's a no. Councillor Williams?
No.
That's a no. Councillor Medeiros?
Yeah, I vote yes for the deferral, and I think some of my colleagues are confusing the no and the yes.
Point of order?
That's a yes.
Are we deferring this to the next term? Is that what the motion deferral is? I'm confused here.
So the clerk, can you explain to council the rules on debating while a vote's being taken?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there is no debate once the vote is called, and we're in the middle of a vote. So the motion on the floor is to defer this matter. It is without condition, so it is deferred until some future date.
Okay, proceed with the vote.
Councillor Bowman?
No.
Thank you. That's a no. Councillor Paleshi?
No.
Thank you. That's a no. Councillor Willens?
No.
Thank you. That's a no. Councillor Visante?
Yes.
Thank you. That's a yes. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you. Mayor Brown?
No.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, that motion loses the deferral motion 3-8.
Okay, now we have the main motion, and I believe Councillor Paleshi has said that item 2 has been removed. Is that correct?
So through you, Mr. Chair, there were two amendments placed. The first by Councillor Bowman, which was deleting staff recommendation 2, and the other amendment was from Councillor I apologize, is it on the council workshop? That was Councillor Paleshi, I believe?
Yes, but if it helps, Peter, I'm fine with just removing number 2 and voting on 1 and 3.
So, Mr. Chair, we can take the vote first on removing recommendation 2 as shown on the screen.
So I think Councillor Paleshi is saying that it's a friendly amendment from Councillor Bowman, and so we can just vote on, we can remove item 2 and have a recorded vote on the remaining item.
So then it would be just a recorded vote on recommendation 1, which is to receive the report only, and recommendation 3 is to have a council workshop.
Okay.
All those in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, this is on number 3?
This, through you, Mr. Chair, this vote is on recommendation 1 on the screen and recommendation 3 on the screen only.
Oh, so 1 and 3 and 2 stricken out, right?
That's correct.
You're doing in the record, the vote is on both of them?
Yes. Now, I will say Councillor Medeiros did request that clause 3 be voted on separately, but effectively, this is what we're doing by just receiving the report and voting on recommendation 3.
Okay, Councillor Medeiros has asked for a clarification.
Yeah, thank you, through you, Mayor. So in terms of the report per se, so there's a lot of questions regarding the report. So are these questions regarding the report something in the move of the motion regarding council workshop? So Councillor Paleshi, regarding the consultant and what information, who wrote the information, the level of expertise, how it was selected, all this stuff, is that going to be spoken to during the council workshop? Is that your intention?
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. Absolutely. Anything that you want to discuss, like, let's get into this, let's hash it out, see if it works and see if it doesn't. Anything that you've heard about, let's bring that forward and let's have that open discussion. Let's make this the opportunity to have it as transparent and accountable to the public as possible.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Okay, can we proceed with the recorded vote?
So the recorded vote is requested on recommendation 1 and recommendation 3. Councillor Dillon. Councillor Dillon? I'll come back to you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Fortini? Councillor Fortini?
I said no, Pierre.
Thank you. That's a no. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
No.
That's a no. Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Vicente?
Nope.
That's a no. Thank you. Councillor Santos?
No.
That's a no. Thank you. Councillor Dillon?
So this, just for some clarification, sorry, I had audio issues before. We can, as Councillor Paleshi said, any questions we have will be, in this workshop, we'll be able to ask and we'll get all the information. Is that correct?
Absolutely, Councillor Dillon.
And then I'll support this then.
So that's a yes. Councillor Dillon and Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you. The motion carries 7-4.
Okay. Well, that took a lengthy amount of time. I'm wondering whether we should take a lunch break now for staff that may need to grab a bite. Does anyone on council have a concern about taking a lunch break, and how long would you like? If you could just put it in the chat box.
Yeah, half hour.
Okay, it is 1:44 now. Let's say we return back at 2:15. Peter, is that okay with your staff?
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's appreciated. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so we'll return at 2:15.
indicate your presence. Councillor Dillon.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Singh.
I'm here too. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
I'm here, Pierre.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
I'm here.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
Here.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante.
Present.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Present. Oh.
Thank you. And Mayor Brown is present. All 11 members are present, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so we are now on item 13.2, a staff report titled The Annual Report on Access to Information and Protection of Privacy Programs 2019. This item was deferred from our December 9th meeting to today. Do any members have any questions or comments? If so, please use the chat function to add your name to the speakers list. I see we have Councillor Bowman up first.
Thank you very much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of quick questions. In the recommendations that are at the beginning of this report, there's only two of them. By the way, I thank you for putting this report together. Very informative. Number 2 says that the privacy officer will be delegated the powers and duties of the head for the purposes of the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act, and the appropriate amendments been made. Now, in 2017, did council not make Peter Fay the head through a bylaw amendment? Or the city clerk, I should say.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, the head, the designated head is council. A number of municipalities delegate that responsibility to an official within the organization. And since I believe it is 1991, it's been delegated through bylaw to the clerk, and then through the administrative authority bylaw that was passed in 2017, a number of those bylaws of different delegated authorities were consolidated into one. It's not delegated to me per se, it's delegated to the position of city clerk.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Clerk. Appreciate that. So, Uzma, sorry. Now, they wrote this report up, correct?
Yes, this is Uzma Ashraf speaking. Yes.
Hi, Uzma. Thank you.
Hi, yes. I was not a participant in the drafting of the report.
Oh, okay, so did this report come from the clerk's office?
I believe so. I was hired, I started my first day of employment date December 7th of 2020.
2020, okay. So the 2020 report, it won't be ready for a while yet, I guess, then.
Yes, it'll take some time. Before that, I think it's important to get a report into the annual report into the Information Privacy Commissioner.
Okay, so in recommendation number 2, what this is actually asking for is that we change the delegation from the clerk's office and his authority to be under the privacy officer in legislative services now. Is that correct?
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. Is there a reason that we're removing it from the clerk's department?
Would you like me to answer that, or would you like?
Well, I guess you'd be sort of in a conflict answering that one, but
yeah. So.
Yeah, no, I would. I guess that's for Mr. Barrick. Oh, perhaps he's not on the call yet.
Hi, Councillor, through the chair. I apologize. I missed that question. If you're able to repeat that.
Yeah, the privacy officer, we're being asked to change the bylaw that we already passed the previous council passed in 2017 that delegated the city clerk's office to handle FOIs. We're being asked to now change that and give that authority to the privacy officer, under legislative services. And I just wondered, what is the reason for that?
Well, thank you, Councillor, for the question through the chair. So to be clear, this is an annual report that we're legislated to do. It's predominantly an information report in terms of FOIs submitted and how many were some of the statistics around those. Typically, in that annual report, it should come back for council to delegate the head status every year. And so the previous one, the clerk position, not the clerk department, the clerk position, council had delegated that head status to. And so if under the legislation, the head means that the kind of are administrator of some of those FOI administration pieces. Council is it under the Act. So unless council delegates to somebody else. So in the past, they have picked the clerk position. The recommendation before you is that with a privacy officer in place, the subject matter expertise, the position of actually doing the work, makes sense to have the delegation for that individual. So that's the rationale. At the end of the day, it's 100% council's call in terms of who they want to delegate that to. I will say going forward, we will present these annual reports, not only to receive, but that checkpoint for council to consider the delegation on an annual basis.
Okay, thank you, David. And the point that I would like to make here is that, you know, this was under the city clerk's department. And, you know, for the last couple of years, I don't think we've had any issues with FOIs that I'm aware of in terms of getting them completed. Usually, well, I think the report even says 86% of the time they got back within 30 days. I myself believe that we should be open and transparent with the public. And by changing this and moving it into the office of a privacy officer and putting it under legislative services, which in turn reports directly to the CAO, the perception could be there from the residents that this is not entirely an open sort of conversation on FOIs. Now I know that a lot of precautions are taken, and I'm not saying anybody would do anything wrong. What I'm saying is we need to be totally aware that the residents that we support want openness and transparency. And by having this remain in the city clerk's office, reporting to the clerk and reporting directly to council, I think that sends a clearer message to the public that any FOIs that are asked for, they're going to be done on time, they're going to be done quickly, thoroughly, and I think we have not had any issues with them before. So I would like to change number 2 recommendation, or just remove it altogether and say that this position remains in the clerk's department. And if we don't have that position, if that body has been removed from the clerk's department, then I think that body has to be put back in the clerk's department and have this this assignment report through the clerk's office to council. And I'll wait to hear what all the other councillors have to say about this.
Through the chair, David here, I just want to be clear that the privacy officer reports to the Commissioner of Legislative Services, not the CAO and not in the CAO's office. I will say, when I first got here, the clerk as head reported directly to the CAO, both previous CAO and myself. And in fact, the creation of that Legislative Services division has removed it one step further away from the CAO and the CAO's office. So it's not a matter of where it's reporting, because in either case or any case, it's not reporting into the CAO or the CAO's office. I want to be explicit about that. And what we are talking about in terms of the recommendation before council and council's authority is the delegation of the head status. And so it is the clerk today. The recommendation is it be the individual doing the work, but council is within its authority to delegate anyone it sees fit to have that status.
Okay, and thank you, David, and I understand that totally. But what I'm referring to is the image that we give to the public. The further we are away from anyone, the CAO, whether it be the mayor, whether it be council, the further it is away, the better perception that is from the public that things are being done correctly, that there's nothing going on. And I'm not saying by any means that there is anything going on. I'm just saying that it's a perception that some people could have out there. I would much prefer that we just have this report to the clerk, as we have always done since 2017. And again, I'll hear what my other councillors have to say about that.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Bowman, for the great ideas, and for David for the clarification. Next up on my list is Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you, and through you, Chair, and thank you, David, for clarifying that, and thank you, Councillor Bowman, for catching that. That's sort of similar to what I was going to say. I know that in the past we did have it. Maybe perhaps for clarity on it, can we put somewhere in there, maybe working with the clerk and the CAO, that it's clear that it does fall under legislative services, that the clerk is under services, I believe, that it remains in the office of the clerk. But still, we have the privacy officer, obviously, but that it does report to the Commissioner of Legislative Services. Maybe we can, if we can amend that, maybe the recommendations a little bit, just so it's more clear, because I wasn't too clear on it either. When I read it, I thought that they did report to your office, David, and I apologize, but maybe we can clarify that a little bit to make it more comfortable. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. And notably, the confusion, because I was, the legislative services role is vacant when the previous commissioner had attained another position. And part of that vacancy, I assume the role is acting legislative services commissioner, but this role reports to the commissioner role. I'm not the acting commissioner now. We'll do a recruit. It'll be somebody else. If it gives council more confidence and clarity to put some notion or clarify in here that it does report to the commissioner, certainly that is the fact, and happy to get that more clearly stated.
Yeah, and I think, thank you, David, and I think that would, as Councillor Bowman says, because this isn't in closed session or anything, so the public are aware of it out there, and the folks that are throwing all these rumors around out there, maybe it'll make it a little more clear for those folks. Thanks very much.
Thank you, Councillor Willens. Next up is Councillor Basante.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Bowman, for starting us off here today. Back in December, I asked for this item to be held back so that we could have additional time to consider the information presented and to do some research. And through my looking through this, I contacted a number of municipalities here in Ontario that are like us, among the largest municipalities in the province, and essentially all of them handle their FOI requests through the city clerk, and it is the city clerk who is assigned as the head for the purposes of the MFIPA, and it is the clerk who reports directly to the council, because this function, as I understand it, is it's not an administrative function, it's a statutory function. And for all statutory items in all municipalities, the clerk reports directly to council. So understanding previous Councillor Willens making some different points, I do not agree that the position reports to the commissioner. The position reports directly to council. And so I would like us just to think a bit more clearly on this, because as it is in every other municipality that I canvassed, it is the clerk who is the head for the purposes of MFIPA, and the clerk performs that statutory function, and that function reports directly to council. And meanwhile, when it comes to administrative items, the clerk reports through their commissioner to the CAO's office. And so I believe that we should leave things, as Councillor Bowman said, the way they were before. And if there has been a change in the interim, that it should be restored back to the way it was. And I would like to see the motion reflect that very specifically, and that council consider it in those terms. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, David here to provide some clarity once again. I think, Councillor Vicente, you acknowledged it in your commentary in terms of the clerk role as well, reports to the Commissioner of Legislative Services and through the CAO. The clerk does not report to council either, but I would say the discussion, for discussion purposes here, it's the delegation of the head status. And certainly council is within its purview to maintain the clerk position as the delegation of the head status. The privacy officer's duties and responsibilities extend far beyond FOI administration.
Okay. So through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO and to members of council, again, when it comes to statutory items, the clerks of the respective municipalities report directly to council. And to on administrative item, to the administration. MFIPA is a statutory, it's not an administrative function, for clarity.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you.
Next up is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you through you, Mayor. And I just want to commend my colleagues, Councillor Bowman, Councillor Vicente, everyone who's spoken on this. And I think we're all on the same page to essentially, it's not about restoring confidence and we're not reacting to anything particular, but we're just keep improving and keep trying to show our residents that transparency and accountability really matter. And I think Councillor Bowman hit it on the head when and thank you, David, for that explanation that you provided and some of your commentary. Sometimes the truth, regardless of what the truth is, the perception is very powerful. And we know in our line of business, perception to residents leads to confidence. And as much as I think that the attempt or in terms of reporting relationships, there's some confusion on who reports to what. I think what this brings to the public is the perception of someone who's independent and accountable. As someone who received FOI requests against, I could tell you that the information I provided and the process in which I went through was pretty clear and pretty transparent. And but unfortunately, where there was nothing sort of earth-shattering about what I provided, the question of the process was put into question, which in fact puts into question the validity of the information I provided. And that was frustrating because I think there was no concerted attempt by anyone in this corporation to trick the public or to control the FOI process or any of that. I just think that sometimes perception and where the truth is sometimes don't mirror each other. And I think what Councillor Vicente and Councillor Bowman are doing today or what have done today and provide those comments really brings that perception and makes it a little bit more crystal clear. But I thank everyone involved and I thank staff for working with us and addressing this. And I think your commentary, CAO, because I think this goes a long way in us sort of ensuring that the public understands how this works and giving them that confidence that we are transparent and accountable. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Medeiros. And may I just add in, I share Councillor Medeiros's concerns in that there was an FOI request made against Councillor Medeiros and myself in the summer over the organizing of a parade to pay respect to first responders during COVID. And after the FOI, it showed that every protocol had been followed and that our first responders were following the COVID protocols, and this was simply a neighborhood appreciation for these heroes. But the person that moved FOI then, chose to question the process, and I share Councillor Medeiros's disappointment because when nothing has been done wrong and they still question the process, it puts an unnecessary cloud. And whatever clarification we can do to make sure there are no doubts, are no clouds, I think that transparency is important. And I want to commend Councillor Bowman, who continues to be outspoken on why we need to do everything we can to be transparent. I think every member of council is on the same page. But I just wanted to add one comment in, and that's that sometimes when we have these motions, people can get false impressions that there could be a lack of faith in some of the staff. And I just want to say, as mayor of the city, that whether it is our Legislative Services Commissioner Paul Morrison, who is a longtime police officer, our city clerk, or our CEO, we have some impeccable staff in the city, and so whether it resides with Paul Morrison or whether it resides with Peter Fay, I have no strong sentiments, because I think both of those individuals, the corporation of Brampton is lucky to have, and I just want that to be heard loud and clear, whether it's assigned to the commissioner or assigned to the clerk. I don't think anyone around council or anyone in the city doesn't appreciate your dedication to the city, and I'm glad we've had an opportunity to clarify these processes today, and hopefully in the future when there's FOIs, no one can nitpick about the process. I see there's a request for a clarification from Councillor Willens, then a comment from Councillor Bowman, and then a question from Councillor Dillon, and then a question from Councillor Santos. So, Councillor Willens.
Yes, thank you. And maybe I was misunderstood. I think I was just trying to make it clear that the privacy officer stays under legislative services is on in the clerk's department. But I'm okay with the way it stands, and it reports to the head, which is council. I'm not trying to say that they report to the commissioner first and then to council. I agree 100% should come to council, any reports, if any. So I may have been, I guess I was misunderstood, but I agree with Councillor Bowman and Councillor Vicente and Councillor Medeiros as well. So I just wanted to make that clear. Okay, I wasn't saying they're reporting to the commissioner directly. I'm saying that they fall under the legislative services. That's all. Not another department. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for clarifying that point. No, there's absolutely no disrespect or anything like that for any of the employees who work for us. I can't speak highly enough of Paul Morrison to be perfectly honest, and he's going to be in that role. Can I just add to the motion that says that the role of head of the for the purposes of MFIPA continue to be delegated to the position of city clerk, reporting to council in that role. And that clarifies everything. It makes it perfectly straight, perfect. Everything else, administrative, as Councillor Vicente said, would go through the commissioner in this case. But for this, it reports to council. So that's all I wanted to add. Thank you.
Okay, so just a clarification, the clerk reporting directly to council, would that, but I think Councillor Bowman said through the legislative commissioner, so the city clerk still reports to the legislative commissioner, correct?
The city clerk would report for all administrative duties other than this through the legislative commissioner. Okay. Yeah, but for this MFIPA and FOI, it would be, and it should be a direct line to council for that. But everything else, yeah, he reports administratively to the commissioner.
Okay, but that's not to say, and just, I think the public needs to know this, that's not to say that council would be interfering in the FOI process. This is simply
absolutely not
for annual reports, because I don't think it's appropriate for council to be involved in that.
Absolutely right. Council should be nowhere near this. And that's why, I'm trying to get it to the clerk's office. Thanks.
Okay. I think that's clarified. I see the next question is Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just to be clear, it's going to continue to stay under the clerk, is that correct?
Councillor Dillon, that was my intent, yes.
Thank you. So who selects the role of this? Who hires this person for this role?
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I could start. The role of the head, as I said at the outset, is delegated under the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act to council, but council can subdelegate it to another person. So council makes the decision on who it is delegated to. Is that the question you're asking, Councillor?
Can council select who the person is?
In terms of the person who is deemed to be the head for the purpose of NFIPA, is that who you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes, it's council's decision.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, just a couple of questions. Just to clarify, the amendment that Councillor Bowman is suggesting, that the, I guess, position reports to council. I have some concerns because we went over this over and over again with the internal auditor and who the internal auditor reports to. So just some clarity on whether or not that amendment is even that it upholds the Municipal Act.
Through the chair, so the corporate, notwithstanding who is delegated head status, the corporation as a whole has certain responsibilities and duties therein. So I think you ask a good question, Councillor Santos. I'm not sure if we'd be prepared to have an answer on the spot, but certainly that's one that probably legal should review in terms of responsibilities of the corporation when it's doing its reporting. To have, is council now responsible for that? I think it leaves possibly some questions that might be valuable to get some answers on.
Right, and that kind of leads to my next question, and perhaps I would just recommend that we check with legal what that alignment is with the Municipal Act. And it also gets me to the next question. I will admit I am not an expert in FOI, Municipal Freedom of Information, and PIFA. I'm not an expert in this at all, and I would not necessarily feel comfortable having that responsibility either, to be honest with you, without an expert in place. So I'm going to ask the question about the original intention for the restructuring or the movement of this, and the expertise that existed before versus the expertise in terms of hiring a privacy officer, which I believe is a new function. Does that expertise exist with the privacy officer, and what was it like before?
Well, thank you, Councillor, through the chair. So, and I'll articulate once more, the FOI administration was in the office of the CAO when I got here, before I got here. And through the clerk, as the head, reported directly to the CAO. It still reports directly to the CAO. That was changed to reporting through the Commissioner of Legislative Services, so taking it one step removed from the office of the CAO. In that discussion and dialogue, was a recognition of greater expertise warranted on the FOI administration side and privacy matters in general. And so I may pass it to Uzma as well, because she's living it right now. But I can say, from a legal perspective, we now have that legal expertise in terms of applying legislation in a consistent way, and additional capacity to deal with some of these things, once again, in a consistent manner, and relationship building with the IPC, and respecting their processes. But perhaps, Uzma, if you're with us, you can give a little more context.
Sure. Okay. So I'll give a bit of background I'll just give you a bit of my background. I am a lawyer, and I've been practicing for close to 15 years. I have practiced primarily in the area of criminal defense. Now, I'm not sure how many of you are aware that criminal law works within the Canadian constitutional framework, okay? So that means that I have knowledge specifically with respect to Section 7 and Section 8 of the Charter, and those essentially deal inherently with privacy rights. Okay, so as a lawyer, I'm also experienced in the arena of statutory interpretation. And in my job duties, the legislation that I'm primarily working with, that being MFIPA, Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, I'm in a position to interpret the sections and look at things from a purposive approach. And I do want to point out that this position as privacy officer goes beyond the mere processing of FOI requests, okay? We cannot forget the privacy aspect to all of this. The issue of privacy breaches is very real, and they are becoming ever more prevalent with all of the technological advancements in place now. As a privacy officer, I'd like to introduce a privacy management system that incorporates essentially the 10 privacy principles that are outlined by CSA, the Canadian Standards Association. Those include, the main one is, the first principle is accountability. And then there's a number of other ones, openness, but it all goes to transparency and responsibility. In terms of the actual FOI request, like I pointed out, I started December 7th. I started with a privacy coordinator. She started on the same date. And I'm not here to put blame at all. I'm just going to let you know that what we were thrown into, essentially. It's a voluminous backlog of FOI requests. And from a legislative perspective, when you go beyond, generally speaking, that 30-day deadline, so from receipt and clarification of the request to decision, when you go beyond that 30 days, legislatively, there's already a deemed refusal, which essentially means that the requester can file an immediate appeal with the IPC. And these types of appeals that occur just because of a delay do not reflect well on the city. So we're working with requesters right now so that they will not rush and go to the appeal process, and we're trying to get out decisions as soon as possible. We had 36, I believe, outstanding FOI requests. 11 are done, so that leaves a remaining 25. And I'd like to point out that these requests are not simply 2 or 3 page requests of documents that need to be reviewed and redacted. Some of the requests are so voluminous that you've got hundreds of pages that you're going through. Okay, so that's essentially what we're doing right now. We're just trying to play catch up right now. On the side, what we're doing is, unfortunately, the system isn't modernized. We've been currently working very hard to modernize the FOI process so that at least initial requests and payments can be done online. Right now, we don't even have this online service. And with COVID, that has posed great difficulty because, people are not in the office, people are at home. So we want to get something like that in place immediately, but we're also working very diligently to implement an FOI program that is automated start to finish. So right from the request, right to the decision, everything's a tracked in a system. That makes the whole process more time and cost efficient, but more importantly, it ensures that we are providing consistent decisions. Now this is very important, consistent decisions with respect to the same request. And ultimately with this kind of a process, we will have more accurate data when we're reporting to council as well as to the IPC. Right now, we are working off of a very archaic, process. We're using Excel spreadsheets. So let's say we come across a request that we recognize to be the same as a previous request from another year. We would literally have to go manually through each file in order to retrieve that decision, and then compare how do we decide that decision and how can we maintain consistency so that one person is not granted access where another is denied in the exact same request. Also, in my role, I just want to be working very closely with the IPC in implementing the recommendations and being transparent and letting them know if there is a breach, even if it's a minor breach, let them know and see what we can do going forward and how we can implement more mechanisms to avoid the breaches. And potentially that would lead as well to an audit to make sure everything is functioning smoothly. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Usman. Just a follow-up, a couple of follow-up questions. So it sounds like that the role that was created for this whole process, regardless of who the privacy officer may report to, whether that's sitting under the staying with the clerk's office or directly to legislative services with Paul Morrison, it sounds like the decision to improve the expertise dedicated to dealing with these issues has significantly improved. It sounds like there's so you belong, for example, to the Law Society of Ontario, correct?
Absolutely, absolutely. I am still, I have a license. I am a barrister and solicitor in good standing.
So you're legally obliged as a lawyer in this job, regardless of who you are reporting to,
yes,
to maintain that status and integrity in your role as a lawyer / privacy officer.
Absolutely, and that's a great point. I was actually having discussions with somebody previously, and I did point that out, that yes, regardless of any contract or anything that I would have signed with the city when I took on the job, yes, I have the overarching responsibilities associated with my membership with the Law Society of Ontario. So absolutely, yes.
So I think overall, the fact that we now have a privacy officer that reports, who's a lawyer, that reports and has legal obligations to maintain a specific code within the profession, which is a third body, which is the Law Society of Ontario, is an incredible thing for us at the City of Brampton, regardless of whether you're reporting to the clerk or whether you're reporting to legislative services. And so I'll ask, and I don't know who will answer this question, did that level of expertise exist prior to this role being made?
Through you, Mr. Chair, it did not, but as issues arose, our FOI coordinators and the responsible manager dealt with either internal legal services or as need be with external legal.
Thank you very much, Peter, for that. And I think that, again, to Peter's point, whether the privacy officer is in the clerk's office or legislative services reporting directly to Paul Morrison, because we have a privacy officer who is a lawyer who reports or who is part of the Law Society of Ontario, she is an expert and a subject matter expert on this, even more so than the clerk or even Paul Morrison, to be perfectly frank. And she has an added level of duty of care to the Law Society of Ontario, which she must maintain integrity with. So from my perspective, whatever council suggests or whatever we're debating on here, the fact that we have the privacy officer that I think the CAO was very smart to bring forward, that improves this entire process, period. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. I see a note here from Councillor Willens that he'd like to second the motion moved by Councillor Bowman. Then we have Councillor Vicente wishing to clarify, and then Councillor Bowman lastly.
Am I next, Mayor?
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So with respect to the two sets of motions that we see here, the one that's up at the top of the screen and the other one that's after the two, through you to the clerk, are they saying the same thing or something different?
Through you, Mr. Chair, they are saying something different. So the first motion is the motion moved by Councillor Whillans, which is number 1 and number 2, which is the main motion with the revision in red. And it's delegating authority for the purposes of the head to the privacy officer. The second motion, which is an amendment to that motion, is to effectively replace that and put the role of the head with the position of the clerk. So the first motion from Councillor Whillans is the main motion on the floor, and the amendment is the motion moved by yourself, Councillor Vicente.
Correct. And so if we choose to approve the amendment, we would be essentially saying that it would be the city clerk who reports directly to council on this not administrative but a statutory function to council as is required through MFIPA, and that is as it was before. And I would like to point out to every member of council that is how it is conducted in every municipality that I checked. And just for the record, I checked the city of Toronto, I checked the city of Ottawa, Mississauga, London, Hamilton, and Kitchener, cities that are among the largest cities here in the province. All of those have assigned the duty of head for the purposes of freedom of information to the city clerk, and the city clerk performs that administration, whether themselves or through their staff, and that reports directly to council as a statutory responsibility. In the motion that is highlighted in red, we would be choosing to assign the privacy officer that role. In other words, to remove it from the city clerk and to give it to the privacy officer, and then the privacy officer who has explained some of the items that this work entails would be the FOI, for the purposes of MFIPA, the head. So just so every member understands, that's what's on the floor now. I don't know if I have a seconder for my amendment, and I don't know if there's a seconder for the main motion. Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor David, here through the chair. The statutory requirement is the annual report, which you have in front of you. And so if I can try to clarify the conversation, notwithstanding, council can do what you will, that really the conversation is about the delegated head status. Today, it's with the clerk. The recommendation is the privacy officer. We're obviously happy to respect and follow the direction on wherever council wants to delegate that head status to. But I think that would be that would provide clarity for everybody without necessarily getting into the conversation of who's reporting to whom. And commentary of council should stay away from this, but it should be reported directly to council. So the commentary around the statutory requirements from a reporting perspective is this public and annual report.
Very good. And, just to be clear, if I may ask, so for council's understanding, what are some of the clerk's statutory responsibilities?
Through you, Mr. Chair. So under the Municipal Act, the clerk is one of the few positions that a municipality shall appoint, and the clerk is responsible for keeping the minutes and decisions and votes of the council. That's a statutory responsibility. The clerk also has statutory responsibility in terms of some basic records management set out under the Municipal Act, and under the Municipal Elections Act, the clerk has statutory responsibility for the conduct of the election. That's the main ones, and as has been pointed out in many municipalities, the clerk is also delegated as the head.
So thank you, Mr. Clerk. So again, there are administrative functions that the city clerk performs every day, and by city clerk I mean the office of the city clerk. And there are these statutory responsibilities which the city clerk and that office perform on a regular basis. And so I would just ask members of council to consider, how does moving the function of the head outside of the city clerk's office to a privacy officer mean more efficiency? If there are staff required through staff under legislative services, the same staff would fall under the city clerk's office. The city clerk has a number of statutory responsibilities. Why would we choose to take this one away and not the others? So I think that I've explained it as clearly as I can, and I leave it to council to consider. Thank you.
Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much for you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Vicente, for that clarification. And CAO Barrick, that's exactly what I mean for the purposes of delegated authority, reporting to council, the reports that we're getting today. Those are the responsible and administrative reports that we will get directly to council. One thing that I'm curious about, it sounds to me as if the Privacy Commissioner has already taken over the responsibility of the FOIs. Is that correct?
Yes, so this is Uzma Ashraf speaking. Yes, so we are currently, me and one other individual, the privacy coordinator, are the ones handling the FOI requests at this time.
Okay, so I don't want to bring Councillor Medeiros into this conversation, but Councillor Medeiros has been very vocal about things like this in the past, and I'm going to be vocal on it now. It takes a motion from council to appoint the head. Did we change that? Did we appoint somebody new, or is the city clerk still the head of our FOIs?
Thank you, Councillor. David here. So yes, that's why the report is before you. If and until council decides otherwise, the clerk is technically the head as administered under the Act. That's why this report is here.
Okay, but the Privacy Commissioner is already doing it. She just told us that.
Yes, and she's been working in close consultation with the clerk's office, and that would continue to be the intent regardless, that they, we're one team, we're working together. Clerk staff, records management staff, privacy officer staff, FOI administration, or FOI coordinators, and legal staff, they're all in the same division and they're all communicating with each other.
Okay, well, I will happily second Councillor Vicente's amendment. I think that is the proper way to do it. I'm going to say it again, that residents expect total transparency, and if they have any indication or any preconceived notions that what's going on is not proper, then that's what they believe. Now, that's not true, but that's what they believe. And what they believe is true in their eyes. And councillors, we're the ones who have to make that decision. We made that decision in 2017, and I'm asking council to continue with that decision now. Whether the privacy officer reports through the clerk's office and the person we designate as head, the clerk utilizes that person to the maximum of their capabilities. And if they've got great capabilities, I am very, very pleased to hear that. But again, I will second this motion, and I would like a recorded vote on it, please.
Okay, Councillor Willens.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, now just to clarify it one more time here, I'll remove the red that's highlighted there, and I agree with what Councillor Vicente has said. My intention was that this privacy officer, if we have one, and reports to Peter Fay, and Peter Fay reports the FOIs to council, I'm good with that. The intent was I just wanted to make sure that this privacy officer, if we're keeping a privacy officer, stays in the clerk's office and works with the clerk and doesn't go to another department. That was my intent of that amendment, but I'm fine if they are under the legislative services and are in the clerk's department. I'm fine with the amendments there that Councillor Vicente has put forward. So I'll just change it back the way it was then, Peter. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we have the one motion on the floor. Can we can we, will the clerk call a recorded vote?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, recorded vote's been requested on the motion moved by Councillor Visante and seconded by Councillor Bowman on the screen to amend and to replace staff recommendation 2 with the recommendation that's on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yes. Wow.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Sure.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Visante.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes. So it's unanimous.
The motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Okay, this takes us to item 13.3, which is deferred from last week around the monitoring of social media accounts. I believe this was deferred from Councillor Fortini, so maybe he'll like to speak to this first.
You, Mayor Brown. So I'm going to go back. You know, I'm not saying no, and I'm not going to say yes. And I think we have all our own account, and I don't believe that we should use taxpayers' money to monitor our accounts. And whoever likes to, we have an account, and they're allowed to use our budget. For me, I'm fine the way I am. It's kind of funny, you know, we get these things all the time. And, you know, I just got an email last Saturday morning at 4 o'clock from someone who lives across the street saying their credit card doesn't work. Can you please provide me your credit card? I have to buy a gift certificate for my niece. So these scams are always going to happen. And I feel bad for the people that fall into it. But at the end of the day, I don't want to support it. Whichever councillor likes to have this, we have our own budget. It's $1,000. It's not, and they can choose what they want. So I like to keep it on the budget for our that we have. Now, I want to ask staff: is that finance? Is that possible?
Sorry, Councillor Fortini, you were asking a question of finance staff?
Well, I'm hearing that it cannot be done. I just want them to tell me why it cannot be done and if it can be done. I'm hearing some rumors it can't. If we all have a budget, you know, and then we start putting extras here and extras there and extra there. So we have a budget. Each one can do what they want. I'm not saying I don't want to support it. I'm fine the way not using it, and whoever councillor wishes to do it. I just want an answer from our staff, finance staff, if that could be possible, be done.
Through the chair, it's Mark Medeiros here. I'm not familiar with this situation and why something couldn't be done. I'm pretty sure we can allocate costs however council wishes, but I'll go back and talk to you know, the IT folks and get back to you on this as soon as possible.
Okay, so that's why I like to suggest if it could be done, everyone has the freedom of choosing what they like to do. Thank you.
Members of council, just there was a note from Mayor Brown. Councillor Fortini, can you just assume the chair for this item?
I'm back now, Peter.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so next question. Who do we have on the list? Councillor.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor Santos is next.
Okay, Councillor Santos.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor, I had an opportunity, and I'm not sure if my colleagues had an opportunity to have a conversation with Jen Ellis. I asked a bunch of questions, and I think I'm going to ask them here because I'm not sure whether this motion actually applies to the technology that's being implemented or that has been implemented. And so, question, I guess, to staff, is this technology about monitoring social media accounts?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Jennifer. To clarify, the service does not monitor individual accounts, but rather scans the internet to identify fraudulent impersonation of the mayor and council, and upon successful completion of the pilot, city social media accounts to protect constituents, citizens, and the reputation of the city.
Thank you. So this is the technology, and I appreciate, like, I'm not a tech person, and so I could appreciate when this came to Committee of Council last week, why it maybe caught folks by surprise, or maybe there were misperceptions and various information or misperceptions about what this is. But I'm going to delve a little bit deeper. So this technology is not about monitoring personal accounts. Staff has clarified that. Does this technology have any ability to limit freedom of speech of constituents who want to criticize councillors?
No, it does not.
Okay. So does this technology, so for example, what makes this different from using Google Alerts in terms of impersonations or finding people who are possibly impersonating a councillor or like Brampton Economic Development Facebook page?
Google Alerts does not, it does not scan everything. This will scan everything 24/7. If you're being impersonated, you may not even know you're being impersonated, and Google Alerts may not catch that.
So it's possible that there are people out there right now who are trying to impersonate our councillors during this meeting, and we don't know.
It's very possible, Councillor, yes.
And so what would this technology do to help mitigate some of that risk to the corporation?
So the technology, once it has found something, identifies it, reports it into the designated person, myself or the backup, we would reach out to the councillor impacted and discuss with you what you want to do with it, and then report it to the appropriate authorities.
Okay, and then this is a pilot project, right? It's a pilot program, so it doesn't limit freedom of speech. The trolls and critics and fans of council can still write whatever they want to write on our Facebook social media accounts. This does not prevent hacking of into accounts. This is specifically to help with identify impersonation of accounts who are councillors, the mayor, or Brampton Economic Development, or Brampton Fire and Emergency Services, or any other corporate media accounts that we want monitored, so that our constituents who trust us, when we communicate, when they see Rowena Santos or Pat Fortini in their messenger inbox, they have continued trust in who they're talking to. And so from my perspective, this technology, based on talking to you and reading the briefing note that was sent out, this technology is actually protecting our constituents, because they are ultimately the victims, not us. They are the ones who are going to be the victims, in addition to obviously protecting the reputation of the city as a whole. That is my understanding of the technology. And so the motion which says monitoring of social media accounts, that's not what this technology is. So I'm not sure whether or not this motion is appropriate, because it's not even talking about the technology that is being implemented. So unfortunately, I'm not going to support this because I do believe that a pilot project of $11,000 to look at data to see how often these perpetrators are trying to impersonate us online, I think that's super important, and it also protects the city and some of our other corporate accounts to make sure that it doesn't happen to them, especially during a vulnerable time when small businesses are looking for money. Now imagine they get a fake impersonated account from Brampton Economic Development saying to a small business owner within their contacts that they should apply for a small business grant. And that is the value of this technology at a nominal rate of $11,000. My final question is, are there other levels of government or agencies or municipalities who are either interested or utilizing this technology now in order to mitigate their own risk?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, there are 40 Canadian and US governments and affiliated agencies using this. And in the last week, I have been approached by 2 other municipalities to get my contacts to invoke the same service.
Thank you, Jen. And I think that the IT department made the right decision on this, especially since it's a nominal rate of $11,000.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Our next question is Councillor Pelletier. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. A lot of the questions have been asked by Councillor Santos. I was beginning to think she was impersonating me. Keeping up with just the 1 or 2 questions that I have. Given the fact that this has already happened to 2 members of council, if this monitoring was already implemented, how fast would it have taken to shut it down compared to how long it did take to shut down those 2 incidents?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, it took us about 6 to 8 weeks to shut down the 2 incidents. In this case, it would be 6 to 8 hours if we had this ability.
Okay. And then my last question was, did you follow all rules and procedures around choosing the company that was ultimately picked to provide this service?
Yes, we followed all the bylaws.
Thank you very much. Those are my questions, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Pelletier. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, all my questions have been asked, so I'm good to be on. Thank you.
Councillor Frattini.
Thank you. I'm just going to ask a couple of questions. So you said 6 to 8 hours. So what guarantees, you get insurance on cars and stuff. Is this company going to guarantee if a resident gets in and we don't catch them in time, or the server are going to pay for the fee, or say, well, we didn't catch it in time? What guarantees do we have?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not really sure what guarantees are being asked.
Well, someone goes into my account and they forge my name or take my account over, and someone pays, and by the time we catch them, the money's gone. Are they going to say, well, we didn't catch them in time because it takes 6 to 8 hours? Are they going to actually back up their word and say, well, you know what, we stand behind our name?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, this company is not responsible for the fraudulent piece. They identify it and we report it to Peel Police, and then Peel Police will take it from the fraudulent perspective.
Okay, and that's why I was here. So at the seniors committee, we talk about this all the time, and Peel Police did come there quite a few times and telling the seniors not to do it, because a lot of the time these accounts are overseas and it's impossible to track them down. Now, if it's $11,000, it's last meeting we said it's $1,000 per counselor. I don't see what the problem is. If any counselor wants to do it, use their budget, and they're allowed to do what they want. I do not want it, and if another counselor wants it, that is fine. So that's why I asked finance. If we could do that, we have the tools, and we could all do it. Now, is that other municipalities have the same technology, or we're the first one?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there are 40 Canadian and U.S. governments and agencies that have it. There are 2 municipalities that are looking to get it with my contacts. So they're investigating it.
Okay. So, again, we'll wait for finance. If we can use our own budget, that's what I like to do. I don't want anyone going in, because it hasn't never happened to me. And I know, and unfortunately, it does happen to everyone across. But it's not only about this, it's about many other things. They always send emails and all kinds. I don't believe we're going to have time to stop anything. Once the money's transferred, it's gone, it's gone. Even though the Peel wants to investigate, they don't have the resources. And they talked at the seniors committee so many times about this. Please don't reply. Please don't give your information. Don't give that. And that's what ends up happening. Thank you.
Question from Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. Just because I heard one of the earlier speakers, I believe it was Councilor Santos had mentioned that she mentioned corporate accounts as well. So, I understand that, different divisions in the organization might have a corporate account, but I guess my concern is with the personal accounts of councillors. We had this is a repeat of what I said last week, perhaps, but we had a conversation last term about the use of personal accounts, and I think eventually there was some type of I think staff had said that if for an election, if you use your personal account, that becomes the property of. If you use your personal account for any type of electioneering or anything related to election, it becomes the property of the corporation. And so there was a debate around that, and then eventually I think they got a legal opinion and they said your personal account is your personal account. So I'm wondering the question is this: firstly, will personal accounts of councillors be monitored in this?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, to clarify, we're not monitoring your Facebook accounts. We're scanning everything but your Facebook accounts to ensure you aren't being impersonated. So we're never looking at your accounts. They don't do that.
No, I understand that. But if it was mentioned corporate accounts, we're making sure that nobody's imitating anybody else. Is that correct?
So the intention is to monitor and scan for fraudulent impersonation for the councillor's accounts, the mayor's account, and once the pilot is successful, the corporate accounts like fire, animal services, economic development, those things. We can easily add those. We could add those on now if that's councillor's wish. Or if a councillor doesn't want to take part in the pilot, we could put a corporate account in its place.
Right. So I don't think it's and I said this last week as well, and I do feel it's unfortunate that one of the councillors, was imitated and there was an account made, but I don't think it's, in my personal opinion, is that it's not in the purview of the municipal government to be monitoring these. If there's anything related to the corporation, I think they should do that. But I also believe that whoever wants to participate in it, we do have our discretionary accounts available, so it should come out of there. But even then, I'm a little bit skeptical just because it is taxpayer money. We do have probably once a month, I get somebody who calls me about some type of fraud that happens. We get CRA fraud. We get every day I get a call from Fido in China asking me for money. And there's a number of people who've been victims of fraud and that. And so, I've also heard that we're protecting the taxpayer here, but, government overreach comes to mind. And how much can we actually, is that our responsibility to protect them in that way? There's some type of personal responsibility in self-education that's required as well. And if there's a campaign that we want to, or some type of social media post we want to alert people with, I think I'm okay with that. But again, just to say it's not in the responsibility of government, in my opinion. And I think that if a councillor wants to partake, it should be out of their own discretionary fund, and that's up to them to, at the end of the day, to discuss with their constituents if that's something that they're asked. And that's really all I have to say for it. But I don't know if Councillor Fortini had moved an amendment to state that, because he was discussing it. So, through the mayor, if I can ask Councillor Fortini if you did that. Oh, it's up on the screen. Sorry about that. Yeah, he did.
Yeah, I moved it. Yeah, it's on the screen. Everyone can use their own account.
Gotcha. Thank you, and I'll support that.
Okay, next question is Councillor Bowman. and then Paleshi, then Visante, then Williams. Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much through you, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all talking about the same thing here. We're just going about it in sort of a different path. Peter, can I ask you, Councillor Fortini was asking about this, and these are not personal accounts, correct? These accounts, for all intents and purposes, if they're being used for councillor, they sort of belong to the city, do they not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, corporate accounts do belong to the city. There is a debate out there whether or not a personal account that is used for corporate business, for the conduct of corporate business, effectively is a corporate account. And that's a debatable item at some point in the future. The purpose of this software, if you want to call it, as Jennifer has pointed out, is to presumably scrub the internet to see if there is anybody impersonating a councillor. I'm assuming it's not to see if anybody's impersonating an individual. So I don't know if the conditions, if it's actually looking for an elected official impersonation. But that's the intent behind the software, as I understand it from IT.
Okay, thank you. And I don't think there's a problem. I think, unless I'm mistaken, but I think all the councillors would like to have some assurance that their accounts are not being monitored, their contacts aren't being mined. And I think everybody shares that. But I also think it's the responsibility of the corporation to protect the interest of those accounts that technically belong to the organization. If my account, Councillor Jeff or Councillor Bowman, that is specifically using my councillor name, and that belongs to the corporation. So I would, maybe I'm wrong, but I would sort of be expecting the organization to be applying all safety precautions to my social media and to everybody else's social media as a regular course of action. And I'm not quite sure how this came to a head. I don't really remember a couple of weeks ago how this got brought up. But to Councillor Fortini's motion, I am absolutely fine either way, paying it out of my budget account or having it as part of the overall IT account for the city. I think safety and security of all the councillors' social media accounts and all the other people who work at the city who use their social media accounts in the position working for the city should be protected as well. So either way, as long as we can be assured that we're not being monitored in any way, that our contacts aren't being monitored in any way, either way, whether we pay for it out of our own accounts, which we've got money in the budget for things like this, or whether it comes out of a corporate IT account, it doesn't really matter to me. But I think we're all sort of talking about the same thing, and that it is necessary. It's just a matter of where the money's going to be coming from, and what we consider personal social media accounts. Thanks very much.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Bowman. Councillor Paleshi?
I thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think we seem to be talking a lot about the accounts aspect of everything. This is not about accounts. It's about the impersonation of a councillor. But we're political figures. We have a farther reach than most people, and people tend to somewhat listen to us sometimes. So when a councillor reaches out to somebody, regardless of what account it is, they get the feeling that, and if it's an impersonation, they get the feeling that they're actually talking to a councillor. So I think we're just getting bogged down too much in the account side of things. It's all about the impersonation of a councillor. And then with respect to the budget, there's a greater picture here where I would think that when we're talking about the organization as a whole, we're throwing out ECDEV, we're throwing out these other bodies in the city of Brampton, and I would even go as far as saying, there's in the safety office, in the task forces. There should be also an additional level of security with respect to those departments. And if we're talking about the city as a whole, then we should keep it the city as a whole. Did Babu want to talk about this? Thank you. So just to finish up, I think that what IT has done, I think is 100% what we should be doing to protect the citizens and even any of the reach that we have as councillors, but also you know, in any of the grants departments, the communications, the task forces. I think that, you know, we should also be looking at protecting people from impersonations of those individuals as well. So thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Palashi. Next up is Councillor Basante.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just want to kind of underline, I guess we're using the word personal accounts and corporate accounts interchangeably, but we're also talking about impersonation. And I want to just, I think from my point of view, just try to clarify, if I may, for everyone, and perhaps it makes it easier. We're talking about people who are committing acts of identity theft. It's not, for example, about someone who is using our images, for example, to do a parody or to make a political statement. We're talking about people who are duplicating a online account in order to impersonate. Yes, but it's about committing identity theft. And if there is an application, a software application that the city is recommending for members of council or other departments to use, to keep an eye for the signals, the signs that an online account, a social media presence is being duplicated for potentially nefarious reasons. And that gives us a heads up so that we could take the necessary precautions and actions, then that's a good thing. And so I agree with statements made before that should be paid for through corporate, because it is about protecting the corporation and the safety of all of the people who interact with the officers of this organization. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councillor Williams is next.
So it's Councillor Williams, right? Next?
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you through you, Mayor, to Jennifer. I just have a question. So if this motion was to pass and some councillors who don't want to spend the money to opt in on this, if they choose not to spend the money to opt in, but then just say they get impersonated, can they just say, oh, I'm getting impersonated and I want to opt in now so it can take less time to find the person impersonating their account? Or will they now have to just wait the 6 to 8 weeks because they didn't buy into the service?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, the 6 to 8 weeks is likely what it would take on the first incident. We might have some ability. Actually, no, we wouldn't have the ability. It would take the 6 to 8 weeks.
Okay, so if some councillors choose not to opt in today, then they would not have the ability to catch the person impersonating them quickly to stop their fellow constituents or friends and family from getting conned into spending thousands of dollars.
That's correct. I would have to follow the same process that I did, which involves obviously Peel Regional Police and then dealing directly with the likes of Facebook, which at times, depending on the load that they have, can take weeks and weeks.
Okay, wow. Okay, thank you so much for clarifying that. I have no further questions.
Okay, well, thank you, Councillor Williams. And I just want to say, first of all, thank you, Jennifer Ellis, for doing a superb job on IT. I just want everyone to know that we are very lucky with some of the talent we have, and you know, the way she works so quickly with the Peel Police is commendable. And frankly, I'd be embarrassed if Brampton, that's becoming the National Center for Cybersecurity, was a victim of cybersecurity. It would hurt the prestige of the city. This has nothing to do about monitoring your account. This is about protecting the city and our residents of fraud and impersonation. And my only worry is if we have a few councillors not participate, that there'll be gaps, and that now that this is a public record, you know, those that engage in these schemes will know who to target. And I don't want the city to be used as a means to take advantage of residents. Don't underestimate the nefarious nature that cybercrime works in. And maybe I can ask our city solicitor, is he on the call? Is the city solicitor available?
Yes, I am here.
So the question I have for you is, could there be any potential liability for the city if there were accounts that we chose today that we weren't going to cover? If we left several councillor accounts vacant and a cyber crime happened where the impersonation was saying that you can get a City of Brampton grant if you pay this fee, what would happen in that case? Could there be any potential legal liability? Would there be for the city? And if we wanted to be prudent and cautious, would it, you know, what advice would you give us in terms of taking steps to mitigate legal liability for the city being responsible for cyber crimes where people are impersonating the city or officers of the corporation?
So thank you, Mayor Brown. I'm a little bit reluctant to give legal advice in open session, but I will say at a high level, from my cursory analysis, that there wouldn't be a legal liability on the city for something that we weren't aware of and didn't have control of. However, as a practical matter, you know, and I'm sure the councillors will appreciate, we shouldn't be surprised if residents make an ethical appeal to councillors about not having taken advantage of tools that were at their disposal. And
to follow up on that, Samir, you said if the city couldn't be liable if we weren't aware of it. Now that through Jennifer's work with the Peel Police, we know that the city is a target of these impersonations and financial crimes. If we are aware that we are targets, do we have liability if we don't take the necessary steps?
My opinion would still be that we wouldn't have liability unless there was something we knew very specifically and that created a duty of care, but there's no prima facie duty of care to the residents in this manner.
Okay, thank you, Samir. We have Councillor Dillon on the list and then Councillor Pertini. Councillor Dillon.
Yeah, would we be privy to these, to an update on the police investigation, just so we can kind of get a little bit more sense into, I guess, the magnitude of the crime, the potential crime committed, or kind of really see what's going on?
You know, that's a great idea, Councillor Dillon. Maybe Jennifer could give you a high-level update today, but if you wanted to invite the police to give a presentation in camera, you know, we could always defer the item till next week to get a representative from the Peel Police in camera to brief council on the threat that we're facing. Jeff, did you want to try to answer in a high level, and then Councillor Dillon can advise if you'd like to make a motion to get a police presentation?
Okay, through you, Mr. Mayor, I'm not really sure how much I can disclose of an active investigation. I don't know what I'm supposed to disclose. I know that Councillor Santos did speak to it at the last meeting a week ago of what happened to it was her contact. So I don't know if she wants to share those details, but I can tell you during the investigation that it took quite some time. There was some tracking that was done. It was tracked back to an organization, but it's still under active investigation with the RCMP now because they are out of country. I don't know if that helps, but.
Okay, Councillor Dillon, would you still like a police report to council?
Yeah, and I just want to, like, the more I'm listening, obviously the more educated you get into the issue, and I think it's some really good information. So good information we received today, and it's all legitimate arguments made. But for me, it's just I'd like more information if that's the will of council. If they want to defer this to next week to get that information, I'm okay with that. But I won't move that. But I'm still okay with Councilor Fattini's motion that it should come out of our personal account. So again, whichever way it goes, I'm fine with it. I'm not being too. I'm not going against it per se, but there's just a couple of concerns that I did have. So whichever way it goes, I'm fine with it.
Okay, Councillor Fattini.
So, Mayor, and great point from Councillor Dillon. I was going to suggest the same, but not about the investigation. Maybe we could defer it. I have no issue. And have maybe our appeal police come in and delegate and tell us, because they come to the seniors committee all the time, and maybe I'll be more convinced. But my issue is, I don't see what the problem is. If we have a budget and everyone can choose what they want, why are we pushing this, that we all have to use a certain budget? That's my concern. So if they come in, maybe I'll be convinced more, because I know what I hear there, and I've been there last term, and I've been with the seniors this term, and they do presentations all the time. And their presentation is, we don't have enough resources. It's hard to catch them. It's impossible. So if they come maybe to council and we defer this in 2 weeks or 4 weeks, whatever time we need, let them do a presentation. And maybe I'll be convinced, and I'll say, you know what? Yes, I'm going to do it. You know?
Well, I appreciate, Councillor Fattini, how open-minded you are on this. And I think we're heading in a direction where we can all be united behind this cybersecurity measures. So hearing what Councillor Fattini said to the clerk, if we wanted to refer this to a meeting when the Peel Police are available for a presentation about the threat that the city was facing, how would that wording go about? And is it a referral or deferral? And can you guide us?
I have one more question, Mr. Mayor, before we do that. Yeah. So now, if we're going to be doing the councillors and the mayor, which is 11 of us, and we have corporate accounts from the city and all staff, are we going to go across the whole corporation like Councillor Bowman said? Because that could affect everyone at the end. So my worry is, from a certain amount, it's going to be a big amount. And so that's why, I don't know, if this is a pilot project, is that what we're going to be looking to in the future to protect the whole corporation? As legal said, we're never responsible anyway at the end. So I think that's a great presentation if the Peel Police comes in and we could ask them questions, because I know what they tell us at the seniors, and we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Okay, Peter, do you want to offer some guidance?
So through you, Mr. Mayor, if it's a referral, which it sounds like that's the debate, then that's referring this matter to, if it's limited to the discussion regarding members of council, then it may be more appropriate to go to the Governance and Council Operations Committee, which is next scheduled to meet March 1st. Or it could go, if it's more corporate-wide in nature, beyond members of council, it could go to a future committee of council meeting. And the delegation itself, perhaps, and I'm just going to suggest, could start in public if it's just public information about this. And then if there is specific information about specific events that necessitate going into closed session, that could be considered at that point in time.
Okay, so why don't we do that? Why don't we refer that to a committee of council? I'm happy to move that.
And I'm happy to. In camera, I don't want to mention any names or anything. I understand we don't want to do that. It's just more to get more details from our Peel Police, and we'll take it from there. And It might not happen in the next council meeting. It depends on how fast they could come over and delegate. And maybe it might be a month on the road, but the governance going back all the way to March is going to be a longer time. So I think it's faster if they come to council. Maybe delegate is better. Thank you.
Sorry,
Thank you.
Councillor Dillon, are we standing Councillor Fortini's motion down then?
This motion would refer all that motion as well.
Okay, gotcha.
And I would just say thank you, Councillor Fortini and Dylan, for the suggestion. I can tell you, as Jennifer Ellis has been briefed on this, and Councillor Santos has been briefed on this, and I've been briefed on this, I think you will gain a lot of value from understanding the nature of this threat. And I think the Peel Police could best be engaged to highlight to you this new realm of cybersecurity threats that we face as officers of the corporation.
I agree. Thank you.
Councillor Willen.
Yes, through you, Mr. Mayor. Two questions, I guess, for Jennifer. Up to this point, how many councillors have you met with? I know you've met with myself, and I believe Councillor Paleshi.
For you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the only one I haven't met with is Councillor Fortini.
Okay, thank you. And if we refer this or defer this or have a workshop on this, that puts us at risk moving forward, does it not?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, it certainly does. The longer we delay, the more risks that we're exposed to.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we have a question from Councillor Paleshi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to a member, to Councillor Fortini specifically. You can answer it if you want. Councillor Fortini, you're the only one that hasn't met with Jennifer. Can you provide a rationale as to why you haven't met with her yet?
But the whole idea was supposed to come to this council, and I was asking if we could actually use our own budget, and I didn't get an answer yet, and I asked it today. So if we could use our own budget, I never said we can't do it. Each one has a budget, and you could use your own budget, Councillor Paleshi, and I could use my own budget. I'm not saying don't do it, but each one could use their own. Now, my question is, are we going to go across the whole corporation? I asked that question too. So at the end, how much is it going to cost? So I understand the security. I understand everything, but I'm not saying don't do it. But I need more info. I know I sit on the senior committee. I see what the Peel Police says over there, and I just don't
thank you, Councillor Fortini. I guess my question was related to you've come out to say you need more information, and now you're saying the Peel Regional Police can. And when we've all had that discussion with Jennifer, I guess to try and get answers to some of our questions, and a lot of my questions and concerns were answered. But you're saying that you need more information. So maybe on a go forward, you can sit down and talk to Jennifer to have some of those.
Councillor Paleshi, maybe.
Sorry, excuse me, Mr. Chair. I have the floor. Mr. Mayor, I have the floor. Mr. Mayor, I have the floor. Mr. Mayor, I have the floor.
Okay, Councillor Paleshi has the floor.
Yeah. You can put your name on the board there, Councillor Fortini, if you have something to say. So I think that would just be a good opportunity for all of us to be educated on decisions that we're making before at council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
We have Councillor Bowman with a quick question.
So Mr. Mayor, he answer. I got to talk. Nobody's saying don't do it. He could use his own budget. Councillor Paleshi.
Okay, Councillor Fortini, we have Councillor Bowman next, then Councillor Vicente, then Councillor Medeiros, and if you'd like to speak again, then we can have Councillor Fortini. Councillor Bowman.
Thanks. Real quick, Mr. Mayor. Just wondering, a couple of people have mentioned corporate accounts, and this question is probably for Jennifer as well. There are corporate accounts. ECDEV has a corporate account. BMO has a corporate account. Would we need to take a look at those as well? And if we do, maybe we can have that ready for when we refer this meeting. Thanks.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we do intend to look at the corporate accounts like ECDEV and Fire and Animal Services, et cetera. The intent of this was to do a small pilot with the folks that we know are currently being targeted. And then once we see the value, we would evolve it into the other corporate accounts.
Wonderful, thank you.
Okay, Councillor Visante.
I removed my name, Mayor. Thank you.
Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, and I appreciate the discussion. I'm just concerned when we start calling out colleagues and what their motivation are or so on. I think Councillor Fortini was very clear, referring to the payment. He, you know, we may have questions like myself on the technical merits. I happen to meet with Jennifer. I heard some, you know, very good information. But again, I think this is a service. I'm not sure, you know, the value proposition, and everyone can come to that determination. And I think what Councillor Fortini has done is give every councillor an opportunity. He's not saying no outright, but he's given every opportunity for you to seek that service and have it on your account. I think it does send a question. And again, we've spoken a lot today about what is truth and what is perception. You know, the truth is we know that this is probably, you know, a very good service and we know what it's trying to do. But unfortunately, the perception to, you know, Joe the neighbor is look at council. They want to, you know, take care of their own social media accounts. So they're hiring a company to do this. And that's perception. Is it true? No. Is this right? No. But that's the business and where we're in again. And so I think what Councillor Fortini is bringing transparency. So each councillor can, you know, defend on the decision that they make. Essentially your expense account allows that. So, you know, I just think that, you know, to speak to what the motivation of what they do, why they met, or who did they meet, everyone has their own source of information. And if we start questioning everyone on their source of information and their preparedness for these meetings, then I think we would all be victims of attacks. So I thank you very much, Councillor Fortini, and I thank you everyone for this dialogue. Thank you.
Councillor Singh. Oh, sorry, Councillor Santos, then Councillor Singh.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Mayor, with all due respect to my colleagues, Councillor Fortini and Councillor Medeiros, with all due respect, part of the reason why there is a misperception and misinformation about what this technology is the very wording of this motion, which I keep saying over and over again. The motion is referring to monitoring of social media accounts. And on a number of occasions, our staff...
Point of privilege, Mayor, not to get into pettiness. And I was named in, so I had nothing to do with this motion, Councillor Santos, and my opinions certainly don't impact all the residents. I think the reporting and the media have a certain role in this. So I appreciate, you know, giving me importance.
Yeah.
But I'm not part of this motion. Thank you.
Okay. No, I'm referring to this motion in general and referring to the reference to misperceptions that are out there and the perceptions that are out there about this technology. Part of the reason why there are misperceptions about this technology and what we're trying to do is because of the wording of the motion, which says monitoring of social media accounts. And I have asked staff on a number of occasions if the technology is about monitoring of social media accounts, and it is not about monitoring social media accounts, period. And so the nature of this motion is part of the reason why there are misperceptions out there. And I just want to make that point, because this is not about monitoring social media accounts, but the motion talks about monitoring social media accounts, and that is not what this technology is.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Singh.
Yeah, I'll be voting against the referral. I think we should just vote on it today. We all received confidential information as well, and I was happy with what staff has done. That's my opinion. You know, just like Councillor Dillon said, whatever councillor they decide. But I think we should vote on it today. When we talk about the issues that have happened, Councillor Santos already told us last week what happened with her. And so I'll be voting against it, and I hope to get to voting on this today. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor to get the police report. We have a recorded vote. Clerk?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to members of council, a recorded vote's been requested on the referral motion. All in favor, please indicate on the referral motion. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
No.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
No.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
That's a yes. Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Willens.
No.
Councillor Vasante. Councillor Vasante? I'll come back to you. Councillor Santos?
No.
Thank you. Councillor Vasante? Councillor Vasante is indicating no in the WebEx chat. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the motion does not carry. 4-7.
Okay.
So the motion is still on the floor.
Okay. So, I share Councilor Santos's concern about the wording of this motion. So, I will not be supporting it, but I do want this service to go ahead to protect our residents. So, Peter, if this motion fails, then we put a new motion up?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, that is possible, depending on the wording of the new motion.
Okay. So if I want to put a new motion forward, do I do it now or do I wait till this is voted on?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, there has been a practice in the past where members would suggest what a motion wording would be if another motion were to fail, but it would not be not be taken for vote until the first motion is disposed
so
of.
If I could put the wording forward that the protections articulated by Jennifer Ellis to protect our residents from cybersecurity impersonations of corporate officers and corporate accounts, that this pilot project be initiated.
Point of order, please.
Yes, Councilor Santos?
Just in terms of the wording of this motion, if we can get help from IT staff to make sure that it is accurate so we can avoid the same situation we did last time.
Yeah, great point, because it's not the protection of our accounts, it's the impersonations.
Thank you. So some guidance from IT would be helpful.
So so through you, Mr. Mayor, it's a service that we want to engage to scan the internet for fraudulent impersonations of the councillors and the mayor. So I'm not sure.
And if we could add in to protect our residents from identity theft, as Councillor Vicente articulated, protect our residents of identity theft and impersonations of officers of the corporation, which is what we are.
Yes.
So it's not protection of members of council per se.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, would it be helpful if it said for the protection of member of council accounts, or member of council and corporate accounts? corporate city accounts. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Jennifer, does that articulate the intent of the application?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, I think that's good. Through you, Mr. Mayor, Peter, if we could add protection from impersonation of social media accounts for members of council and city corporate accounts, maybe.
Yeah. So it's and add in like this is a service to protect the public from these impersonations. Because a member of council is not going to be tricked on an impersonation. They would know it's not it's not their account. It's the public that's being taken advantage of. A secondary Rowena Santos account wouldn't trick Rowena Santos because she would know that it's not herself, but it could trick the public on a false grant.
So, Mr. Mayor, there is a speakers list right now of Councillor Bowman, followed by Councillor Fortini.
Hey, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, through you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having trouble with this motion only because Councillor Fortini, I agree wholeheartedly with his desire for it to come out of either our budget or corporate budget, but that's not being, and I agree with your motion as well, but it's not being addressed in your motion as to who's going to pay for it, whether it comes out of a corporate budget or whether we do this on a voluntary basis out of our own personal accounts.
Councillor Fortini?
So we are monitoring also only corporate accounts or all our accounts, even our personal accounts? That's what I'm getting confused here.
No, we're not monitoring our accounts. We're monitoring impersonations.
Yeah, I understand, but I have 3 other accounts. So as a counselor, so are we doing the corporate account or my personal accounts?
You have 3 accounts? Maybe Jennifer Ellis could answer which account they'd be monitoring.
Because we're not allowed to use those accounts during the election. So if we're going to do only the corporate account that we have at the city is one thing. I have no say because it's corporate. But I do have a say on my own personal accounts.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, this is the corporate accounts that you use for city business only.
Okay, so that's what we have to put in the motion. And I agree with Councilor Bowman. We still didn't get the answer if we could use our own budget or we're going to go all through this. to see the word corporate accounts in there, please.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I believe the term in the possible motion on city corporate identities would include accounts. So again, as Jennifer and IT has indicated, the solution will scan the internet to see if there is any impersonation and potential identity theft of an elected official, a member of council, regardless of where that may occur. And that's the intent behind the program. And I believe the motion that is being drafted now, possibly to be introduced by Mayor Brown, would help protect that and accomplish that task.
Yeah, but Peter, I understand, Mr. Clerk, but is it my personal account or is it corporate account? That's why Councilor Bowman brings a good point. We're not allowed, and Councilor Dillon, we're not allowed to use these accounts for election, but they want to monitor them. So the corporate account, it's a corporate account, I get it. But my personal account doesn't mean they have to go through it. It's my own personal account. I do what I want with it. That's what I'm trying to clarify. So we should put corporate accounts only.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, maybe I can provide some clarity. This isn't really talking in terms of accounts. They scan the internet. They're not scanning your account. So they'll scan the internet for your name as a councillor. They'll scan it for your photo. They'll scan it for your Facebook identification. They're not scanning your accounts, and they will produce a report that comes to me, and if there's anything dangerous on it, I will have a meeting with you.
So if they go into my personal Facebook account, it'll pop up on you.
They're not going into your accounts at all.
I see. Okay.
Okay, does that wrap up for you, Councillor Bertini?
Because I understand when I have my personal account or my Facebook or as a counselor, and I post something on Twitter and something, it's got nothing to do with a corporate account. That's why I'm a little bit confused. And I'm not a computer guy, but when it becomes a corporate, it's one thing. If I do something as a counselor on my personal, it still pops up as counselor. So that's what's confusing for me. Councilor Bowman brought up a good point. So I don't know.
Okay, I believe next up is Councilor Medeiros. Is that correct?
No, Mayor, I'm not on the board.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, it's Councillor Dillon who's next to speak.
Okay, Councillor Dillon.
Sorry, just I don't want to add to the confusion, but I believe there was a question asked, and I believe Jennifer had said it was corporate accounts. So I'm just getting more and more confused. And so that's the first part. The second thing is there's a lot of people who have my name, Gurpreet Dillon or Gurpreet Singh Dillon. I would venture to say hundreds of thousands of people. Maybe that's a little bit too much, but you know, across North America or India, wherever, it's a very, very common name. I cannot cross I cannot enter back into Canada on any flight or through any border because I have to confirm with them my passport, because you know there's a flag under my name because somebody else who has the same name, Gurpreet Dillon, different birthday, different country of birth. You know, he's flagged for something, I don't know what. And so, you know, what if somebody makes a Gurpreet Dillon name, puts no picture up, puts no indication of that he's a counselor, or he can have his image could look similar to me, but he speaks to somebody, and he never even mentions anything that's related to the city. But somebody might take it as though if it was me. So, you know, number one is, you know, I heard it's only corporate accounts from Jennifer again, which adds to the confusion. Number two, what are we going to do about people of the same name? Because we all have, some of us have some very common names.
Councillor, it's Jason from Strategic Communications. I'll just, through the chair, pipe in with respect to the social media element. So we provided to IT the account. I mean, I'm well aware that some councillors use a personal account and a corporate account for much of the same content. What I will say is that we provided the corporate ones to, and I believe IT confirmed those with your offices as well in the discussions Jennifer had with you. And so we provided the corporate ones you use as councillors to IT. My understanding in discussing with IT and these types of tools is that it would be a collective summary. So the information posted, for instance, on a personal account by you versus your corporate account, my understanding is the technology and the organization would have the ability to kind of give that a pass, per se, where they're not reviewing and monitoring certain accounts because those are your accounts, and but it would be a collective of information with respect to name, title, the key terms like City of Brampton, councillor, mayor, and that collective summary of keywords would produce a report, and obviously from that can determine, based on the scan of the internet and the information being put out there, whether or not impersonation's going on, and then that gives IT the opportunity to discuss with each of you individually whether or not that's the case, and if it is, next steps can be taken, and if it's legitimate work on your behalfs, then it would the ability to just let it go.
Yeah, I don't know if that answers my question per se, right? So it's not necessarily a foolproof. There's a lot of workarounds to it. And again, now you're saying, I believe you're saying it's corporate accounts. If it was just identities, then it might have been, less confusion. But I think there's even more confusion created now. And so I'll let the next speaker speak. But again, it's I really don't know. And I'm looking back, trying to look back at this email that we got with some of the background information. And there's a couple pages just on Twitter, which, really doesn't answer much. Anyways, can I apply for verification? How do I know if I'm verified? How do I know if somebody else is verified? Can I remove another person's verified badge? It really has no relation to, some of the questions or what we needed last week. And so I think I'm more confused now with some of the information than I was probably even 20 minutes ago. So I'll see what everybody else has to say. But just from what I'm hearing, I don't think I can support this going forward. I'm done, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I don't know how it is that this conversation has gone so astray. We're talking about a computer threat. Would we, in a world, every single person listening to this meeting, everyone participating in this meeting, uses a laptop provided by the city, using software that's provided by the city. Can you imagine if we spent an hour or two, just like what we just have, debating whether or not the city should be spending money to protect our computer hardware, our computer software from the threats of a computer virus? It's a real threat. And so we don't argue the merits of antivirus software or software that staff may employ to protect city assets and systems. Yet here we are, I don't know, I think we've spent almost an hour and a half, if not more, on this. The cost of staff listening to us here debating this very simple issue has exceeded the cost of the software that we're looking to purchase to protect from this real threat of impersonation or identity theft, however you wish to call it. But it is something that is true and real. And a simple software application can keep an eye and give us a heads up when it happens. And so I just, members of council, really, like, it's very simple. We either choose as a council to employ this technology or we choose not to. Thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Vicente, for your impassioned plea for reasonableness. You know, when Councilor Vicente gets worked up, we've taken too long on an issue. Thank you, Paul, for those helpful words. We have the motion on the floor. Peter Fay has a note to me that the acting treasurer would like to address council.
Through the mayor to Councillor Fortini, thank you. Just addressing the question about the allocation of costs, there are no restrictions in how council can decide to allocate costs. So council has the full authority to determine where they would like costs to be allocated, and we'll do that accordingly.
Recorded vote on both motions to the city clerk.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So the first recorded vote is on the motion from Councillor Fortini, seconded by Councillor Dillon, as shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
Yes.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah.
Councillor Medeiros.
Yes.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
No.
Councillor Willens.
No.
Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
No.
So
Now on to the next motion.
So, Mr. Mayor, that motion carries 8-3. So, Mr. Mayor, normally I would have thought the other motion was different, but it aligns with it. It's just providing more clarity on what the nature of the work is. So,
Sorry, I think there was more than 3 votes. Never mind. I think there was eight votes in favor. Never mind.
yes, the recorded vote carried 8-3. So, Mr. Chair, my advice is that your motion is complementary. It's not contrary, so it just provides further clarity on what the effort will be.
Okay.
A recorded vote's been requested on the mayor's motion as shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Oh, sorry, I do need a seconder for the motion. My apologies.
I'll second it.
Happy to second.
I think Councillor Willens. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
No.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
No.
Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
Yes.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Councillor Willens.
Yes.
Councillor Vicente.
Yes.
Councillor Santos.
Yes.
Mayor Brown.
Yes.
That motion carries 8-3.
Okay, thank you. So we've dealt with item 13.3. This takes us to correspondence from Susie Godfrey, Executive Director of Downtown Brampton BIA, regards to the Downtown Brampton BIA Board of Directors update. Council under the Municipal Act, the appointment of directors to the board as approved by City Council. We have proposed motion to give effect to the new BIA board appointment. Do any members have any questions or comments? If so, please use the chat function. Seeing none, I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman and Medeiros to receive the correspondence and approve the appointment. Is there anyone that is opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Hearing none, the motion carries. A question, Harkirat Singh's motion, what item is that again on the cannabis stores?
It's 16.2. I made a mistake.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
So our next item is my item 15.1, and I'll have the clerk put this on the screen because we've had to wordsmith it. I took the advice of the clerk of where it could be amended appropriately. I want to thank the clerk for his assistance, but I also want to really thank Councillor Vicente and Santos. I can tell you some of the great ideas for this came from them, and I've tried to incorporate their suggestions into this motion along with Peter Fay. And this is not committing the city to this. This is getting a staff report to understand what additional mechanisms we have for transparency and accountability in the city of Brampton. And Peter will get us all the options and how you make sure that the officer is completely independent, that they can't be affected in a partisan manner. You know, what other big cities have ombudsman or auditor generals, and the different responsibilities. And so, Peter, do you have the motion that you wordsmithed yesterday?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes. Charlotte, I think you're just going to bring it up on the screen. I think it's right after. This is the motion that's on the screen that was published with the agenda, but there was a revised motion submitted by the mayor and is coming up on the screen now. And I believe the changes are noted in red, so members can distinguish between the original motion as submitted and this motion. Effectively, this motion, revised motion from Mayor Brown and Councillor Santos, is doing two things. It's providing further clarity about the accountability and transparency officers already in place in the city of Brampton, and speaks to not only asking staff to investigate the possibility of establishing a municipal ombudsman office, but also the possibility of establishing an auditor general office, which are two separate and distinct accountability and transparency positions under the Municipal Act.
Yeah, and I've asked Peter Fay to explain to the council how these two positions are different and why this staff report will give us information on both positions. And Peter, if you want to give the same explanation to council that you provided to me.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So first about the municipal ombudsman, it is a discretionary position to some extent, although if a municipality does not appoint a municipal ombudsman, the provincial ombudsman does have some oversight responsibilities for municipalities across the province. But under the Municipal Act, the municipal ombudsman is what I would call effectively an inbox of last resort for complaints about the municipality that cannot be resolved to the satisfaction of the person who's making the request or complaint. Really, the purpose of the municipal ombudsman, as set out in the Act, is to investigate in an independent manner any decision, recommendation made, or act that's done or omitted in the course of the administration of the municipality and its boards and its local corporations, as may be specified by the municipality. So it's looking for things that were not done. And I'll use an example. If somebody came to the counter and the clerk's office and was not happy with the service that I provided to that individual, they would have a right to make a complaint. Presumably that would go through a local complaint resolution process first, and if that cannot be resolved, it ultimately could go to a municipal ombudsman if one were in effect. So that's the municipal ombudsman. I will point out that there are some limitations on the municipal ombudsman as set out in the legislation. The first is in regards to, and those responsibilities, I'll say the limitations are in regard to the provincial ombudsman. The provincial ombudsman does have some general oversight responsibilities for all municipalities, as I mentioned, but if a municipality does have in place a municipal ombudsman, then the provincial ombudsman's jurisdiction is limited until if a complaint is made and is not addressed or refused to be addressed by the municipal ombudsman, or the investigation, so to speak, has concluded by the municipal ombudsman, then the provincial ombudsman may have a role to step in and may not. It depends on the situation. They may also have a role to the provincial ombudsman to step in for the same purposes that I've set out in terms of the municipal ombudsman if the time for making a complaint has expired. So that is the municipal ombudsman in terms of a last resort process for complaints, for resolving complaints. The Auditor General, again, under the same section of the Municipal Act, under accountability and transparency, is also an independent position reporting directly to Council and it is responsible for assisting council in holding itself and its administrators accountable for the quality of stewardship over public funds and for the achievement of value for money in municipal operations. So it's focusing a little bit more on the money side in terms of value for money and the stewardship of public funds, which is distinct from the municipal ombudsman function. I hope that provides just a quick overview.
Thank you, Peter. And just to say, I've had some councillors express concerns about the cost of these offices. In the staff report, we'll get a sense from other municipalities what they cost, whether it's achievable to have both, or if one is preferable over the other. At the end of the day, I just want to make sure that we can confidently say that we have every accountability and transparency mechanism available to municipalities, and so that Brampton can be on the cutting edge of that. I look forward to the staff report. They will give council options to make a step forward in terms of transparency and accountability, and I'm sure other municipalities will follow. There's been a few early movers in this, like Durham and Toronto, but I'm sure there'll be more in the future. And so we've got a number of people on the list to speak. And the list right now is Councillor Vicente, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Singh, Councillor Williams, and Councillor Bowman. So Councillor Vicente.
Thank you, Mayor Brown, and thank you for bringing this forward. I had suggested two amendments. The first one, and I guess I'll ask a question through you, Mayor, to the clerk. As we undergo this process to consider the appointment of a municipal ombudsman, if someone should choose or need to deal with the provincial ombudsman in the meantime, the fact that we are undergoing this process does not mean that the provincial ombudsman would defer any investigation back to the city, correct?
That is correct based on my understanding of the legislation.
Okay, and so that was, I think, one of the reasons for the First Amendment, that we want to make sure that what we are doing and the fact that we have a municipal ombudsman does not necessarily supersede the provincial ombudsman ability to do an investigation. And the other amendments had to do more with the choice and process of choosing a municipal ombudsman. And Mr. Clerk, again, you can provide some advice. The choice of a municipal ombudsman, the person who does the work, who is selected to do that work on behalf of the municipality, that choice is a choice of council, correct?
That is correct. It's a choice and an appointment by the council.
All right. And would it be, I think that members might agree that we believe that every member of council should be involved in the hiring process, and that the choice, I believe, should be a unanimous choice by all members. And so that's why I've placed that, I've asked for that amendment there, and grateful to the mayor for and Councillor Santos for their support and for putting this forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Next up is Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mayor, and I thank you for your leadership on this, and certainly to all the other councillors who provided amendments. I myself would like to have that same fortune and put forward amendments so I can be in your good gracious, Mr. Mayor. So I certainly thank you for everyone who's participated, and again, it's along the line today of that we're really moving ahead and really addressing transparency and accountability. So thank you very much. You know, I guess to Peter, when we look at the municipal ombudsman, so if I'm not mistaken, in terms of what's available to this council, so we have the municipal option, we have through AMO, and we have the Ontario Ombudsman. If the mayor so agrees, I would just as a friendly, have you report back and also speak to you know, the pros and cons of either using AMO, the Ontario Ombudsman, and the private ombudsman, what the costs are associated. And then after it would be of interest as well, since the ombudsman service, in terms of how many ombudsman investigations we have had at the city of Brampton, that would be of interest to see just a historic reference for us to identify, what are we talking about in terms of volume. So Mr. Mayor, if you're okay with the proposed amendments, and again, I really thank you very much for leading on this, and this is really about bringing information for council for us to understand, what exists in terms of that support from the ombudsman, and looking at the other sort of options when it comes to looking at the different ombudsmans.
I welcome those as friendly amendments, because it's only fair that we look at the existing mechanisms as well when we look at the pros and cons. And so great suggestion, Councillor Medeiros, and let's incorporate that as a friendly amendment.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Next up is Councillor Singh.
Thank you, Mayor, and I did want to see a comparison with Auditor General, so thank you for including that, because some municipalities seem to move towards that, including off the top of my head, Hamilton and Ottawa. And as you mentioned, Toronto has an ombudsman, and so does the region of Durham. So I like to see that comparison. I echo also some of the comments of my colleagues in the sense I like to see the cost associated with everything, and I think that's covered. And outside of that, and also looking at for Auditor General, if it's reducing the cost by repurposing our internal auditor function into an Auditor General, because I know we had those conversations earlier, and so it would be good to see if that's possible, and maybe as a cost, that would also provide some cost savings. So thank you for everything, and I will be supporting this motion. Thank you.
Councillor Williams.
Hi, thank you. Thank you, Mayor Brown, for bringing this forward. It seems like today's theme is all about accountability, and I think it's a good thing. I think we always should be measuring our accountability and also making sure we have measures to ensure that we are being accountable. So I do like the idea of the municipal ombudsman, but I think to the clerk, you mentioned something I just wanted to kind of touch on. Were you saying that if the city council establishes a local ombudsman, the provincial ombudsman won't really have any local jurisdiction anymore?
Through you, Mr. Mayor. So from what we're seeing, the provincial ombudsman would defer first to a municipal ombudsman office for resolving any complaints. But under the Ombudsman Act and also through the Municipal Act, the provincial ombudsman does retain what I'll call an oversight role with respect to the broader public sector, which includes municipalities. And should they so choose, they could initiate an investigation on their own. They would defer and wait until any municipal or ombudsman or local complaint resolution processes presumably are resolved. But they do have a bit of an oversight role, and they would retain that role as well, regardless of a municipal ombudsman in place or not.
Okay, so if the municipal ombudsman isn't able to solve the issue or address the issue, then would it be up to the municipal ombudsman office to initiate the Ontario ombudsman, or is it up to the complainant to make that initiation?
Through you,
Mr. Escalate the complaint, you know what I mean?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that will be part of the report back, but suffice to say, I don't think the municipal ombudsman would sort of take that up. The municipal ombudsman office would try to resolve the matter to the best effort of both the municipality and the person that may be complaining, if it's a complaint. There are complaints that will not be resolved because of the position of the parties. But if best efforts are made to try and resolve it, presumably that would be one of the indicators that a provincial ombudsman would look at if the person felt that the matter has not been resolved to their satisfaction and they would like to escalate it further to the provincial ombudsman.
Okay.
So it may depend on the actual circumstances of what the matter is that's involved. And obviously, as you know, every situation will be different depending on a complaint.
Right. Okay. So at least the provincial ombudsman is still available if we need to, but then that's also, sometimes I'm like, if it's just another way to escalate it. So sometimes I ask the question, well, what is going to stop a person just going to Ontario, ombudsman, or what should stop the public from saying, no, we don't want the municipal, we just want to go to Ontario? Because if there's issues happening at the city, then we just want to go straight to the people that are going to oversee everything. So I guess also, we have the City of Brampton road maps, we have policies and procedures. Those are extremely important. Those are the roadmap, and they kind of tell the staff how things should run and how to operate the corporation. So if there is a breakdown in accountability, then shouldn't we be looking at our policy and procedures to make sure that we have certain steps and checks and balances throughout the processes to check for that? And I think when we look at even the implementation of the municipal ombudsman, we still have to go through the HR process to find the right candidate and go through all of that. So I since I've been elected, I don't recall reviewing human resources policy and procedures. And so I wonder if that is another step that we can add to this, that we can just review the human resources policy and procedures while going through this. So if possible, if I can ask for a friendly amendment to, so that, staff to provide us as council a review of the human resources policy and procedures, I guess with a special emphasis on the hiring processes of the ombudsman and the CAO, the commissioners, internal auditor, treasurer, chief solicitor, and the clerk. Some of these top positions, if we can review the policies and procedures for that. Because I think if we don't, then we might still have the same kind of difficulties, the same kind of questions that seem to be coming to us about, why is this happening? And I don't feel confident that the city is being transparent and accountable. So as a friendly amendment to the mover of the motion, if we could add that staff do provide council with a review of the human resource policy for with a special emphasis on some of these key positions like the CAO, the commissioners, and etc.
Yeah, so Councillor Williams, I think that would be a separate motion. This one's about the Auditor General and the Ombudsman, but if you want to do a separate motion on having a council review of HR policy, I think that would be a separate item, but I don't think it would fit with this particular staff report. I think that would make it too broad, but not to say that that may not be maybe that's something council wants to look at as well.
Well, if council is interested in looking at it, if it could be a part 3 or to add on, and then we can vote on it separately, I guess. Because I think, if we're going to be looking at an ombudsman to look at accountability and, transparency, we should also be looking at our policies to see whether we have that embedded in our policies and what might need to change.
I'll ask the clerk procedurally, if Councillor Williams wanted to put forward a motion, how would you go about that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, my advice would be that is a different subject. The subject that's before council now is the Ombudsman and the Auditor General. And the Auditor General is fair for the amendment because it is still within the scope of the accountability and transparency officers. I think in the report back, in the second paragraph that's on the screen, when staff report back on these two offices and what this may entail if council wishes to establish them, it will talk about policy. So part of that conversation and analysis will be about what does this mean within our existing policy framework? And it will touch on some of those points that Councillor Williams has raised about HR policy and hiring policy. But if to Councillor Williams' point, that specificity on that motion, that is an entirely different subject and would need a 2/3 vote to be added to the agenda, or could be added to the Committee of Council agenda next week as a discussion item.
Okay, I don't mind deferring that to, and I could, on the record, if we can have that added to the agenda as a discussion item, because I think it's a valid piece. If we're looking at accountability and transparency, we have to make sure that throughout our policies, our processes, that we have that, because if not, then it does leave the question open to why we are looking at an Ontario ombudsman, a municipal ombudsman right now in the first place. So yeah, I would like to put that as a discussion item for next council. And if those pieces are going to be touched on, as the clerk just noted, it would be great to have those highlighted so that we can see the parallels when we are looking at the policies for human resources. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams, and we'll look forward to seeing your motion next week. See what else do we have? We have Councillor. Who else do we have on the list here, Peter? Councillor Bowman?
Councillor Bowman is next, that's correct.
No, I just said remove my question, no problem.
Okay, next up then is, that's it. So we have the motion on the floor, recorded vote to the clerk.
Thank you. And just before we go to the recorded vote, just to clarify, the Councillor Visante's amendments that were identified in yellow, there's one on the screen and there's one further up. Those are being accepted as friendly amendments because they're not contrary to the motion, the revised motion that's been placed.
Yes.
Okay.
And that's why I was acknowledging Councillor Visante's help at the beginning for this motion.
Can we just take a second to read it again?
Certainly. So, Charlotte, when you get a moment, if you can go right to the top. We'll just pause there for a few seconds and then we'll scroll down in a moment. So Charlotte, if you could scroll down a little more, please. And now you can go to the next page, please. And these are the operative paragraphs for council's vote. So members of council, a recorded vote has been requested on the revised motion. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini? Yes. That was a yes?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi? I'll come back to you. Councillor Willens?
Sure.
Thank you. Councillor Visante?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Paleshi? Councillor Paleshi? Mr. Chair, I don't see Councillor Paleshi in the meeting at the moment. Oh, sorry, he is there. Councillor Paleshi? So I will show him as absent for the time being. He may have stepped away. And Mayor Brown, how do you vote?
Yes. Enthusiastically.
Mr. Mayor, that motion carries 10-0 with one absence.
Okay, so that takes us to, I believe, Councillor Singh's motion.
Yep, can I get the edited motion up on the, thank you. Yeah, so I just wanted to bring this motion forward. I don't want to go backwards into our decision, more looking forwards. So I know we, approved the sale of recreational cannabis at retail stores on January 21st, 2019. There's been obviously some time since then, but I have been getting a lot of residents concerned about the number of applications. So we have 5 approved and 25 current applications. And so, I know it's out of our hands to restrict or add additional, change the meters and whatnot, because certain stores have already been approved. But I just think it's reasonable to ask the ministry and AGCO if we could look at a cap. I mean, we are in COVID and emergency, and when life goes back to normal, there could potentially be 30 applications approved, and people wake up and be like, what's going on? So I think it's a reasonable ask, and like I said, we're just asking the ministry and AGCO, and we'll look forward to their response, and maybe something they are already looking at, and they'll let us know, or maybe they're looking at the number of stores per certain population, but it doesn't hurt to ask to be able to sort of cap it. But I believe in a policy like this, slow and steady does win the race, and I think just having 30 stores approved within 2.5, 3 years potentially could have negative consequences, which we're not prepared for. So that's all I'm asking. It's just a letter. We're not committing. We'll see what the response is, and we'll take it from there. I'm just asking my colleagues to support. Thank you.
And Councillor Singh, would you take it as a friendly to incorporate what I had spoken to you about in terms of what they're doing in Kitchener-Waterloo about the distance? A concern that you'd have a bunch all in the same location, where Kitchener-Waterloo recently requested to have the ability to control whether it's within 500 meters of an existing store? Councillor Singh?
Apologies. So where it says cap on the number of licenses and a proximity between licenses, we could maybe change something like that, and I'm okay with that. Thank you.
Okay, next up is...
Councillor Fleisching is having internet issues. Put in the chat.
Next up is Councillor Williams, then Councillor Bowman, and then Councillor Dillon.
Yes, so thank you, Councillor Singh, for raising this issue of the overpopulation of retail cannabis stores. Prior to being elected, I did talk to residents about this and asked them, like, what do they think? What is the maximum distance? What would they want to see? And many actually said they wanted at least 500 meters between cannabis stores and schools. And that to me is extremely reasonable. So people are really concerned with how close proximity these stores are, and also they're concerned about not having any control over where stores go or how many stores open in the city. And so just to put some of this into perspective, right now we're concerned with about 25 stores in Brampton, those applications. When they opened up the lottery for cannabis store applications, they had over 17,000 applications for that lottery for Ontario. And currently, as of January 20th, 2021, there are a total of 4,286 Tim Hortons locations in all of Canada. And Ontario has the highest percentage of Tim Hortons locations with only 2,083 locations. So only 5 approved locations that are operating or authorized to operate right now, and at least 25 current applications under review. This is just the beginning of what potentially could be coming if we as a municipality do not have more control. Because let's face it, if we're the only municipality in the Peel region that opted in. So they're not going to Mississauga, and they're not going to Caledon, they're going to be in Brampton, so we will have a concentration. So this is something I've been pushing for at the time of the debate, and I think it's great that it's coming back now for us to talk about. I think we've done great work with the loan stores in Brampton, trying to put a cap on that as well. And because the cannabis stores is put under retail, we could face that potential with having too many as well. So I fully support this motion, and I would actually like to second this motion because I do feel strongly that we should be advocating. We couldn't do it back in January. Now we need to, and put some pressure to give us more control as a municipality. We need that. Thank you.
I'll have all of council seconded if they're okay later.
Okay, Councillor Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I won't be seconding it. I do have some questions about it. Can somebody walk me through the justification for asking this? This is a legal product. We voted in, we opted in. They're paying us taxes for the store locations, property taxes. We get a percentage of the total sales. And, you know, I think we're going down a slippery slope here, but if someone could just explain to me the reasons why we are having issues with having these pot stores open.
I can speak to that. So the issue is, so first of all, with COVID and everybody staying home, people have been having a hard time to organize when the public consultations happen in particular. So I face that issue in my wards. So there's a perception out there that we're just pushing these through. Also, it's a very new policy. Let's not forget, it's only 2 years old. And we are approaching 30 applications. 30 locations potentially. So it's to slow down the process if we can. And it's just asking for permission. And I don't know what the magic number is or for a cap, and I'm open to council. But it's my opinion. And if you think 30 stores, is appropriate, then that's fine as well. It's the will of council at the end of the day.
Okay, now the 25 applications that are in, do we know exactly where each of those 25 locations is? Do we have a map of where they'll be already? I guess that would be to Mr. Clerk.
Through you, Mr. Chair, we probably can very quickly put together a consolidated map. We have individual maps of the applications, but the thing I'll point out is we get notification indirectly from the province. There is no mandatory notification mechanism to the municipalities for cannabis retail authorizations, and so we're constantly looking at the website to see new applications that come in. But we can put a map together and provide it to all members of council of the at least 25 applications in the pipeline now and the 5 that have been approved.
Yeah, I would appreciate knowing where these are going to be. Also, I don't know who we have on the line, if Paul Morrison's on there, but do we have any statistics on calls that we've had for bylaw to attend these places? Do we know from the police, are these places a problem for hangouts and other nefarious activities?
No, our task force that is funded by the money we receive in the province does go out and look. We have virtually no calls on problems at any of the legalized outlets. We continue to look for the illegal ones, the pop-up ones, and we have yet to find those as well.
Okay, and through finance, how much money have we been allocated for the sharing of the profits? Bueller?
Okay, so are you finished, Councillor Bowman?
No, I'm still waiting for a response as to how much revenue we've received.
Okay, so we're waiting sales. For Mark Medeiros or Paul Morrison?
I guess, yeah. And maybe they don't know, I don't know, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it's Peter. I'm not aware of the answer to that, but we'll work with staff to get that answer and provide it to you with the mapping.
Okay, and one final question, Peter, you may be able to answer. When you get an application in, isn't it, maybe I'm wrong, but isn't it part of the application that they have to already have a lease in place for that application?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not know if they have to have a lease in place. We will find that out. I do know that if they are granted an authorization, they have, and I believe it's up to a year to actually establish the retail store, or there may be either penalties or loss of license. But there are a whole set of preconditions that an applicant must adhere to, but we will confirm if that is one of them. Okay, thank you. And it's, you know, I've got no issues with Councillor Singh and Councillor Williams putting this forward. No issues at all, but I think it just leads to a slippery slope when we're talking about a product that is deemed 100% legal now by the federal and provincial governments. You know, how many stores do we have that sell beer, wine, and alcohol now? Are we going to say to them, we've got too many because alcohol's an addiction, and now we've got to take it out of grocery stores, for example? That's all done by the province. We have no control over that whatsoever. I mean, if I take it to the nth level and say, you know, we've got a huge problem with diabetes, especially in the city of Brampton, do we shut down stores that sell sugar or confections? It's a slippery slope, and I don't think that we have any business being in letting the provincial government know what they can and can't do. It's up to them. And nobody has come forward yet, and I would love to hear it, to hear anybody talk about the positive side, whether it's the employment opportunities, whether it's people investing money in the city of Brampton. So I really can't endorse this because there's just too much that we don't know right now. You know, perhaps we'll find out that that of all the 25 applications that are in, maybe 3 of them are in wards 9 and 10, and the rest are scattered everywhere else around Brampton. So it's very tough to say. So I can't support this because I don't have enough information to make a proper decision on it. Thanks.
Okay, is that all, Councillor Bowman?
That's it, thank you.
Peter, is it Councillor Dillon next up?
Next on the list, I had Councillor Singh, Councillor Medeiros, Councillor Fortini, and then there are others on the list, and I'll place the speakers list in the chat.
I think I'm after Councillor Bowman.
Sorry, my apologies.
Yeah, I already spoke to you. Thank you.
Yeah, Councillor Dillon.
Thank you. I think this issue is now arising because there's a member of the South Asian media who's brought this to people's attention, and I want to thank Satpal Joel for his continued updates to the community. Just in regards to the motion, just to be consistent, I will support it, but and there's a couple of an amendment I want to add, which I'll suggest in a minute. You know, I foresaw this happening back in January 21st, 2019. You know, just considering some of the comments that were made back then, you know, when the council opted in to have cannabis sold, you know, I'd be surprised, you know, if council did support this motion today, because, you know, the council did understand the consequences that may arise. And so I just did a quick Google search of some of the articles. And back then I said, this was a bad deal given to us by the province, and we accepted it. I'm disappointed that Brampton did not join the vast majority of the 905 to vote against the private sale of cannabis in our city. The city will have no controls over how many pot shops will open and where they'll locate, which is why I recommended opting out to send a strong message to the province and to use the decision as leverage to get more local control first. And I also said, let's not sell our souls. Let's get some more information first. Let's see how it plays out. But at the same time, we also heard that there's nothing to be worried about. I'm not going to name specific councillors, but one of them said, despite this controversial vote, our council chose to support opting in based on education, evidence, in the facts. Just to quote an article, it said, an article wrote, councillors who favored opting in disputed a so-called invasion, saying fear and emotional reaction should not be the basis of the final decision. And the same councillor says we can't base this decision on a game of Simon Says. One person on council said they don't believe one store would entice their kids to do drugs, and if a store can put even a dent in the black market, then I'm for it. So it just kind of goes against what council was saying. What council was saying back then was we'd get more revenue, we'd take away the black market. We've done our evidence and education as evidence-based and fact-based and education-based research, and now we're at the point now where it's in front of council saying, put a cap on it. So that's just something that is confusing me. But I understand why the motion is here. Obviously, there's pressure from the media to to show that we're doing something, which is fine. But I've been consistent since day one in opposition to the rules that the province had set out from the onset. Where all zoning and planning powers will be stripped from us. And we're seeing that now with an influx of these shops. And I said back then, if we wanted to have our own tourist area for pot shop where it's regulated and we know where exactly where the stores are going, we should do that. But unfortunately, we didn't. And so, just as I support a resident's right to support the shop, I also support the rights of those residents in my wards who protested and successfully stopped at least one of the shops in Ward 10. I've been standing beside them. That's my own opinion that we shouldn't have had them, but I've been shoulder to shoulder with them and ensuring that these shops are located appropriately away from our neighborhoods and schools and limiting the number of them as well. And so, at the beginning, I mentioned I'll support this motion, and I'm hopeful that Councillor Singh can accept it. But Councillor Williams had alluded to it as well, that a lot of the residents that I've been speaking to, they're requesting an increase to the distance from the schools be moved from 150 meters back to 500 meters as well. So I'm hopeful that Councillor Singh is open to that friendly amendment.
Sure. Okay, next up on the list is Councillor Medeiros.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mayor. And I guess this was kind of my concern, and I do understand where this is coming from. I was on several South Asian media interviews, and I was sort of taken aback by this exact question. And my response is just consistent as I, was on TV or videotaped, as my decision will be today. And I really appreciate where Councillor Singh and Councillor Dillon are coming from. I think Councillor Bowman did a great job just really capturing everything I wanted to say. And by supporting this, really, as Councillor Dillon has expressed, would really sort of, would be counterintuitive to someone who supported that motion. And also it would be hypocritical of me because, I think I don't want to sort of prolong what, I'd like to find out information coming back to me, what has been the negative impact on the community, et cetera, et cetera. And again, I'm not trying to demonize something that is the law of the land, which is legal. And again, for consistency, I think Councillor Bowman already described, the slippery slope. Do we start identifying, liquor stores? Do we start identifying, other types of, provincially regulated businesses? And notwithstanding some of the discussions around Mississauga and neighboring jurisdictions, and it'd be interesting to find when sort of that changes and the money we received, for example, from the province for, I guess, security, do we have to cough anything up if in fact there's a limitations or a cap we're putting on it? But again, I don't want to, rehash the debate. I think this comes from a good place, and I thank you, Councillor Singh, and for bringing this. I can't support it
personally, just because it wouldn't be consistent with what I believe is right. And I have one very close to my home, and as of today, again, I'm not aware of negative impacts that has been sort of overwhelming that requires me to ask the government to do this. But I do appreciate where this is coming from, and I thank you very much. I just hope that unfortunately, one of the side impacts of sending this is sort of the it's almost telling the government and telling, for example, people, our residents, where we made the decision that in fact that was a wrong decision, and that would undermine the intention of council's direction and the motion at the time. So I thank you very much, and thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Next up is Councillor Fortini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, I'm going to agree with Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Bowman. I cannot support this. Unfortunately, they are in Ward 9, and I understand what Harkar is saying and the complete deal on what they're saying. But, we opted in. We received money. And if we go back to what Councillor Bowman's saying, we're going to look at the liquor stores and all. At the end, it's not going to make any sense going back what we opted in. So we did receive Peel Police funding. We did receive bylaws. And now we're going to say, well, we don't want it no more. That was a decision what council did at the time. And so I cannot support this at this time. Thank you.
Okay, next up we have Councillor Santos, then Peleschi, then Willens, then Williams.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Mayor, I support what Councillor Medeiros, Bowman, and Fortini have shared. I'm pretty sure that the quotes that Councillor was mentioning earlier were my quotes, and I still stand by them. But I do have questions for staff. I know that Councillor Bowman had asked about whether or not there have been complaints, but just a question on what are the current restrictions in terms of where retail cannabis stores can be located?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll start. So the regulations suggest that there are preconditions for an application to be submitted to the Alcohol and Gaming Commission of Ontario, the AGCO. And one of those preconditions is a lease, to Councillor Bowman's point, and we'll get some more information for members about that. The registrar, which is responsible at the AGCO for approving or refusing the applications, one of the first preconditions is they need to know where the actual proposed use is, because they shall refuse, and they're required to refuse, an authorization for a retail store if it is less than 150 meters from a school as defined under the Education Act. And there also may be other prescribed land uses for setbacks, and we're not aware of any of those other ones at this point in time. So that is one of the predetermining factors. And I can tell you, when the city receives notification of a potential application in the pipeline at AGCO, we do that mapping, and we do provide information to the affected ward councillors and to city staff to ask for their comments in terms of what the potential implications are of the proposed retail cannabis store. And then we try to ensure that we get those comments back in to the AGCO within a 15-day public commenting period, and the AGCO makes the final determination.
Thank you. And so it sounds like there are a lot of restrictions already at play in terms of where these retail stores can be located. When we approve a license for an LCBO, does the approval of an LCBO or beer store have the same level of restrictions?
Through you, Mr. Chair, based on my understanding, it does not. I'm certainly not aware of a restriction in terms of siting in proximity to a school, but I must confess I'm not up to speed on the Liquor License Control Act. But to my knowledge, it's not as restrictive as it is for retail cannabis.
Okay, so my next question, I'm not sure if anyone can answer this, but do we know whether or not there is an illegal underground market of alcohol sales? Or if there have been any tickets issued for illegal alcohol sales, bootlegging, essentially?
It's Paul Morrison through you, Mr. Mayor, Councillor. Not as far as our own records keeping system would determine or display. That is a police matter, and we'd have to ask them.
Okay, I mean, I'm just trying to make a point, but and so do we know, Paul Morrison, if an illegal cannabis market still exists, like now that cannabis is legal, it's a legal product just like alcohol. Do we know if there's still people selling it illegally?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I would venture yes, there is still an illegal market out there that people still can obtain it from people that are not authorized distributors.
Okay, and then so the point in all my line of questioning is that the intention of us passing this resolution in the beginning was because we wanted to partially also eliminate the illegal market, similar to the illegal market of alcohol sales. And LCBOs and beer stores have fewer restrictions relative to the legal market of selling cannabis. And we are still seeing illegal activity of cannabis sales. So regardless of whether or not there's a cap or not, the reality is that cannabis is still out there. And then my final point and question would be, based on the more stringent restrictions relative to the LCBO and beer store, could it be assumed that there is a natural cap to the number of retail cannabis stores that can be approved at the city? Because the restrictions are very clear in terms of proximity to schools, et cetera, et cetera.
Through you, Mr. Chair, perhaps I'll start. I'm not sure in terms of a finite cap. It is very clear that under the prevailing legislation, where a retail establishment is permitted to locate, a cannabis retail use is defined to be a permitted use in that circumstance. So when you think about the number of retail commercial zoning locations we have across the city, that would be a permitted use in many of those across the city. So I wouldn't want to put a finite number on what a cap would be.
Okay, thank you. But there are far more restrictions in terms of setting up retail cannabis versus an LCBO. That's for sure. And at the end of the day, I agree with my colleagues, and I understand the sentiment that Councillor Singh, Councillor Dillon, and Councillor Williams may have on this. Obviously, it hasn't changed from the very beginning, so I totally get it. But my stance won't change on this either, so I won't be supporting this motion.
Okay, next up is Councillor Palashi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I, like Councillor Santos, and respected and was following along with the comments of Councillor Medeiros, Fortini, and Bowman. I'm one of those councillors that put my hand up to support this going forward. But I'm almost looking at it from a different lens, and that is that we need some kind of balance. And so, you know, I didn't say no. I absolutely said yes, and I believe that at that time we even put in the motion requesting that the distance be increased. I'm not sure if Peter could find that and distribute it, but I'm pretty sure that was a request by members of council. And I just find that, you know, some of the applications that are coming forward, you know, one is coming forward right near Cassie Campbell, within 50 meters of Cassie Campbell. Yeah, it's more than 150 meters from the school, but all those kids in the school go down to Cassie Campbell, or they go across the street to this plaza. So it's to me, it's still on my mind to say these still need to be increased, and I think parks were one of them, but I don't know if rec centers were one of the distances that you needed to be a certain amount of away from a rec center. So I still support, and if somebody's putting forward an amendment to ask for the increase from 150 to 500, I think that that's still something that I would support as well. I think that I haven't heard any complaints. I know that Paul Morrison, can you just come back on for me? And I know you said that there was currently no complaints. Do we know of any of these shops in Brampton or anywhere else that have been caught selling illegally to minors?
Okay. So next on our list,
Mr. Mayor, please. I asked a question.
So Paul, your mic was muted. Are you there, Paul?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Sorry, my battery had gone dead. So through you, Mr. Mayor, we did have no complaints of selling to minors. I can't say that that didn't happen because I would have to double check with Peel Police to see if they had any. But we did have one illegal dispensary in the city that we worked with Peel Regional Police on closing down, and we were able to shut it down.
Okay. Okay. So thanks, Paul. And I just, again, I go back to the fact that I'm looking at it from a different lens. We've limited other places of business that we didn't feel was in the best interest of the community. This is a legal substance, and I did support this going forward. But again, it's when you have 25 applications and maybe 25 next year and 25 the year after, it comes to, there needs to be some sort of balance, and that's why I'm supporting this, is to try and find that balance. And once Councillor Dillon's an amendment with the 500 meter distance is put on the board, I'll certainly be supporting that as well. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, the next speaker is Councillor Willens, followed by Councillor Williams.
okay, Councillor Willens.
Yeah, thank you through you, Mr. Mayor. And whether the support, I support this or not, whether it passes or not, rather, I should say, I'm wondering if maybe staff could take under advisement. I'd like to see a report, because I kind of tend to agree with the other councillors that were speaking against this motion. This is, believe it or not, this does create an economy for Brampton. But I'd like to see how many of those applicants are ones that are willing, that are wanted to franchise out, because certainly they're the ones that are respectable. We haven't got a lot of complaints, so I'd like to see that, because I mean, I'm all for one that wants to grow their business, and it is legal, as I think the other councillors mentioned. So maybe whether this passes or not, maybe we can have a report come back on the applications that are coming, and if we can get that information. Are they expansions of existing businesses? Are they ones that want to expand into a franchise because they're doing quite well? They can't handle the capacity. Maybe crowds are becoming an issue at their plaza because of parking, so they want to expand to a new location. That's something I would like to see. I think it was all the other councillors spoke against this. This is kind of out of our hands. I certainly understand what Councillor Singh is trying to do. Absolutely. I'd love to see 500 meters from the schools and that, but unfortunately it's legislated by the province. So, but whether it passes or not, I'd like to see something come back to, is this expanding of existing businesses? I think we can probably get that quite easily. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Willens. Councillor Williams.
Yes, thank you. So this isn't about, to condemn those who use cannabis. Like that's not what this is about. It is legal. People have the right to use it. this is about making sure we have good business practices around cannabis retail stores in the city. There is a reason why Tim Hortons isn't even more so everywhere than it already appears to be right now. You know, the businesses know that you cannot saturate areas because it will diminish your returns. So if we have cannabis stores like all over the place, how are we going to, those businesses could eventually suffer, and then some might end up shutting down. And so, you know, we want to be able to make sure that we're making this city a viable city for these cannabis businesses. And if we have a saturation, we can't do that necessarily. So, you know, does Kennedy Road right now, there's what, 5, I think, that are proposed to go down that road. Does it really need that many? You know, and I think we just got to think about that. We want to be able to support businesses and not diminish their returns within cannabis. So that's just my final thought. Oh, and actually, before I do go, Councillor Pellecci brings up a good point. We are requesting, or have been advocating for 500 meters away from schools, but if we could get clarification from Paul or from Economic Development, I don't believe that includes recreation centers or places that kids are, like gymnastic clubs or, you know, those fun places, bouncy castle places, because those usually do rent out spaces that are zoned for retail. So if they are zoned for retail, then that means a cannabis store could go right beside Care Bear, for example, which is in Ward 8. So I wonder if we can get that clarification, and if it is the case, then maybe we can have that as another friendly amendment, just to add schools and you know, other places that have a large, you know, number of children accessing.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the councillor's question, yes. You know what? It's the 150 meters to the schools. Everything else seems to be not a concern for the application. So they can be near community centers. It could be near the Care Bear, daycare centers, et cetera, et cetera.
So to the mover of the motion, if you're okay with the friendly amendment to say 500 meters from schools and other child, I guess, recreation, I don't know how to word that specifically, but if that could be added as well, because, you know, that has been an issue that people who are, you know, upset about a cannabis store opening in their neighborhood, those are some of the complaints as well. So
Yeah.
just to highlight that for in our letter.
Yeah, we could put daycare there, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, Peter, do you want to do a new list of who's since added themselves so I can make sure we are accurate? I see Fortini and Vicente. Is that all?
I had through you, Mr. Mayor, I had Councillor Singh, then Fortini and Vicente.
Okay, Singh, Fortini, Vicente.
Yeah, this conversation, I was hoping, you know, this would stay just focused to whether you agree with the cap or not. I'm not here talking about the legal cannabis market or the small businesses or anything else. I'm just talking about growing responsibly. And, you know, initially I was getting a lot of concerns, but even I thought people who supported this would still be surprised that, you know, 25 current applications are waiting, and we don't know how many more are coming down the pipeline. You know, it just seems reasonable to me and I'm not saying the cap will last forever. You know, I'm willing to engage in dialogue with my colleagues, whatever we come up with to think is responsible. But just within 2 to 3 years, having potentially 30 stores, you know, I think the average residents would be very surprised. And lastly, in COVID, having organized with some community members to, you know, who want to resist the application, it's virtually impossible during COVID. And I've run into that challenge very recently on the Great Lakes. So, you know, there's already sort of, you know, people think we try to slide things through and don't do proper consultations and whatnot. And having that, pushing these stores through during COVID, I think, you know, I don't think it's fair to the residents, especially if we do hit close to 30. So, I know we have a few speakers left, and we had a lot of speakers, but the motion, I'm trying to keep it very specific. Are you okay with 30 stores, but potentially within by the end of the year or whatnot, or do you think we should just grow a little bit more responsibly and sort of get the learnings happening through the stores and fine tune our own policies along the way and grow it that way? So yeah, I am concerned 30 stores are potentially down the pipeline, and who knows how many more. And that's what I just hope the speakers focus on. Do you agree with the cap or not? Potentially. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Singh. Councillor Fortini.
Mr. Mayor, and I understand what Councillor Singh is saying. We have to have a certain distance, and we do have that law. I don't know if we have the jurisdiction. It's like alcohol, like Councillor Bowman said, or Tim Hortons. They're popping up every corner. We're going to start doing jurisdiction for Wendy's or McDonald's, and I get this point, but at the end of the day, we keep blaming COVID and everything, but I don't know if we have jurisdiction on this. It's a federal law. Do we have jurisdiction saying, or a bylaw to support Councillor Singh saying we're going to have 500 meters or 150 meters or 300 meters or 25 locations only across Brampton? Do we have that? Or it's a federal or provincial and we have no jurisdiction on it?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, perhaps I can start. The law is very specific on this. The municipality does not have the ability under the law to license retail cannabis stores, and the municipality does not have the ability to pass a bylaw that would treat a retail cannabis store any different than any other retail store. That is explicitly in the prescribed legislation.
Yeah, and that's what I thought. It's like the liquor board, they want to put another liquor store, another beer store, like Councillor Bowman said, or another Tim Horton. We have no jurisdiction on that. So, at the end of the day, I understand what Councillor Singh is saying, and I don't want it in my area either, in Ward 8 or Ward 7. But unfortunately, we don't have the say. Going back to the any bar that closes down, usually liquor boards and bars, they go by address. If one shuts down and closes, or because he can't make ends meet, or he decides to close, the liquor license is already registered to that license. And this is going to end up in a problem in the future, but it's a federal law, and I don't think so we have any jurisdiction. Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sante.
Thank you, Mayor. Well, today's been a really barn burner meeting, a lot of important issues that we're dealing with today. And this is one that we thought long and hard about when we first, came on board with this. And I think it's important that we recognize our jurisdiction, but also what it is that we're talking about. We're talking about limiting access to children. That is the only thing that we should be considering here. So in its wisdom, the province has limited the proximity between facilities to schools. But let me ask you a question. My home is located in an area close to retail. My children play in the backyard of my home. A cannabis store could open down the street from where I live. Should I be concerned about that? I'm not, because I teach my children not to use these substances. And on top of that, the retail establishment will not permit my children to enter the store and purchase this product. And so I think it's those protections that really we should be concerning ourselves with. That we have recognized that this is a legal substance, that it should be made legal so that the illegal trade of it is diminished and reduced to nothing, as it will over time. Any restriction greater than what is there now that we place on this, on the retail of this, if we do something that reduces choice and accessibility to adults who choose to use this product legally, we are just creating more problems. And so I think it's important that any statement that has been made here today, where we're concerned about proximity to children's activities, it's irrelevant because a child is not permitted in the store, right? And I was surprised to hear some feigned concern about diminished returns for the retailers if there are too many stores that are opening up throughout the city. It's the first time that I've heard about concern for the viability of the retailer itself. That's their decision and their choice. And it's also about meeting that the supply matches the demand, and the market will sort itself out as it always does. And so if members of council want to follow good business practice, it is for this city to continue to monitor applications as it already does. Every application that is submitted to the AGCO is vetted by our staff to make sure that no application gets through that hasn't been checked against all of the schools that are located in the municipality. It's not just the schools that you know about. There's a lot of schools that you don't know about, like Montessori schools and other educational facilities that are scattered all across the city. You draw a bubble around each one of those buildings, there's almost no place for a store to locate, because you have to align not just those bubbles, but you have to align the availability of the retail. So it's possible that in a spot where it's far from schools, but you have a retail location, there could be two stores side by side. But what retailer is going to do that? And I don't think many will do that. And so I think that we're just meddling here, and it doesn't make sense. And I understand that there is a concern about children. I share that concern, but I think that falls upon us to educate our kids, and for the stores themselves to continue to follow the regulations which prevent them from giving access to children. And it is, for anyone who's listening, it's also illegal to sell this product to children, whether it's in a store or outside a store. So I think I am okay with the regulations as they are, and they meet the needs of Ontarians. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Vicente. Seeing no other comments, there's a request for a recorded vote, and I just want to close by saying I do believe that our city council made the right decision. There wouldn't have been police funding to shut down the black operations of cannabis. I think we've taken steps to protect our community and youth that are vulnerable. And frankly, whether you're opt-in or opt-out, you can still purchase it from the Ontario Cannabis Store. And so it's really a choice of whether you want to get funding for bylaw and police. Having said that, I do believe it doesn't hurt to ask the province if there's additional discretion that can be given to municipalities in regards to the amount of locations, the location with school, childcare, recreation, as the wording goes on. And so additional discretion being given to the municipality for proper planning, that would be difficult to say no to. I doubt the province will do so because they seem to be very much in favor of the opt-in regime, and that's why they haven't given much wiggle room. But if a bunch of municipalities ask for it, you never know, maybe they'll change their perspective. And there are a number of municipalities that are writing in for additional discretion in terms of location. And so I don't think it hurts to ask. And then we can have the conversation down the road as a council whether we want to use any of that additional discretion. But I think this is simply writing a letter to ask for that ability. So to the city clerk, can you do a recorded vote?
Members of council, recorded vote's been requested on the motion shown on the screen. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Yes.
That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Fortini.
No.
That's a no. Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
A yes. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros.
No.
No. Thank you. Councillor Bowman.
No.
No. Thank you. Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Willens.
No.
No. Thank you. Councillor Vicente.
No.
Thank you. No. Councillor Santos?
No.
No, thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
That's yes. Mr. Mayor, the motion fails 5-6.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, just before we move on to the next item, I just wish to advise council that the last item on the Ombudsman and Auditor General request for information, Councillor Paleshi was deemed absent, but in fact he was present, and he indicated yes, so that motion carried unanimously 11-0.
Okay, so this takes us to item 16, which is referred matters list. The list is published quarterly on the meeting agenda, and a copy is linked with each agenda to include a current listing of matters referred to city staff for further review and report back to council or committee. Do any members have any questions regarding the referred matters list? Hearing none, we will proceed. Our next
Mr.
item is
Mayor?
16. Yes.
We had two new business items, 16.3
Okay.
from Councillor Medeiros. That was dealt with the delegation 8.5, but we have Councillor Visante's 16.4 on fiscal accountability.
Okay, Councillor Visante.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. I think there's no need for us to have this discussion anymore because in the ombudsman motion, we brought forward that staff should also come back and provide us with a blueprint to establishing an auditor general, which is a discussion that has taken place here in the city many times before. But that is now direction that has been provided to staff. And so I'm happy to stand this item down. But if I may ask a question to staff through you, Mayor, the question of establishing an auditor general for the city of Brampton has been dealt with before, and all of that work by staff, reports on the matter, all of the thinking to proceed and establish an auditor general function here at the city of Brampton has been done already. How soon can we see information come back, and does auditor general considerations need to wait on the work that will need to happen if we want to bring an ombudsman? And I know in the motion we didn't put a deadline, it just said as soon as possible. So how soon can we gather the information that we already have, and how long will it take to do the additional work that's needed for ombudsman?
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, it would be difficult to assess at the moment, although, you know, in consultation with our Director of Audit Services, would have to take a look at those historical documents and then make the determination if that is appropriate or if any of that information has been updated, amended, or corrected. So my sense is, in consultation with Director of Audit, we would try to get something turned around as soon as possible. But I'm hesitant to commit to a time frame without, you know, actually doing the research and having the conversations.
Could you make thank you, and through you, Mayor, could you make a commitment today to at least providing to members of council copies of previous reports, say from the past, the previous term of council, where I think the bulk of that took place?
Yes, absolutely. Though any or all of those reports were already handed to council or previous council, so we'll source those and happy to share those as we get them.
Yeah, if you could have it, thank you, and through you, Mayor, if you could just send it to our inboxes so that we could all review as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Visante. This takes us to, let's see what it takes us to, public question period. There's a 15-minute limit. I'll ask the clerk if there are any questions submitted during the course of today's meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, yes, we have received one, and just bear with me here, I'm just going to pull it up. It is from Chris Drew, and the question is in regards to the council priorities report today. For the council priorities report, where it lists, quote, all-day two-way go service, quote, just to confirm, is it staff and council's understanding that this means 7-day, all-day two-way go service? Somebody on Twitter just suggested to the city adding 7-day, since we currently have a form of 5-day, all-day, two-way GO service. Could staff consider updating the description of this priority to say 7-day, all-day, two-way GO train service? It may be worth adding, for clarity, the wording train as well, since there is already bus service.
Why don't we have Alex, our transit commissioner, answer this one?
Through you, Mayor. The committee meetings and council meetings that we've had to date certainly speak to 7-day, all-day, two-way GO. The proposed wording that Mr. Drew has outlined in his correspondence, we can definitely consider in looking at how we incorporate that if it's something that would be worthwhile. But we'll certainly take that back, but the intent is, what I understand, is it is 7 days a week, all day, two-way GO.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions?
There are none, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, this takes us to bylaws. We're now at the portion of the meeting dealing with adoption of city bylaws to give effect to the council decisions made at this meeting. I have a motion moved by Councillor Bowman and seconded by Councillor Medeiros to approve the bylaws. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? Otherwise, your vote will count in the affirmative. Hearing none, the motion carries. Our next item of business is closed session business. I have a motion moved by Councillor Williams and seconded by Councillor Pelletier to move into closed session to deal with the following items, which the clerk will list off.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, it's only to deal with 5 items, 19.4, an open meeting exception under sections 239, 2E and F regarding litigation and potential litigation and advice subject to solicitor-client privilege. 19.5, which is the same open meeting exceptions, litigation or potential litigation and subject to solicitor-client advice. 19.6, 19.7, and 19.8, which are all items under the meeting exception under section 239 2K in regard to a position plan, procedure, criteria, or instruction to be applied to any negotiations carried on or to be carried on by or behalf of the municipality.
Okay, so we have a motion to move into closed. Is there anyone opposed?
Mayor Brown, I wanted to open up an item, but I got some requests for some word changes.
Oh, yes. I saw the same emails come in. Councillor Singh, I just believe it's changing the one word, right, in the order of the words.
Yeah, 2 words, yeah. If I'm Councillor, yeah.
You want to explain it, Councillor Singh?
Yeah, just for the motion about the Tamil monument, the request I got from the National Council of Canadian Tamils is it was a civil war, not a genocidal war. And also that the Tamil Memorial Genocide Monument be changed to Tamil Genocide Memorial. If everybody.
So rather than Tamil Memorial, Tamil Genocide Memorial.
Yeah, Tamil Genocide Memorial. Yeah. Okay, Councillor Medeiros. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry. Again, for us to reopen this, you would need 2/3. It's not, and I appreciate that you received this information late second, but we would have to get 2/3 to reopen this, and the specific wording that we have, which we have already approved, has already been consulted with the Brampton Association and the Brampton seniors. So in terms of the wording, in terms of the monument, what it's going to be called, I would keep it the exact same, and I don't see it as a friendly, and if we need to vote on it.
Okay, so Councilman Medeiros, this may help. This comes from the Brampton Tamil Association, just the order of the words. So it's the exact same wording, it's just the order of the words. So you go to the bottom, the last whereas, just go right down to the bottom. Peter, if you can scroll down.
Charlotte, can you scroll down?
Right down to the bottom.
Right to the bottom?
Yeah.
Okay. And right there it says Tamil Genocide Memorial Monument. Oh, so that is what they requested. It's already in there.
Through you, Mr. Mayor.
So, yeah.
Sorry, I believe Charlotte was just amending the word memorial. I don't think was in there. Is that correct, Charlotte?
The Civil War was already there. I had included it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No, the
perfect.
thing was.
I'm just letting you know the messages I got, so it's my job to bring them. Yeah.
So,
Well, your job is to require 2/3 to reopen. I appreciate.
Not my job. Yeah, I'm just bringing it up, and the vote is for you to call.
so you haven't amended this. This is the motion that was approved, correct?
Yes, that was the
Okay,
original
great.
motion. That's approved.
Great. Okay,
great.
so then their concerns have already been addressed.
Perfect.
If I may, through you, Mayor Brown, I did just now, on your wording, switch the words genocide and memorial. So they were flipped in the original motion.
Okay. So, Councilor Medeiros, the original motion said Tamil Memorial, so it's a memorial to Tamil, and they're saying it should say Tamil Genocide Memorial.
Yeah, again, I think this is semantics, because what ends up happening, then whatever comes back, whatever they want to title it, but for us to make this change, Peter, we would have to require 2/3 to reopen, and then we'd have to vote on this. We can't simply make changes on the fly, and I respect, the intentions if it's just splitting the word. But again, I'd feel more comfortable if this is something that would brought and it was vetoed and we vote on it. I'm not sure I would want to make a change without consulting.
If you want, yeah, so we'll have a vote to include the word genocide.
But that was already included, my understanding.
No, it was Tamil Memorial Genocide Monument. They just asked it to be Tamil Genocide Memorial.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my advice is this matter should be reopened if council wishes to change the words. Otherwise, the wording that's on the screen right now, I think, is the intent with the amendment. But the way it was voted on was Tamil Memorial Genocide Monument.
So it's just to order the words, Martin. Would that not be viewed as a friendly?
Well, again, then, Peter, I guess you can say we would have to reopen this?
That's correct. Council has decided on this, so there is no opportunity for friendly amendments unless the decision is reopened.
Can we not reopen when we approve the minutes next time at council and change the word?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, you can reopen it now with somebody moving to a 2/3 vote to reconsider council's decision at today's meeting to allow the amended wording to be put in place.
Okay, is there anyone opposed to quickly doing this? Hearing none, we have
Mr. Mayor, I'm on the board.
Okay.
I got no problem reopen it, but since Councilor Medeiros had the motion, and I just am kind of surprised that he did not get from the Brampton Tamil or the people that delegated to change any words. So I don't know where Councilor Singh got this email from, and I have no problem with it. But I think whatever Councilor Medeiros, since it was his motion, I have to support what he says. And I know the Tamil community is very connected with him. So if he didn't get no emails or anything, so I don't know what's going on here.
Okay, so
Mr. Mayor, you've called for a vote to reopen, and you asked if there were any objections. And I have not heard any unless you have.
And that's when I went to the speakers, and Councilor Vertini was the first speaker.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, my advice is then that this matter has been reopened, and council can revise the motion if they see fit. If council is content with the wording that's on the screen now, which has changed memorial and genocide, then the council can vote on that.
Okay, thank you, Peter. Hopefully we don't need to spend an hour on this. It's just changing the order of the words. There's no change other than that. And the correct wording is on the screen now. Councillor Bowman, we'd like to speak to this, but we did already have a healthy discussion on this. I didn't think this would prompt additional debate.
No debate at all. I'm just wondering, the other option, Mr. Fay, is that we just approve this as it is and open it at the next council meeting when we do the minutes. Check with Adam Leeson. He was the one who brought this forward today. And if he says change it, then we can change the minutes at the next meeting.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, if council makes the decision today, it is a final decision. So to change the decision at the next meeting, it's a reopening of a previous council decision, which will require a notice of motion to reopen council's decision.
Yeah, it's a lot simpler to do it here. It's the same words, Councillor Bowman. I see Councillor Paleshti would like to call the question. Councillor Paleshti?
Yeah, call the question.
So, Mr. Mayor, the question's been called, so a majority vote will call the question, but any member who hasn't spoken on this issue can still speak.
Okay, Councilor Medeiros.
And through you, Mayor. Oh, sorry, I do see Councillor Vicente and Singh before me.
No, that's my
Okay, Councillor Dillon is before me.
If it's, I was just going to ask you, Councillor Medeiros, what you'd like to do since you brought the motion, and so whichever way you'd like to go, I'll support that way.
Yeah, well, thank you, Councillor Dillon, and I appreciate it. I do, what Councillor Bowman has suggested, makes sense. Again, I appreciate that there's other organizations outside of Brampton who are providing wording, and it could be minor changes, but I think that we had a delegation today, and we were very clear, and we made suggested amendments, and I think at this time to bring, I didn't receive those emails. I didn't benefit as a mover, so I would just suggest that we leave as is, and we can change the minutes as of the next council if so deemed and approved by the Brampton Tamil Association.
So just a point of clarification, this wasn't from an organization outside of Brampton. It's from the founder of the Brampton Tamil Association, also happens to be the head of the National Canadian Tamil Congress.
Well, again, if the consultation in the motion is to meet with the Brampton Tamil Association and meet with the Brampton Senior Association, it's not to meet with the Brampton resident who represents a national organization, which, I have all the respect for and I do not know. But essentially what it is a Brampton Tamil Association, the Brampton Senior Association. So again, unless we have the benefit to understand if there's any other changes, I think the Civil War is there, and this could be semantics, but again, this is a Brampton-led situation, so I would rather just move it. And I'm surprised, these type of emails or information, as many of us are very close with the Tamil community here in Brampton, so I'm very surprised about this as well. So I would just suggest again, as a friendly, that we address this in pulling the minutes next term of council.
Okay, next up is Councillor Vicente.
Thank you. I have no questions, Mayor. It's fine.
Okay, Councillor Willens.
No, I'm just agreeing with Councillor Medeiros and Councillor Bowman. Let's just wait till next meeting. We'll be here all night.
Well, we're just about to vote on it, and if we wait till next week, then he's saying it needs notice of motion. That's why. Okay, so we'll call the question then. No one else wants to speak? Recorded vote to the clerk.
So through you, Mr. Mayor, a recorded vote's been requested, but just before we get to that, I just want to get clarification. The motion that's on the floor is Councillor Singh's motion to change the wording. It's already been reopened, so Councillor Singh is moving to change the wording to say Tamil Memorial Genocide Monument to Tamil Genocide Memorial Monument, as reflected in the highlight. So if that carries, then the motion will be amended. Councillor Singh's motion, you require a seconder for it to be a proper amendment. Is there a seconder?
Sure, I'm happy to second that.
Okay. So members of council, a recorded vote has been requested on the amendment, which is shown at the bottom of the screen, to change the wording to read Tamil Genocide Memorial Monument. All in favor, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
No.
Councillor Singh.
Yes.
Councillor Fortini.
No. No.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Yes.
Councillor Medeiros.
No.
Councillor Bowman.
No.
Councillor Paleshi.
Yes.
Thank you. Councillor Willens.
No.
Councillor Vicente.
No.
Councillor Santos.
No.
That's a no. Mayor Brown.
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, the motion does not carry. The vote is 4-7.
So that takes us to the motion on the closed session.
So, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor. So council has still not decided on this because the decision's been reopened. So the original motion is on the screen now with the yellow highlights. Charlotte has just reversed the words to the way they were when it was voted on. We need a mover and a seconder for that motion.
I think the original mover was Councillor Madero, seconded by all of council.
Okay, thank you. Is a recorded vote requested on that motion?
No, so anyone opposed?
I'm sorry, point of order, what are we voting on?
The original motion.
Through you, Mayor, why are we voting on the original motion again? Is it because we reopened it?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
We have a request for a recorded vote now.
A recorded vote has been requested on the motion as shown on the screen. Charlotte, if you can just go down to the operative paragraph. A recorded vote has been requested. All in favor of the motion, please indicate. Councillor Dillon.
Sir, we're just voting on the original motion now, right?
That's correct. It's the motion on the screen with the wording as shown on the screen.
Yeah.
In red. That's a yes. Thank you. Councillor Singh?
Yes.
No. Thank you. Councillor Fortini?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Williams?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Medeiros?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Bowman?
Yes.
Thank you. Yes. Councillor Paleshi?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Willens?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Vasante?
For a second time, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Councillor Santos?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Mayor Brown?
Yes.
Peter,
Thank
I
you.
said yes too, just to confirm, Councillor Singh.
I'm sorry. Was that you, Councillor Singh?
Yes, I think I heard you say no when I said yes.
My apologies. Okay. Mr. Chair, that motion carries unanimously, 11-0.
Okay, now we're back to the motion to go in camera. Moved by Councillor Paleshi, second by Councillor Santos. Anyone opposed? Hearing none. I assume the clerk will need a little bit of time.
Yes, Mr. Chair, that would be appreciated.
How much time would you like?
15 to 20 minutes, please, if not more, but I am at the will of council.
So why don't we say 6:15, we'll meet back in camera.
And then, Mr. Mayor, we have 15 minutes to get to the town hall?
Yeah, it's gonna, not all of us may be here to finish the meeting. Is Jason Tamian on the call? Do we have the ability to delay the town hall?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, Jason's not in the room at the moment, in the chambers.
Okay, well, we'll communicate with him and see if we have that ability, but we'll meet back at 6:15 in camera.
Thank you, members of council. This meeting is now recessed. For those of you watching,
to you, and you will certainly be rewarded in the future. So can we start, Peter?
It is 8 o'clock. You can start, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you very much. In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will report in public I will ask you, City Clerk, to report in public session any outcomes from today's closed session business.
Mr. Chair, members of council, there were 5 items considered in closed session. 19.4 was considered and referred to staff with direction given. Item 19.5 was considered and direction was given to staff. Item 19.6 was considered and direction was given to staff. Item 19.7 was considered and direction was given to staff, including referral of a portion thereof to the February 3rd Committee of Council meeting next week in closed session. And finally, item 19.8 was considered and direction was given.
Thank you very much, City Clerk. And I would just like to note for everyone who are accompanying us that the Mayor Brown is right now at a town hall regarding COVID. So certainly he would be here with us now, but he is at a town hall. So now we do have a confirming bylaw, and I do have a motion moved by Councillor Williams and seconded by Councillor Santos to approve the confirming bylaw to confirm the proceedings and decisions for this meeting. That the following bylaw before council at its regular meeting of January 27th be given the required number of readings, taken as read, and signed by the mayor and the city clerk, and the corporate seal affixed thereto. Bylaw.
Through you, Mr. Chair, it would just be the next successive.
Okay, that's fine. Is there anyone opposed to this motion? No. Okay, that carries. Our last item of business is adjournment. Council scheduled to meet February 17th, 2021 at 9:30 a.m. And Wednesday, March 3rd, 2021. I have a motion moved by Councillor Singh and seconded by Councillor Bowman to adjourn today's meeting. The council do now adjourn to meet again for a regular council of council Wednesday, February 17th at 9:30. Is there anyone opposed? No. Thank you very much, everyone. Please stay home, stay safe, stay healthy, practice physical distancing, and wear masks and face covering to protect others and yourself. And thank you to all staff for having accompanied us and supported us during